Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Full-time Mage. Start by getting the White Tiger Pendant. Chapter 1. Lu Jun traveled across time and came to the world where the full-time mage lives. Sin, a parallel time and space similar to Blue Star, but full of monsters and magic. Human beings are at an absolute disadvantage, and there are constant internal strife. The risk factor ranks the highest among many worlds. He sighed, and lowered his head to touch his necklace pendant. It was a metal product, the whole body was white gold, and it looked like a white tiger lying prone. It radiated luster, and felt cold and hard. This is a white tiger pendant that Lu Jun bought casually from the Baihulonglan Jungling scenic spot while traveling in Bashu. The four holy beasts Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Suzaku are the most supreme in the legend of Blue Star, and they might as well give in to the full-time mages. The existence of the ceiling of the world is friendly to human beings. The main character of the original timeline, Mo Fan, had a green dragon pendant, which looked like a pitch-black loach. Later, it gradually transformed into an absolute golden finger. Save the world. In addition, the Xuanwu totem has been in decline for a long time and was inherited by a supporting role, but the white tiger totem never appeared at all. Didn't expect to choose him now. I just want a fake copy to show off in a post. Who would have thought you would give me a real one? Lu Jun is speechless. Mo Fan only got the green dragon pendant before time traveling. He got the white tiger pendant and traveled to the same body in parallel time and space. The power of the white tiger totem. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was alone, helpless, full of food, the whole family was not hungry, and had no scruples. When he came to this world, he said that it would be bad, but in fact, his heart was eager to move. Supernatural ability in magic. Who wouldn't want to control it? This is probably the reason why he didn't panic at all after crossing. White Tiger Pendant. Tisk tisk. Mo Fan started with the Azure Dragon Pendant and grew to the point where he beat the unfair world, so why should I not do it? Let me do what I want. Lu Jun let out a long sigh of relief. In the original timeline, Mo Fan may have various flaws in his personality, a rascal, lustful, and pretending to be arrogant, but his heroic spirit can't be overshadowed, and he always has the pursuit of simplicity and justice in his heart, which brings all kinds of disasters. Lu Jun, come down to eat. Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from downstairs, which made Lu Jun's face slightly stiff, and his pride was immediately vented. Before that, he had to learn to get along with his relatives. Lu Jun pursed his lips. No one would have thought that he would gift a cheap older sister who was not related by time traveling. She was originally from a combined family, and her parents were both junior magicians. She was buried in the mouth of a demon 7 or 8 years ago. Pulled and grown. However, because of the same body, his temper, personality, thoughts, and even life habits are almost exactly the same. In other words, he is the original body, but he awakened the memory of his previous life a while ago. 15 years old after graduating from junior high school this year. The 15 years of my life are vivid in my mind. We have been together for a long time, and we soon got used to it. In the upstairs room, Lu Jun looked in the mirror, and a black-haired boy was reflected. Although his appearance was a little immature, he could see that he was handsome in the future. He was wearing black and white short-sleeved shorts and a white tiger pendant on his neck. Looking from the heart, even if I travel through time, I'm still as handsome as my previous life. While complacent, Lu Jun responded to his sister, okay, come right away. After tidying up his appearance, he carefully put the white tiger pendant in his chest and went downstairs on the old wooden ladder. Although his parents passed away, he was a magician with a small fortune, leaving behind a 3-story 100 square meter small house, and some deposits. Otherwise, 7 or 8 years ago, he was only 7 or 8 years old, and his sister Lu Mei was 5 years older than him. So he was only 12 or 13 years old, and he was not financially independent, so how could he survive? As Lu Mei grew up these years and became a junior magician, she would not be afraid to sit back and eat nothing when she joined the city's monster hunting team. When he went downstairs, he saw his older sister on the sofa. She had a mature and charming appearance, a tall and hot figure, a slender waist, plump buttocks with exaggerated curvature, showing amazing elasticity when squeezed on the sofa. She leaned on the pillow and half lied. The loose clothes could hardly conceal the whiteness under the delicate collarbone. Her chest was round and full, and she had a pair of slender and plump big white legs resting on the armrest, her white and tender jade feet swayed, her toes were crystal clear and round, and her nails were vermilion bright and seductive. Seeing this, Lu Jun was slightly startled, lost his mind for a moment, swallowed his saliva and sat down at the table to frantically cook. Lu Mei glanced at her cheap younger brother, feeling quite strange. This brat usually came up to rub her legs when he saw her pissed off. Why has he behaved badly these days? Thanks to her being a mother every day to cook and make money to raise a family, don't know how to reward yourself. She suddenly thought of her younger brother's preoccupied appearance for a few days, and seemed to understand something. Leaning on the sofa with his elbows, his chin resting on his jade hand, a strand of black hair hanging down his beautiful face, he blinked his beautiful eyes at Lu Jun and said, "Are you worried about the awakening of magic?" The elder sister said in relief, "You have been admitted to Tianlin School, the #1 magic high school in Bochung with excellent grades. You really can't awaken magic. At worst, I will support you for the rest of your life." Lu Jun raised his head from his rice bowl, seeing Lu Mei's enchanting figure, his heart skipped a beat, just as no girl can resist saying "I will support you," and no boy can resist the big sister's nurturing. Well, he has never been worried about the awakening of magic. The white tiger pendant is related to the supreme power in this world. Magic talent can be developed without talent, but what he is worried about is the disaster in Bo City 3 years later. That's right, the place where Lu Jun lives is so coincidental. It happens to be the starting point map of the protagonist, Bo City at the beginning of the original timeline. He has inquired about it, and there is indeed a young man named Mo Fan who entered Tianlin High School through the back door. With him in the same class, the gears of fate began to turn. Bo City is a small southern city, close to the outskirts of the Yangtze River Delta metropolis, with a population of nearly 1 million, and only a handful of high-level magicians. But 3 years later, it was invaded and destroyed by demons. Lu Jun knew that there was a secret behind it, a conspiracy for Black Church, one of the ultimate bosses that runs through the whole situation, one of them. The Black Vatican is a group of lunatics who destroy the world, the dark forces within human beings, irrational and logicless. This catastrophe is Mo Fan's most powerless moment, including the current Lu Jun. It is difficult to reverse everything. However, Lu Jun thought about it. 3 years is too long, let's take a step before the disaster strikes. On the surface, he smiled and said to his sister, "It's okay, my parents are magicians, and I have a high chance of awakening." Lu Mei just gave up, and said with an expression of, "I understand, you don't need to be stressed, your sister and I are about to break through to the middle-level magician, so I might as well give way to those favored ones who entered the university, and I will take care of you when the time comes very easy." Lu Jun curled his lips, thinking inwardly that when my white tiger pendant exerts its strength, it may not be certain who will take care of whom. Of course he knew that his sister was just joking to relieve his psychological pressure. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony, the moment of awakening. Early in the morning, Lu Jun woke up. He saw his sister in the living room on the first floor preparing a hot breakfast, while he was eating bread while watching a drama. Lu Mei didn't go to the magic university, or it is not so easy to get into the magic world. She became a social mage right after high school, and joined the monster hunting team for 2 years. She usually doesn't open for business, but takes half a year for opening. He is basically idle at home, and he is very envious to see him. To be honest, as long as he awakens the magic, he can live a good life anywhere in the world. There is no technology in the world of full-time mages, and modern things such as mobile phones, trams, etc. are all built on the principle of magic. Magicians are divided into 5 levels: elementary level, intermediate level, high level, super level, and the legendary forbidden spell, which are simple and easy to understand. But there are many departments, with elemental magic, dimensional magic, white magic, and black magic as the 4 major categories. Leaving aside the latter 3, it is basically impossible to awaken the first department, and it is extremely rare. Elemental magic alone has 7 elements: earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, ice, and light. Earth is the earth element, also known as the rock element. A beginner magician is a newly awakened person. Generally, he can only have 1 department. When he breaks through the middle level, he will add an additional department, and then add another department when he reaches the high level. That is to say, for all the people in the world, if they have mastered the forbidden spell, at most 5 departments of magic. Each department is separate, and the newly awakened second department of an intermediate level magician needs to start from the beginning to the middle level cultivation. I don't know what department I will awaken, what kind of talent I have, will I be born with dual departments? Lu Jun pondered. Under this system, the only exception is natural talent, which is similar to various physiques in fantasy novels, such as the protagonist Mo Fan, who is born with dual elements. To be precise, it is called 2 elements at each level, 2 elements at the elementary level, and 2 elements at the middle level. The first 4 departments, and so on. He is very optimistic. Strong talent has a strong way of life, and the awakened magic system usually has an ordinary way of life. After breakfast, Lu Jun shouted, "Sister, I'm going to school." Wait a moment. Hearing this, Lu Mei stood up and walked to her younger brother with a bright smile. Lu Jun's face turned red. My sister is too tall, almost 1.8 meters tall. Suddenly, he leaned forward, and before he could react, he had already fallen into a warm and soft embrace. A scent entered his nostrils, and his sister's breath came from his ears, as well as an encouraging voice, "Come on, I'm here for everything." Lu Jun was ignorant at first, but gradually he calmed down, and the words, "wealthy and generous," came to mind. Unconsciously, her hands rested on Lu Mei's flexible waist, and the raised curve of her buttocks made it easy to hang her hands on it. She lowered her head and let out a muffled, At first, Lu Mei looked at her younger brother intimately and tenderly, but then she felt something was wrong. Itching strangely, she lowered her head to look at this brat. Her face was stained red, and said angrily, "Get out." Hey. Lu Jun left his sister's warm embrace in embarrassment. Saying goodbye to Lu Mei, he went to Tianlin College. Many students came from all over the street, and he was placed in class 18 of senior high. On the big magic playground, 1,500 people from 20 classes gathered. The opening ceremony began, and the awakening was also arranged at the same time. Lu Jun stood at the front of the class line, glanced at the 2 groups of students who were arguing behind him, and heard familiar names. Mo Fan, you came in through the back door. If you don't have much ability, you may easily fail to awaken. It's better to give up, so as not to waste the energy of the awakening stone. One of the boys named Zhao Kunsen spoke sarcastically first. A handsome boy with black short hair didn't bother to talk to him, while a thin boy with slightly darker skin beside him got angry and said, "Brother Mo Fan, don't pay attention to this idiot, just wait until you awaken a fire element. Show him, let him know what it means to be inferior to a dog." Hearing this, Lu Jun looked at the 2. The cheap boy was Mo Fan, and the skinny boy who was called a mud monkey was Zhang Xiaohu. He was surprised. Although he knew the plot of the full-time mage clearly, he couldn't remember the specific class Mo Fan was in. It would be nice to know Bochung Tianlin, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. Lu Jun stared at them carefully, and firmly remembered the appearance of the 2. He was deeply moved. Who would have thought of 2 ordinary students? The former would become the strongest forbidden curse and the all-powerful god of magic in the magical world, and the latter would become famous. Unexpectedly, his staring was keenly noticed by Mo Fan, and he frowned, thinking that it was another son of a family who was staring at him. Mo Fan knew very well that when he was a child, he hooked up with Princess Mu and caused a lot of anger. There is no one in the circle of rich and powerful descendants of Bo City who doesn't hate him, and is not to be outdone. The 2 men looked at each other passionately. Lu Jun was embarrassed. He was the first to lose the battle, and looked away a little. This level of cheekiness is indeed the protagonist. He knew that although Mo Fan came from an ordinary family, he couldn't stand Mo's father as a powerful driver. The largest family in Bo City is the Mu family, which is in charge of various fields. This is just a branch, and the main line is in the imperial capital. The other party lived in the compound of a wealthy family since he was a child, and he was influenced invisibly under the influence of his ears and eyes. In addition, he experienced various hardships when he was a child, all of which established Mo Fan's wild drive. After seeing the scenery on the top of the mountain, how can we not climb up desperately, never stage fright when encountering big scenes, and never give up lightly, which can be called a big heart? Lu Jun thought for a while and said casually, "There is no saying that the better the academic performance, the higher the chance of awakening, or the poorer the academic performance, the lower the chance of awakening magic. This is a science of probability. Everything is possible, regardless of high or low." Of course, the success rate is very high if the parents have magicians. For example, Mr. Mew is famous for his ice magic. Generations of ice magicians have inherited a strong magic factor. There are basically no examples of failure. After the words fell, the three of them reacted differently. Mo Fan looked surprised. Listening to this person's words, he seemed to be helping himself. Apart from Zhang Xiaohu, it is a rare person who has not ridiculed him for so many years. Zhao Kunsen originally wanted to scold Lu Jun angrily, but when he thought of Mu's example, he didn't dare to refute it. Instead, he was proud of it and secretly complacent. Don't get me wrong, Zhao Kunsen is just the lackey of Mu Bai, the son of the Mu family in Bo City, so it can be said that he has such a mentality. At this time, the first person in the class, a handsome and coquettish man, turned his head and gave Lu Jun an approving look. Not surprisingly, it was Mu Bai, an important supporting role in the middle and late stages, and Mo Fan was a bit at odds with Mo Fan at first. Of course, the other party's nature is not bad, and when the Bo City disaster happened 3 years later, he would work together with Mo Fan to escort the whole class to a safe place regardless of past suspicions. Lu Jun's expression was calm, no one could be offended by a single sentence, and he was sure of his speaking skills. However, he sighed inwardly. The disparity between the powerful and common people in this magical world was so huge that it was hopeless. The absolutely solidified ruling class took pride in being servants of aristocratic families, which caused Mo Fan to be incompatible with the normal people who traveled from a scientific and equal world. Along the way, he was ridiculed by countless people and stomped on his face. At first glance, it looks very long ocean. The underlying reason is that Mo Fan was born as a servant of the powerful class, and he dared to resist and kill his master. But if Lu Jun thinks about it carefully, what can he do? Take black magic among the 4 major types of magic as an example. Any of curse system, shadow system, undead system, and poison system can make ordinary people die without anyone noticing. And the police couldn't see it at all. Whether the mage was an expert or not, he would be deceived, let alone a trivial matter for the mage to check. It's very powerless, and offending is death, so I can only try my best to curry favor. Lu Jun secretly made up his mind that he must become the god of forbidden spells, otherwise he would not be able to live with dignity in this cruel world. Mu Bai, you wake up first. On the big playground, the homeroom teacher Shui Musheng smiled and said that he was very optimistic about this student, a descendant of the Mu family in Bocheng, one of the principals of his uncle Mu He's family, and even the school director. Regardless of whether you are a worker in the group or a teacher, you have to rely on this to curry your performance. The awakening stone is in the shape of a thick compass, suspended in midair, with an obvious palm print. Mu Bai seems to be calm and restless as he puts his hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, stars glowed on the awakening stone, and these lights formed star marks that climbed to Mu Bai's right hand like special blood vessels. Then a frosty breath surrounded the whole body, and a layer of transparent frost appeared on the compass. The one who awakened is the ice element, as expected of a child of the Mu family. The ice system is one of the few systems that magicians most want to awaken. The elementary magic ice vine has both killing and control. The first-year high school students exclaimed. When Lu Jun saw this scene later, he was deeply moved. Mu Bai, Mu Bai. Others don't know, but he knows that Mu He, the school director, is Mu Bai's uncle in name, but actually a father-son relationship. Mu Bai is Mu He's illegitimate son. At the same time, Mu He is also one of the top leaders of the Black Vatican, an absolute villain. 3 years later, it was Mu He who drove the demons outside the city to wipe out Bo City in one fell swoop, and later caused many tragedies, almost slaughtering millions of demons. When Mu Bai learned the truth, he still stood on the side of justice. Righteousness killed relatives, his background was dark, his soul was turned into darkness, but he acted righteously. He is a classic character who is 3 times stronger than whitewashing. At this moment, Mu Bai heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was full of pride and fantasies, the ice system, and the same magic system as Mu Ningxie, the little princess of the Mu family, will practice together. He glanced at Mo Fan at the end of the team, and snorted coldly, the white swan is not something that a toad can touch, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. Thinking of what happened when he was a child, Mu Bai couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Mo Fan dared to elope with Mu Ningxie, no matter what he thought, he didn't care about the consequences. It's just that children don't take it seriously, but adults can keep it in mind. Mo Fan's father, Mo Jiaxing, was expelled, and Zhao Kunsan and other servants were expelled from the Mu family, inside the corner. Next, Chu Yueying. Next, Lu Jun saw that some people awakened the earth element, and some awakened the wind element, all of which were included in the 7 elements of elemental magic. Even fire and thunder were scarce. Of course, he also saw a very small number of students who failed to awaken, and lost their souls. Awakening is not cheap. Even the initial awakening costs 100,000 yuan each time. Only the school can awaken for free. The high school entrance examination is a screening. If you fail to enter the magic high school, you will give up the idea of learning magic. The cost is there, not because the country does not want to awaken the whole people. Even Mo Fan, it was his father who kept a low voice and followed the path of school director Mu He to enter Tianlin Academy. After a while, another girl in the team stroked the awakening stone. The strong golden light shone, which looked extremely sacred, and the light and shadow special effects crushed other people. But Shui Musheng, the head teacher, sighed and said sympathetically, "Unfortunately, it's the light department." When Lu Jun saw the girl in front of her covering her face and crying, she suddenly felt speechless. The key is that the students on the side are still talking about it, mocking and gloating. Light department, one of the most useless departments in the early stage, followed by water department. There is no way. The light magic Guangyao is just a light bulb. It has no lethality at all. At most, it can be used as a light. Upgrading to the full level can make the monster's eyes blind for a while. The 5 major ranks, each rank can only release one fixed magic, and the beginner magician only has one skill, and it is still a light system that is useless, waste. Ordinary people can kill light magicians alone. Lu Jun knew that this was a misunderstanding in the early stage. Small cities have little experience, even the teachers. Every magic department has the power to destroy the world. There are only rare differences between them, but there is no distinction between superior and inferior. So he said, the light element is not weak. After reaching the super level magic sacred judgment sword is known as the strongest single target skill. If you go down to the same level with one move, you will undoubtedly die. No matter what, the thunder or fire system is incomparable. After the words fell, the audience was stunned. Mo Fan, Mu Bai and others looked over. Obviously it was the first time they had heard this knowledge. Shui Musheng frowned, and said in surprise, "Student Lu, where did you hear this statement?" Hearing this, Lu Jun was speechless again, and wrote lightly, "The library, the Magic Association is open to the super level magic of all departments, and those who are interested can check the information online. The Magic Association is the real highest organization in the world, managing all things related to magic, from the continental level, the national level, and down." After the words fell, the girl was very pleasantly surprised. She rekindled her fighting spirit, and thanked her again and again. Many girls in the class had a bit of admiration in their eyes. Shui Musheng was a teacher but was educated by his students. He couldn't help but say, "You know it's a super level. How many people can reach the super level in the world? I've taught so many classes, and it's hard for me to even reach an intermediate level. Out." This is true, there is no magic department of waste, only mages of waste, is purely a fallacy, absolutely does not imply anyone. If there is no early stage, how can there be a late stage? But Lu Jun was too lazy to give face to these magic teachers who were sitting on vegetarian meals, and retorted lightly, "Don't you know that the light system is not without power, but it's just that you don't prescribe the right medicine. Dark magic is in front of the light system. Come and kill one at the same level. The ancient capital of our country suffered from the disaster of the Undead Empire, and the light system magic is the most popular there. The ancient capital is the ancient Chang'an of Blue Star in the previous life. The imperial capital of several dynasties originally buried many tombs. Corresponding to the magical world, it has become the world of undead monsters. As we all know, the undead and Guangming have an unshakable restrained relationship for 20 years. Shui Musheng didn't dare to speak anymore. He felt that his knowledge was completely crushed by this student. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu opened their eyes and exchanged in a low voice, "Who is this guy? How can he pretend to be better than Mu Bai?" Finally it was Lu Jun's turn. He took a deep breath and was a little nervous. The awakened talent and magic department were related to his future plans. I hope you can give him some help, otherwise he will only be a spectator in the face of future disasters. Buzz buzz. Soon, Lu Jun closed his eyes, and the spiritual world was empty and dark. There was nothing, and everything was empty. At this moment, a warm magic energy was transmitted from his hand, and it went straight into his mind along his arm. Immediately afterwards, as if possessing some kind of magical power, a light rain fell suddenly in his empty spiritual world. Normally, you can't see anything with your eyes closed, but the magical energy directly manifests the spiritual world. Lu Jun saw a small piece of stardust appearing in his nothingness. Compared with the entire dark universe, it was extremely dim, as small as dust, and shining blue light. Blue stardust. He awakened the water system. As for the others, the red stardust represents the fire element. The cyan stardust represents the wind element. The brown stardust represents the earth system. The golden stardust represents the light system. The purple stardust represents the thunder element. Just when Lu Jun thought it was about to end, the next moment, another magical power was transmitted from the awakening stone, and he was immediately ecstatic, born with dual elements. No, it is very likely that it is double elements per tier. Innate dual elements and dual elements of each level are natural talents, but their meanings are completely different. The former only awakened 2 magic departments at the first level, and the latter returned to normal at the middle level, with 1 department at the first level, that is, 1 more department than others. And for each level of dual elements, if you reach the peak of cultivation, you will have an additional 5 elements. This is not a simple addition and subtraction, but a product. Lu Jun's guess is indeed correct. The fusion of parallel space-time bodies is not just a time travel. The 2 original sources are superimposed, and the happiness is doubled. Mo Fan is the same, so is he. On the big playground, he was unbearably excited. The magic world is too dangerous, no matter how big it is not an exaggeration, such as Mo Fan. The future is all forbidden spells, the human race is the strongest, but in front of other monsters, at most the top 20. Antarctic monsters, Pacific monsters, Atlantic monsters, Kunlun monsters, Ancient Capital monsters, North Asian snowfield monsters, Egyptian monsters, Sahara monsters, Amazon monsters, all of them were terrifying, until the protagonist Mo Fan Woody couldn't solve any of them. But before Lu Jun could be happy, the white tiger pendant hanging around his neck bloomed with platinum brilliance. A sharp force defeated the energy transmitted by the awakening stone, replaced it by himself, and entered the spiritual world along his arm. Buzz. A sharp platinum radiance flashed through the spiritual void, like a flying sword, opening up the world, creating a piece of shining platinum stardust out of thin air. Thus, in the dim universe, the 2 pieces of stardust, blue and platinum, complement each other into brilliance. Lu Jun was caught off guard by this sudden change, and was stunned. With his knowledge, it was difficult to determine what kind of platinum stardust this sudden appearance was. The white color was somewhat similar to the summoning system of dimensional magic, but the luster was brighter. Soon he got the answer, and a series of news came from the white tiger pendant on his neck. This department is a new magic department that never appeared in the original timeline, called Gold Department, inside the category of elemental magic. That's right. The white tiger of the western sky is metallic, and the planet's metal material occupies the vast majority. There are a lot of magic metals in the original timeline, even the thunder element, but there is no gold element, which is really weird. There are also wood types, that is, plant types, which are classified into the white magic category. Quote. Lu Jun barely stabilized his mind, and observed something unexpected. Outside, the whole class saw that he was surrounded by hazy mist, but the gold department was not exposed because of restraint. Seeing this, Lu Jun glanced around and heaved a sigh of relief. Well, the most frustrating thing about the magic world is the infighting among human races. Talented people will either be targeted by dark forces such as Black Vatican and aristocratic families, or they will be treated as heretics by certain totalitarian forces and magic associations, and they will be dealt with directly. Not to mention Lu Jun's unique gold system. Both natural dual elements and gold elements are minefields. It was simply black and white that forced the genius to his death, no wonder he couldn't stop the demon. Seeing the change in Lu Jun's face, Shui Musheng comforted him. The water element is so-so, and the basic magic water control has good defense. I don't know why when he opened his mouth, he had a premonition that he would be slapped in the face. Sure enough, Lu Jun smiled and said, "The water system is good. There are sea monsters in the coastal area. The magic capital and Hangzhou are not far from here. The water system is very popular." He felt a little joy in his heart, knowing the general trend in the future, water system and ice system are the answer. In another 10 years, the glaciers in Antarctica will melt, the global sea level will rise, the coast will be almost submerged, and a large number of sea monsters will invade. At most, Mo Fan will procrastinate. On the one hand, there is a problem of strength, and on the other hand, he is an old landlubber. And he awakened the water system, and in the future, the coast will be almost full of gold, a large number of water system resources will emerge, and the survival rate is also very high. But at the moment, the elementary level is really not a good system, and it needs to be at the middle level to master a half-controlling half-destruction skill. Of the 7 elements, only the 2 elements of thunder and fire, from basic to super level, are all destruction skills. Destruction is the most intuitive manifestation of extraordinary power, no wonder it is the most popular. The big C core in the output position is a big show, and everyone grabs it when playing games, let alone reality. When Go reached the late stage, Lei Huo called me dad. Lu Jun cheered himself up, thinking that he hoped that the gold system that had never appeared would give him a little surprise. Not long after, the whole class was basically awakened, and Zhang Xiaohu still awakened the wind element, the magic element with excellent evasion. The last one was Mo Fan's turn. When he woke up, Lu Jun took a special look at it. Sure enough, first a purple thunder light flashed, and then a fiery red light. Born with dual elements, violent thunder and fire. It's just that this scene was covered up by a student named Xu Zayading in the next class who had awakened to the lightning brilliance. Everyone ran to see the next class, and happened to ignore Mo Fan. Thunder system, only 1 out of 1,000 people has the chance of awakening, being the leader of the element system, I'm so envious. Woo woo woo, kill me, why am I a water element, why didn't you give me a thunder element, don't stop me, I'm going to the rooftop. The bottom is already covered with corpses of the light system. Quote. Lu Jun shook his head, he was very lucky. His actions now are not enough to set off a butterfly effect, and the future is hard to say. But in this magical world, foresight is useless, all depends on self-cultivation, chances come and go, and different magic systems are not used, and secondly, everyone is equal in the face of disasters. Mo Fan looked left and right, and found that no one noticed, his face turned black at first, and such a good opportunity to act aggressively passed away. And after thinking about it for a while, he felt that it would be better not to reveal the natural dual elements. But when he glanced around, he suddenly saw Lu Jun looking straight at him, his expression froze. When the homeroom teacher came to his senses, he looked at Mo Fan happily and said, "Fire, second only to lightning, the magic department, there are probably only 30 or 40 people awakened in the whole school." Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen's faces were ugly. This kid is so lucky, his good brother Zhang Xiaohu directly taunted him. It's just that Mo Fan wasn't happy at all. After coming down the steps, he walked up to Lu Jun, hooked his shoulder with one hand, and walked to the corner. "Student Lu, you didn't see anything, did you?" When Lu Jun heard Mo Fan's whisper close to his ear, he wanted to laugh in his heart. He glanced at the small black loach pendant hanging on the other's neck, the size of a little finger, inconspicuous, but on the surface he said ruthlessly, "Brother." Brother. Mo Fan's thick-skinned feeling was gone, and he said repeatedly, "Call Dad." Seeing this, Lu Jun said casually, but Mo Fan blurted out without hesitation. He was shocked and said, "Hey, you really want to scream?" He underestimated the extent of Mo Fan's face. "Hey," Mo Fan said with an awkward laugh, "Brother, don't say it. I'm not interested in gossiping." Lu Jun shook his shoulders away from Mo Fan's claws, and said lightly, "As long as you don't expose yourself, I will never tell. Besides, your situation is called natural talent." Mo Fan was confused. Natural talent? That's right. Lu Jun's popular science said. There are always some people in the world whose talents are different from ordinary people, and so is magic. There are many kinds of natural talents, and you are just one of them. Mu Ningxie from Bo City, you know, she has a natural talent, and she was admitted to Imperial University in advance. That's it. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. his original arrogant attitude restrained a little, and then he sighed. The innocent girl who was originally a child is so powerful, and he can't let go. He also believed Lu Jun's words for the time being, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't believe it, and he felt that the other party knew a lot, and knowledge was also a kind of strength, so it was worth making friends with. After awakening, the classes went back to teaching. Lu Jun really didn't intend to expose it wouldn't do him any good, and he would offend others. Secondly, he hoped that Mo Fan would grow up safely. To be honest, facing future disasters, a dozen people like this wouldn't be enough. A while later, Lu Jun practiced magic for the first time under the guidance of the teacher in charge. The skills of the gold department are original, and the protagonist is unique to this department. Others are based on the original work, and the skill performance of this department is basically set according to the framework of the original work. It is absolutely balanced. It can be regarded as the golden finger of the protagonist. There are only 3 very simple steps in the release of magic. First, meditation. Second, take control. Third, release. As the name suggests, meditation is to increase spiritual power and stardust magic power, improve cultivation base, and control is to control the arrangement of stars, and finally release magic according to the fixed casting template. Lu Jun was immersed in the spiritual world. 2 pieces of stardust, blue and platinum, shone brightly, and each piece had 7 bright stars rising and falling. Stardust meaning the dust of the stars, with the cultivation base of a novice magician, it is insignificant in the vast spiritual world, so the name is very appropriate. 1 is a piece of stardust, there are 7 stars, and the 7 stars can be linked into star trails to cast spells. At the middle level magician, the stardust transforms into a nebula which contains 49 star particles, and 7 star trails are required to synthesize a star map to cast a spell. In the magic world, the spellcasting before the high level is extremely rigid. Each department has only 1 magic for each level. In the case of a beginner magician with 1 skill, the team can give full play to their respective advantages. When the 2 departments of the middle level are completed, the 4 skills will be a little more generous. Or rely on external force. Here is the term, magic tool, which is equivalent to equipped with a magic weapon, but the magic tool has a great limit. It can only be activated once in a period of time, regardless of the attacking magic weapon or the defensive shield magic weapon. Tool. That's why inborn talents are so precious. They have their own strange abilities, followed by spirit seeds and soul seeds. Refining can greatly enhance the power of this department. Lu Jun shook his head and said inwardly, the so-called spirit seed and soul seed are similar to Do-Po different fires, which only have the concept of the element system. Ordinary people cast spells. The water system is ordinary water, the fire system is ordinary fire, and the thunder system is ordinary thunder. Special effects and powerful power. And refining spirit seeds and soul seeds, mastering different fires and waters, the power is several blocks away from the same level. However, this thing is quite expensive, and the mid-level can accommodate the soul seed, and the high level can accommodate the soul seed, and above the soul seed is the soul seed, which is a bit far away now, unless the natural talent is to master the soul seed. At this time, Lu Jun ignored the gold system, stardust, but concentrated on the water system, stardust. After careful consideration, he decided to focus his energy on the water element, because the gold element is not visible, and there is no template for elementary magic, so there is no way to control the stars. Buzz buzz. It's just that when Lu Jun's thoughts touched the stardust of the water system, the white tiger pendant hanging around his neck trembled, and the information came into his mind. His face was pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be the star track arrangement of gold system elementary magic. Haha, I knew that the development of the gold system would not be possible for me to ignore. Undoubtedly, the white tiger pendant is also a magic tool with a high level and special abilities. Although the matter of the metal magic is resolved, Lu Jun still practiced the water magic first, which is related to the school's assessment. When practicing for the first time, his thoughts were dug in the blue stardust. The 7 azure blue stars were originally quite quiet, but when outsiders arrived, they instantly became irritable. Catch. For a moment, Lu Jun got nothing, not even a water star, which is normal. Every magic element has a unique temper, and we need to learn how to get along with each other. However, it usually takes about a year for ordinary people to successfully release elementary magic, which is considered excellent. After returning home from school, Lu Jun was physically and mentally exhausted. Ordinary people can meditate for 5 hours, but if they control Xingzi, they can only spend 2 hours. The mental exhaustion is serious. When he returned home, he felt a strange whirlwind around the house, and the strong wind element spread, which surprised him. "Sister, I'm back." Lu Jun walked into the living room and shouted. Soon, he saw Lu Mei, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and floating 3 feet above the ground. Her body was full of blue radiance. She slowly opened her eyes, smiled and said, "Your sister is an intermediate-level magician, and I am an intermediate-level wind system. You can walk sideways in Bo City from now on." Hearing this, Lu Jun was also quite surprised. At the age of 20, the middle class is at the same level as the students of Pearl University. Rao, the middle class is easier to pass, and my sister has been struggling for 2 years. "How is it?" Lu Mei asked with concern. "What department did you awaken?" Lu Jun hesitated for a moment, and decided to tell about the 2 elements. They are dependent on each other. How could he not believe it? And he thought of the gold element stardust. This elementary magic must be supported by his sister to practice this elementary magic. "I awakened 2 departments. After the words fell, Lu Mei didn't understand. Her red lips parted slightly, her eyes stared at Dao Dao, an 8 talent. Born with dual systems. The self-confidence of being promoted to the middle class disappeared in an instant. "Wait." She came to her younger brother in a hurry, and said seriously, "Except for me, don't say it, so as not to be targeted by forces with intentions. You can only expose it when you reach the middle level and have the power to protect yourself, and you. What kind of relationship are the 2? "I'm not stupid," Lu Jun replied. "Water element, and gold element." "Ha!" Lu Mei was stunned again. She still understands the water element. What is the gold element? She couldn't believe it, and asked several times in a row, and she didn't believe it until Lu Jun personally guided the sharp platinum magic power exclusive to the gold system. A brand new department. Lu Mei looked solemnly, looked at her younger brother, and said with emotion, "Brother, you are destined to be a great magician, shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Shawang, Faraday and the like." Seeing that his sister was still standing firmly on his side, Lu Jun was relieved at first, but then he was embarrassed again. The basic context of the magic world is the same as the previous life, but it has been replaced by magic. For example, Qin Shi is the originator of the Earth system and one of the origins of the undead system. He created magical wonders such as the Great Wall and the ancient capital Imperial Tomb. At the end, Lu Mei asked curiously, "What kind of skill is the elementary level of the gold system?" "You must know that the magic released by controlling Xingzi will either have no power or hurt yourself." "Is it the gold system?" Lu Jun recalled the message from the white tiger pendant, and his expression was inexplicable. The magic name of the elementary level of the gold system was Casting Tool. As the name suggests, it is to use metal to create an object, which can be a sword or a bell and tower mirror, and then infuse it with magic power, engrave the elementary magic of the gold system, transform it into a magic tool, and cultivate it in the gold system stardust in the spiritual world. Evolve with the improvement of cultivation base. Unlike ordinary magical equipment, gold-type magic can always stimulate the enemy as long as the magic energy contained in the stardust energy is not exhausted. You must know that even the mortal-level magic equipment used by elementary magicians, once activated, no one can stop it at the same level. The power of the same-level magic slaying equipment is stronger than that of the elementary magic of Leihuo, and the durability is too weak. At most, it should be used urgently. There is no limit to the road. Lu Jun originally wanted to survive the embarrassing period when the water system only had defensive magic at the beginning level, and he planned to make the metal system into a destruction system. The Golden Man is in charge of killing, and in terms of killing power, it has been the first in the world since ancient times. It is more famous than thunder and fire. According to the description of elementary magic, it obviously has this potential. It's a pity that the gold system doesn't have castings, and even if you control the Xingzi, you can't exert its power. Therefore, if you want to find a suitable material for the casting, Lu Jun can only ask his sister. The material is the key. The gold system's primary stardust can only hold ordinary metals, but the selected alloy is good. Leaving aside the basic power bonus, the additional special effects will not be weaker than those of the soul seed and natural talent. The castings of the gold system's elementary level must be carefully selected, and hard materials must be used, because the stars are all integrated into the natal magic equipment. If they are destroyed, the entire system will be half useless. Metal alloys. It seems that I can only ask some of my girlfriends who have been admitted to the school to entrust the relationship, and go to some university laboratories to customize. Lu Mei pondered and asked her younger brother to wait for the news. Then she smiled and said, "By the way, welcome home, congratulations on becoming a mage." In Bo City, summer turns to winter, and the fallen leaves are billowing in the wind. In the blink of an eye, one semester, half a year has passed. Ever since he awakened to magic, Lu Jun has devoted himself to self-cultivation. The pressure of future disasters, the desire for extraordinary power, the calm temperament honed in the previous life, and the understanding of pursuing fame and fortune have turned into a powerful driving force. The world where hard work pays off is awesome. In the first half of the semester, apart from teaching some general knowledge about monsters, the school was basically a meditation course, nothing trivial. At this time, Lu Jun was sitting cross-legged in the bedroom, immersed in meditation. The white tiger pendant on his chest exuded a platinum luster, and the warm force touched his whole body, his pores stretched, as if soaked in a hot spring. In the spiritual world, the blue stardust and platinum stardust have grown several times. Under the nourishment of this mysterious force, even if they don't meditate, they are growing rapidly. During this period of time, the white tiger pendant gave Lu Jun another surprise. It is indeed a top-level auxiliary magic tool. Even if it is damaged and has not recovered to its peak, it still has the same ability to warm and nourish stars as the Stardust Magic Tool and the Nebula Magic Tool. The so-called Stardust Magic Tool is a special magic tool, which is specially used to assist in cultivation. Normal people will get tired after 10 hours of meditation and have to rest and sleep. And even the weakest Stardust magic weapon can prolong it for a few hours and restore mental power. For powerful ones, even without training, the stardust will automatically grow in cultivation. This kind of magic weapon is extremely precious, and it is divided into elementary and intermediate levels, from stardust, to nebula, to high-level galaxy. The white tiger pendant itself is comparable to the top-grade nebula magic weapon. Intermediate wizards can quickly grow to the peak after bathing in it, let alone the newly awakened junior wizards. Crash. Water control dissolve. Suddenly, Lu Jun's eyes flashed with blue light, and the 7 stars of the water stardust were in place one after another. The water mist surged around him, and a bright blue star track passed by. Countless condensed water in the air gathered to form a water blue circulation, about 10 feet long and 2 legs wide, like a soft ribbon, wrapped around Lu Jun's body, covering most of the area, with a shiny surface which looked extremely flexible. Water is very soft, but if a person falls from a high altitude to the water surface, its hardness is no less than that of a rock, and it can fall to pieces. This is the principle of non-Newtonian fluids. Lu Jun felt that this water-based elementary magic was similar, and he was delighted that he finally mastered the first-level water defense. In addition to the 5 realms of the mage, each realm is divided into 3 levels. Magic is the same, but as the level increases, many changes are derived on the basis to strengthen the power. For example, at the 2nd level of Water Control Guardian, Lu Jun will not only condense one water belt, but several, with basically no dead ends, while at the 3rd level Water Control Circulation, the water belt will become dynamic, endlessly flowing, life and death. Unless it is destroyed in one go, it requires destruction magic above the middle level. Shuiyu can finally be released. I have mastered the 2 elementary magics of gold and water in half a year, which is faster than Mo Fan. He should only master the elementary magic of the Thunder System Thunder Seal at the moment, and he will master the 2nd magic at the end of next semester. The 2nd element is the fire element, Huozi. Mu Ningxie only mastered the 1st level ice magic in 8 months. Tisk Tisk Mo Fan put aside his natural talent, and his cultivation talent alone is not weaker than other geniuses. Lu Jun thought, of course, the 2 of them relied on their own efforts, and they didn't have any stardust magic tools at all. They waited until the 2nd year after they mastered the elementary magic, and they were borrowed from the clan and school to assist them with magic tools. So it's normal for him to progress so fast, and this is just the beginning. The Stardust magic weapon is less helpful in controlling the stars, and it will be the time to exert strength when he improves his cultivation base and magic power. His White Tiger Pendant is obviously in much better condition than Mo Fan's Green Dragon Pendant. It can be seen from the outside that the other party is like a dead thing at first. It wasn't until the second year of high school that he swallowed a school Stardust magic weapon that part of his ability was activated. Use Stardust magic weapon. And if he wants to reach the level of his White Tiger Pendant, he will have to devour the Earth Holy Spring in 2.5 years before catching up. The Bochung Earth Holy Spring is a treasure of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. The root of the disaster was only being targeted by the Black Vatican. There are still 2.5 years left, and we will strive to make the dual department a primary and secondary level in the next semester. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Jun got up from the bed, surrounded by water blue silk and satin, and the mist was hazy, like an immortal in water. Downstairs, Lu Mei sensed the fluctuation of the water element, and saw a black-haired boy coming downstairs. The water blue silk ribbon was gently wrapped, and the skin was moisturized, making it look much fairer. She immediately enviously said, "Water magicians are good, natural skin care products." Hearing this, Lu Jun was speechless. Magic is extraordinary. Shouldn't he pay attention to his magic itself? The popularity of the water system at the beginning level is not weaker than that of the thunder system. Among the 7 element systems, the only one has defensive skills at the beginning level, and the others have to wait until the middle level. Thunder and fire killing. The difference is that the thunder mark has paralysis control, the fire has continuous burning, the ice control, the soil ground wave has half control and half displacement, and the wind track has displacement. I'm just kidding. Lu Mei chuckled and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have mastered the basic skills in half a year. If it weren't for my sister, I would spend time with you and know your strengths." Surgery. Lu Jun didn't bother to pay attention to this nonsense elder sister, scattered the water guards around him, and said angrily, "I have not only mastered the water magic, but the gold magic can be released 3 months ago. If the alloy you promised is not in place, why doesn't it have any power at all?" Ah, Lu Mei became serious, and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Lu, you can't really?" Hearing this, Lu Jun was silent for a while, raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't guess, I will tell you everything when the time is right. The fewer people who know about the White Tiger Pendant, the better, but it doesn't matter when it becomes stronger. The early stage itself is actually just an auxiliary magic weapon, and the later is the basis for finding the totem. Like those aristocratic families who try their best to train a person, the resources they put out are definitely not inferior to the White Tiger Pendant, or even several times stronger." Okay, Lu Mei sighed. She felt that since the awakening of magic half a year ago, her younger brother had been preoccupied with everything, cultivating desperately, and never let go for more than 10 hours a day. To be honest, at the age of freshman in high school, this kind of self-control is too scary. Coupled with the unprecedented gold system, I think there are a lot of secrets, but she is willing to trust her brother, unconditionally. Lu Jun asked again, "Where's my alloy?" "Don't worry," Lu Mei said in pain. "It has been shipped from the laboratory. You are really a gold-swallowing beast. You need millions of resources at the beginning level, and this is because my best friend is related, and it is an experimental project to make money with derivatives." Lu Jun was equally astonished. $1 million is enough to buy a flat in a second-tier city, and it can also buy a magic shield that can resist the destruction magic of a middle-level mage. With my sister's cultivation base, throwing it on her will definitely greatly improve her strength. Lu Jun feels a little guilty, but at the same time he is very moved. Only true relatives will believe your words and accompany you crazy. This time, the family property was really thrown in, the parents' inheritance, the death pension, and the money Lu Mei earned in 2 years. I just hope that the power of the gold system when it releases magic is worthy of its investment. In the courtyard, Lu Jun finally saw the special alloy produced by the magic laboratory. It was made into the shape of an épée. It was a black and shiny strip, 4 feet long, about 1.2 meters long, and looked extremely heavy. Zhenjin, the hardest metal in the world, comes from the depths of the universe and was excavated from falling meteorites. If it didn't have any magical power and special effects, it would have been thought to be a powerful magic metal. Lu Mei introduced. Using Zhenjin as the main body and blending it with other metals to refine the alloy, its performance is extremely superior in all aspects. It can resist the power of commander-level monsters without breaking, and even high-level mages will not be damaged at all. Quote, demons are the great enemies of human beings. From the lowest level of servants, to generals, commanders, monarchs, and emperors, they correspond to the 5 major human magic realms of elementary, middle, and high levels. Normally, a monster with a strong physique, plus black magic, has the combat ability of 7 or 8 magicians. This is true for servants and monarchs, and monsters of the same level or much stronger. There are only a very small number of strong human beings who can stand alone against the monsters of the corresponding ranks, and they are basically the proud sons of heaven who are fully equipped with cultivation bases, magic tools, natural talents, and spiritual seeds. Tisk tisk tisk, this must be melted with super-level magic of the fire system. It's a big profit. Lu Jun realized how cheap this alloy could be bought for millions. Try it quickly. Lu Mei was eager to move, and urged, I haven't seen the new magic skills. If they are powerful, they may be awakened in the future. Hearing this, Lu Jun admired her, and felt that her sister had a big heart, and she was extremely confident in creating a new department for herself. Beginner-level casting artifact. Lu Jun controlled Xingzi, released the elementary magic of the gold system, and a platinum star trail slid across, like a sharp flying sword. Moreover, this white mark didn't dissipate, and turned into a phantom floating in the air, containing 7 connected stars. He picked up the heavy Zhenjin épée, and controlled the white marks to fall down with his mind, and there was a squeak. The black alloy was obviously hard and immortal, but under the action of magic, it was still like a soldering iron, leaving red lines. Buzz buzz. Lu Jun held the épée with both hands, and the platinum glow spread in his hands, brushing the long sword inch by inch, as if endowed with some kind of spirituality. After a while, his face paled, the golden stardust in his mind was dim, and his mana was exhausted. Clang! The Zhenjin épée trembled, black and glowing, as if it had been reborn, and the golden lines on the surface were intertwined, containing a kind of magical power, majestic and sacred. Success! Transformed into a magic cutting tool. Lu Jun was overjoyed. He felt that the épée in his hand could be put into the gold-type stardust to be warmed at any time. The characteristics of magic equipment are like this. After being branded, it can be absorbed into the spiritual world and turned into a mark, which will manifest reality after being filled with magic energy. It is very miraculous. The spiritual world is a bit of an independent space. The gold system can only have one exclusive magic tool, which is similar to the magic weapon of life, and it will be with you for a lifetime from then on. At this moment, the shock gold épée is brand new, the sword body pattern is golden when it is not in use, and once it enters the fighting state, it will shine with platinum brilliance, endowing it with a powerful cutting ability. Lu Mei was surprised. She didn't expect a piece of magic equipment to be directly forged. It is definitely the best in the elementary level, and its hardness is stronger than many soul-level magic equipment. The value instantly inflated several times, earning back the capital. I only have a magic shield worth hundreds of thousands, which can at most withstand a full blow from the servant-level monsters in the middle and upper reaches. Lu Jun comprehended for a moment, and smiled. After being attacked by the gold system, the gold shocking épée became harder and stronger, and it has the effect of strength, which can resist the power of the next advanced stage commander without breaking. This is immortal and immortal just around the corner. Because in the follow-up, with the promotion to middle level, high level, and super level, various metal enhancements will be gradually integrated, and even multiple effects will be attached. Isn't this the same as the natural devouring species of the Mofin rock system in the future? It's just replacing the spiritual species into minerals. It's a unique feature of the gold system. Everyone has the potential to create it. Lu Jun found a blind spot. The so-called devouring seed is actually a special kind of soul seed. Ordinary soul seeds can only have some special effects if they are extremely good, toxicity. However, when the soul seed is replaced, these effects will be replaced by the new soul seed, and the devouring seed is a special soul seed that can retain all attached effects and unity. If a person's natural talent is to devour seeds and add effects, then if he is promoted to a high level and finds spirit seeds and soul seeds, that skill will have triple effects, which is much stronger than ordinary mages. It's just that the Zhenjin épée is as hard as it is hard, and it is not the decisive factor for lethality. No matter how strong the knife is, it is just like a stick. What determines the power of the épée is magic. The first level of the gold system is the first level of magic casting kaifeng, the second level is the size, and the third level is the golden on. Come and test the power of magic, don't be a big wrong. In the yard, Lu Mei moved a 10 cm thick steel plate and urged curiously. Buzz. Seeing this, Lu Jun held up the shocking gold épée with both hands, the mana energy was injected, the platinum lines were shining, and it fell down with a bang. The brittle metal sound that was originally imagined did not happen. On the contrary, it seemed to be stuck in the mud. Although there was a little pressure, it could be cut smoothly with a little effort. With a bang, the black long sword cut through the thick steel. Cut iron like mud. Lu Jun took a deep breath, and at the same time, the already dim gold-type stardust was completely extinguished, the magic power was exhausted, and the gold-shocking sword in his hand turned into a platinum radiance and sank into his body. A sword seal in the platinum stardust was ups and downs, nourished by the warmth from the white tiger pendant. 10 cm steel plate. Lu Mei picked up 2 pieces of iron, looked at the cross-section, it was extremely smooth, and said strangely, the servant-level demon wears hard horny armor, but it should not be as hard as steel. This lethality is so terrifying. A junior Lehuo mage may still be under the heavy protection of his teammates. Only by releasing 3 or 4 skills can he kill the weaker servant-level monsters, but the gold system has the possibility of killing them with 1 move. However, Lu Mei belongs to the monster hunting team after all. She has rich experience in dealing with more than 40 monsters in the past 2 years. She immediately saw the flaws of the gold system, and frowned. Can you only get close? This system can't work, it's a big problem. A mage is too fragile, even at a super level, he may be hated if he gets close to a small servant, and close combat is rare, let alone a low level one. Lu Jun also understands the king. At the beginning level, 50 meters is the lifeline. This is about 2 or 3 seconds away from the servant level monster rushing over. This is the time for a skilled elementary mage to release magic, and the distance is exactly 50 meters away. The 2 skills went down, just blocked. In terms of lethality alone, the thunder and fire systems may not be as strong as the forged kaifeng, but they can't stand up to others with a long range. No, this department is probably abolished. Lu Mei sighed softly. Wearing a sword in close combat is like a child wielding a knife. Walking on the edge of death, the error tolerance rate is too low. And Lu Jun was also thinking, do he have the courage to raise his long sword to fight against the vicious monster? The servant-level monster is even more fierce than a tiger or leopard. He was born in a peaceful era, and he would be terrified when he saw a vicious dog. However, when Lu Jun thought of the future disasters, his eyes became firmer, and he could adapt slowly. Don't you see that Mo Fan also hunted monsters from the relatively safe city, and then went to the wild, and it was not until after disasters that he honed his peerless posture. He can also start small and grow slowly. No, Lu Jun said categorically, I want to practice the gold system, and I want to join the urban monster hunting team to sharpen. This winter vacation is an excellent opportunity to improve. Thanks to the reader Master Yi Jia for the reward of 500 points, thank you big brother, he he he. Mengxin here, by the way, a book by a big boss, the Lord of all weapons. Lu Mei resolutely refused. The urban monster hunting team is not good, you are too young, hunting monsters is not a child's play, it is a war, and it is too dangerous to use the gold system. The magical world is full of monsters, and actions such as hunting monsters naturally arise. There are probably 5 violent organizations that master magic to protect the city in a city. The strongest magic association, followed by city lords and councillors and other politics, military commanders and other military noble families, and finally, Hunter Alliance, in other words, mercenaries, dominated by folk mages, leading. Among them, the urban monster hunting team is half civil and half official. It is registered in the Hunter Alliance and hired by the government. It is relatively safe in the city. It is half of the city management to deal with some monsters who accidentally come to the city. Most of the graduates from the Magic High School first accumulate experience here, and then go out of the safe world of the city to face the monsters. It is said that Lu Jun is helpless, sometimes his sister is too protective of him. Of course, he is 16 years old, a freshman in high school, and a normal adult would not let him hunt monsters. It should be noted that even though the field experience organized by the school will be in the winter vacation of the second year of high school, Mo Fan also waited until the summer vacation of the third year of high school to join the urban monster hunting team as an intern, and deliberately made up to look old. His success is not unreasonable. He belongs to the introvert who secretly studied during the summer and winter vacations. But Lu Jun is not bad. He opened the book 1.5 years in advance. He decided to convince his sister first. You have also seen the power of the gold system. Don't give up because of choking. There is no invincible magic system. If you have advantages, you must accept its shortcomings. Furthermore, there are 4 follow-up magics of the gold system. There may not be no solutions, and the prospect is even brighter. When it is integrated with various metals, its power will skyrocket. In the future, I will always have to face demons. Lu Mei pursed her lips, barely relaxed. Seeing this, Lu Jun hit the rails while it was hot. My other element is the water element. As long as the water guard and others block the attack of the monster, my gold element can solve the problem. By the way, he remembered one thing, and said with a flash of inspiration, Sister, aren't you a wind element? Bless me with the wind track, speed up, and double protection. At this time, Lu Mei reluctantly agreed. Forget it, under my care, you have a higher chance of surviving anyway. Lu Jun asked curiously, it's been half a year since you broke through to the middle level. Have you mastered the middle level magic wind disc of the wind system? What is the awakening of the second system? I have already mastered it. 49 stars are simple. The elder sister snorted softly and said, I have awakened the rock element in the second element. I was not satisfied before, but now it seems that it can save countless lives for you. The first level ground wave of the rock system is not only a displacement skill, but also a control skill. When it is upgraded to level 3, it will form a swamp and collapse, which can stick to monsters. Sister is invincible, Lu Jun complimented obediently, and then he was a little puzzled. The intermediate level can already awaken some rare elements, why is it still an elemental element? You think I don't want to? Lu Mei's eyes were full of resentment. Awakening costs 100,000 yuan, not to mention the exclusive guide stone. You spent 1,000,000 yuan, and I can only save some money. After the words fell, Lu Jun was embarrassed and felt a little guilty in his heart. Forget it, the earth element is not bad, at least spending money can obviously become stronger. Lu Mei casually changed the subject and said, by the way, if you want to join the city's monster hunting team, you must first pass my test. Huh, what test? Follow me. Soon, the two came to the park forest, a wide field of 400 meters, but there were trees standing tall. The elder sister was wearing a white dress, tall and plump, with a gorgeous appearance, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. At this time, she was expressionless and cold. Lu Jun stood next to him with a sad face. Lu Mei said in a concentrated voice, if you can calmly dodge the trees in the dense forest with the support of the movement speed of the third-level wind track and floating shadow, without harming yourself, and hit the target leaves, I will let you join the urban monster hunting team. It is allowed to use the gold system to fight in close quarters. Her temperament suddenly changed. She stretched out her white and slender hands. Her eyes were blue, a star trail flashed across her. Her dress framed her perfect figure. She looked like a lonely and cold snow lotus on a snow mountain. Woo! A strange wind blew up in the park, and the trees trembled. The girl on the side of the road shyly covered the hem of her skirt that had been lifted up abruptly. The dust and fallen leaves covered the ground rose up, and everything moved at this moment. Wind track rush. Sister Qing drinking. She was merciful and only used the first level of wind track. With the sound of her falling, all the fallen leaves and dust flying in the park all moved towards a certain designated track. A very special airflow track appeared in the forest, covered with overlapping red leaves, like a bloody channel. This track starts from Lu Jun's position and extends to the end of the dense forest. The trees on the way are hard to stop, and they are blown down and tilted by the strong wind, and the leaves are falling. Lu Jun immediately felt a strong wind pushing behind him, and his body was extremely light, as if he could get away with a single thought. Buzz buzz. His body faltered for a while, and he suddenly rushed towards the red maple leaf wind track like lightning, and his speed soared to the extreme. Experienced magic for the first time, Lu Jun's vision was blurred, the speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly, and he didn't react to anything. Then it went dark in front of him, and it was an obstacle tree on the track. But when he realized that it was a tree, his body couldn't react, and he slammed into it. Boom! The trees trembled, and there was a loud noise. Lu Jun screamed, blood was poured out of his forehead, and he fell to the ground, dizzy. Lu Mei stopped her magic, and before she walked over, the uncles, aunts, children, and uncles around the park were all shocked and talked a lot. It's a magician. Is that the wind track of the wind system? It's so handsome. Ah! Lu Mei ignored her, and walked quickly to her younger brother. Seeing this tragic situation, she felt very distressed, but she didn't show any trace on the surface. Instead she said sternly. Did you see it? If the wind track is not a tree but a monster, you are dead now. That's it. Do you still want to play close combat? Lu Jun vaguely heard his sister's reprimand. Fortunately, the novice mage was nourished by the elements, and his body was not weaker than that of ordinary athletes, and he soon regained consciousness. Hearing this, he was silent for a while. Other mages almost didn't need to do this kind of training, because their wind track is to dodge, keep a distance back, and the wind mage plans the route so they won't run into obstacles. Only a few strong people exercise like this, and that is a matter of intermediate and high levels. But he is different, that is, to charge monsters, attack and fight, you must master it skillfully, there must be no deviation, if you make a mistake, you will die. Lu Jun suddenly remembered a sentence, precise or not as the difference between slaughter and killing. To use the gold system, you have to accept its shortcomings. He stood up and said, come again. Lu Mei smiled, but said, this is just the beginning. I will ask you to step on the wind track, release the water defense at the same time, and swing the long sword at the same time, so as to train it into muscle memory. Most magicians may not be able to control the stars to release magic when they see the monsters. The star trails have been disconnected many times, and they are masters in small towns who can calmly cast spells. But Lu Jun has to go one step further, and his mentality must be honed to be as stable as Mount Tai. Under the setting sun in winter, one of the siblings releases magic while the other practices adaptation. Passers-by watch curiously, and the picture freezes. In the original book, Mo Fan joined the City Demon team at the end of his second year of high school, and the field training organized by the school came first. Some said the end of the second quarter of high school, and some said that the second half of the year of high school was over. For the sake of smooth plot, I set it around the winter vacation of the first semester of the second year of high school. In the blink of an eye, the winter vacation has passed for a month. Obviously it is the south, but the dense forest in the park is as bare as the north, showing a bit of bleakness. Master Magician. Hey, many people in this park have complained, and we can't help it. Why don't you go to another venue for training? I have a special venue here. A middle-aged man in police uniform bowed his head and said on the grass. It's okay. Lu Mei expressed her understanding, and said with a smile, we've finished training. Ah, that's good, I won't bother you. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, turned and left. Lu Mei looked at Lu Jun who was lying on the ground panting, his whole body was dirty and his skin was bruised everywhere. She was both distressed and relieved that her brother's progress this month was astonishing. The abruptness of wind track and flash step, and Piaoying's ghost are completely adapted to it, even to the point of hitting fallen leaves with a wooden stick. In fact, with the reaction speed of a mage, as long as you get used to magic and calm your mind, you will be able to adapt quickly. But the younger brother's hard work is also indispensable, basically draining the magic power of her wind nebula every day before giving up. As a result, her wind system has improved significantly, and she has mastered the basic magic wind track with a high degree of proficiency. Lu Jun struggled to get up, and while taking out the ointment, he asked, is the urban management here? It's not a big problem, is it? Yes, just don't move, I'll do it. Lu Mei suddenly stopped his actions, bent and half-kneeled in front of her, hugged her younger brother domineeringly into her arms, grabbed the ointment with her slender hands, smeared the ointment on her jade fingers, and gently wiped his bruises. This time Lu Jun was caught off guard and fell into a warm embrace. He sniffed the quiet body fragrance, felt the soft heat on his face, raised his head slightly, and saw Lu Maichao's gentle face. The exhaustion accumulated over the past 6 months surged up. He was half asleep and half awake with his eyes narrowed, his heart throbbed, and he felt extremely relieved. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Mei finished wiping off the ointment, but she didn't make a sound to wake her younger brother up, just hugging him like this. She lowered her eyes quietly. Lu Jun always hides a lot of things, as if carrying a heavy burden. She knows it all, and can only express comfort with this kind of behavior. After a while, the communicator in Lu Mei's pocket suddenly flickered, and she opened it with a frown. Lu Jun woke up and struggled to get up, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's opened." My sister raised her brows slightly after checking it out. "About the urban monster hunting team, your internship opportunity has come." Hearing this, Lu Jun's heart was burning with enthusiasm and he was in high spirits. What did he train so hard for so long? It was not to slay demons. This wave, Galawan swordsman makes his debut. Lu Mei calmly said, "You will follow the instructions when the action takes place, and prepare the castings of the gold system in advance, and tell everyone that it is the magic killing equipment I configured for you." Based on their knowledge, they can't tell that it is a new magic system. The gold system has this advantage: it is better to disguise as a magic tool. Unlike Mo Fan, everyone knows that the Thunder Seal is born with dual systems, and it is only at the mid-level awakening of the Shadow system that it can be concealed a little, but it can't last long. Secondly, the gold magic can be summoned in advance, so that you don't have to rush to control the stars after the hand-to-hand combat, but the shortcoming is not long enough. With Lu Jun's first-level Stardust magic power, it can be released for about 10 minutes. Lu Jun usually uses a wooden sword to slash in training. The two of them didn't stay long, and if the urban monster hunting team was late, the citizens would have more potential dangers. Lu Mei used her style to hurry, shuttling through the streets and alleys, causing countless people to look at her. Lu Jun is in good condition. The magic energy of the two lines is close to full. A few scrapes and bruises are irrelevant, and the water magician moisturizes the skin. No matter what the injury is, it will not leave calluses and scars, and he can participate. In a minute or two, they came to the scene. It was a relatively remote commercial street with average flow of people. People often reported that the sewers in this place made strange gnawing noises, accompanied by a bad smell. Originally, the police came several times but couldn't find the root cause, and ignored it when they saw no danger. Until not long ago, 7 or 8 stray dogs died in a nearby alley, bloody and devoured, and were spotted by passers-by and called the police. The police hastily handed it over to the urban monster hunting team. There is a high probability that the sewer is the giant-eyed gorilla. Fortunately, it was discovered in time and did not harm humans. Lu Mei breathed a sigh of relief. While she was on her way just now, she explained the matter clearly to her younger brother. Before the two could start their actions, the other 3 members of the urban monster hunting team arrived, 1 male and 2 females. The man's face is simple and honest, with a solid and reliable appearance. The 2 women have a round face and a short, delicate appearance, and the other is tall and gorgeous, with a hot temperament and dyed red hair. "You guys came just in time. This is my younger brother, a water magician who has mastered the first level of water control." Seeing her teammates coming, Lu Mei greeted them and introduced them one by one. This male mage is called Shu Yan, an elementary mage of the Earth system, and the one with the round face is called Mu Yuan, a subsidiary of the Mu family in Bocheng, an elementary ice mage. The mage, the tallest one, is Li Sha, an elementary fire mage, responsible for team output. Lu Jun glanced at the 3 of them, and took their seats one by one, muttering to himself that he had no impression, probably not the team that Mo Fan joined a year and a half later. And he can't remember the names of the members of Mo Fan City's monster hunting team. They are all playing tricks. This is, of course, a city with a population of 1 million. It is impossible for a few junior mages to manage everything and set up a team for each block. The 3 of them had no objection to his sudden joining. "Just kidding. My sister is a middle-level magician, and she is considered number 1 in the entire Bo City. The urban monster hunting team has reached its peak at the beginning level. Intermediate mages will not stay in a mere city monster hunting team, go to a big city to work part-time, and earn more money in a month than in a year. No matter how bad it is, transfer to the wild monster hunting group, and the strength will increase rapidly." Lu Mei happened to be stuck in this position. The resources of the small city were not rich enough, and the people above occupied them, so they couldn't afford to support more mages, so there was a high probability that they would go to the big city to develop in the end. "Obviously, my sister is so outstanding. That's probably why Lu Jun didn't see a similar name in the original novel. After all, the novel can't reflect the real world. Besides, as far as he knew, his parents seemed to have some relationship with the Lu family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families in Shanghai. Li Sha approached Lu Jun on catwalks, and exaggeratedly said, "Captain Lu, this is your younger brother, a 16-year-old little brother, I can do it." As soon as these words came out, Lu Mei became vigilant. She stood her body to separate the two, and warned, "Don't make trouble with him, do you know if you break the law?" The red-haired sister Yu covered her mouth and snickered. She didn't believe that there were any young men who could resist her charm, and she just had no chance for the time being. Mu Yuan with a round face was shy and did not speak, without the temperament of a big family at all, while Shu Yan nodded with a smile and said, "Hello." Zheng Lu said hello to everyone one by one, and the few people were very relaxed. On the one hand, the staff had already dispersed, and on the other hand, the mid-level mage was the finale, and he was not afraid of a dozen servants. Not to mention the giant-eyed orangutan who is at the lower end of the slave level. Lu Jun has taken demon classes, and knows that this is a monster that lives in the soil for a long time, and is an expert at digging burrows. He prefers to live in places where the city's sewers cannot find it. His net can be extended, and his eyes can emit dark red beams that penetrate. Like miscellaneous rats, this thing reproduces extremely fast and has strong survivability. There will be a few of them hidden in the soil of underground tunnels and garbage dumps in a city. They usually only eat human leftovers, unless they are hungry to a certain extent. Can eat people, belongs to the cowardly and ubiquitous monster. So when Lu Mei heard about the case, her first judgment was the giant-eyed orangutan monster. In a remote commercial street, Lu Jun took a deep breath and relaxed the muscles tensed due to excitement. With his normal strength, it is very easy to kill the giant-eyed orangutan by himself, unless the one-eyed magic wolf, the enemy of Bo City, and the ordinary wolf species of the tribe have the upper-level strength of servants. The magic world is not peaceful. There are monsters and enemies everywhere, such as the undead in the ancient capital, the sea monsters in the magical capital, and Bocheng is a pack of wolves. The Wolf King from Nanling has completely crushed Bocheng and threatened several people in Zhejiang province. City. If humans hadn't invented the enchantment, with a certain kind of natural material and earth treasure as the core, it would emit a wave of energy feared by monsters, so that monsters below the commander level would automatically avoid them, and the monarch level would not provoke them if nothing happened. I am afraid that the living space of human beings will be reduced by more than half. Li Sha glanced at the dark alley between 2 rows of high-rise buildings. The entrance was stained with blood. She asked, "Who will go in first, check the situation, and seduce the demon?" Originally, this task should belong to the Wind Mage, who has always been a scout. Lu Mei used to take the lead, but it is a pity that it is not appropriate to perform such a dangerous task after being promoted to the middle level. At the back of the team, casting powerful mid-level magic is the kingly way. Shu Yan raised his head and said, "Why don't I come?" The ground wave of the Earth system is the first level, and the moving speed is not slow. Just when Lu Mei refused and planned to fight in person, Lu Jun spoke up and volunteered, "Sister, I'll do it." After saying that, several people in the team frowned. Li Sha teased and said, "Little brother, can you do it?" Lu Mei looked at Lu Jun's firm gaze, recalled the effect of the training, and said vigorously, "Okay, it's you." The other 3 were slightly startled. They thought that Dui Lu had brought his younger brother here to increase his knowledge and check his qualifications. They didn't expect a 16-year-old boy to take on such a heavy responsibility. Walking on the edge of danger, if you are not careful, you will die. Mu Yuan and the others persuaded, "Captain, children are just pushy, don't take it seriously. Since he came to hunt monsters, he will be treated equally. I let him come because he is stronger than you all and has more self-protection ability." Lu Mei calmly said that her younger brother's persistence during this time has moved her. In her opinion, she already has the elements of a strong person, talent and persistence, and the rest is the experience and mentality that have been honed slowly. When she said this, the team members couldn't refute. It's just that everyone was surprised when Lu Jun skillfully controlled Xingzi and released the first level water magic water control in 2.5 seconds. Li Sha couldn't believe it. "I'm only a freshman, how can this casting speed be faster than those of us veterans?" Normal students barely released their magic until the end of the first semester of senior high school, slowly swallowing the control star, and being able to release it in about 4 or 5 seconds is considered excellent. Lu Mei realized that Lu Jun's talent was a bit unnatural, and wrote lightly, "I helped him awaken during the summer vacation after he graduated from junior high school." Oh. Shu Yan and others suddenly realized that they had 3 months of summer vacation, 6 months of last semester, 1 month of winter vacation, and mastered elementary magic in 10 months, with good talents. Lu Jun chuckled, "There is a mid-level elder sister, so everything is easy to explain." At this moment, his body was misty with mist, and a long glistening blue water silk ribbon wrapped around him, covering most of the area with a wide curved face. The Zhenjin épée in his hand had been summoned a few minutes ago. The black blade was wrapped with wisps of water, and he was fully armed. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jun raised his sword and stepped into the old alley. His face was calm. Based on the book knowledge, the Scarlet Ray inspired by the giant-eyed gorilla, the first-level water defense diffuses enough to resist at once, and there is nothing terrible. Soon he saw a little blood on the ground all the way to the end of the darkness, and at the same time heard a strange vibration, like the sound of digging a tunnel. Wait, is it possible that the tunnel has already been dug? Lu Jun remembered something. About the disaster in Bo City 2.5 years later, it stands to reason that there is an enchantment, and it is impossible for the one-eyed magic wolf tribe to invade in the wild. Even if it is violated, the city will not be defeated in one blow with the enchantment protection. It was the Black Vatican, who ordered people to dig sewers in various parts of Bo City, dig tunnels in advance, and introduce wolves from the outside world to break through in one fell swoop. Of course, the main purpose of digging the tunnel is to steal the holy spring, which happens to be underground in the Yinmao building in Bocheng. Is there a sign so soon? I remember the first time there was a strange vibration in the sewer. 1.5 years later, 1 or 2 people died in the cafeteria of the girls' magic high school where Mo Fan went with the city's hunting team. Lu Jun was stunned, realizing that this place might be a tunnel. However, he didn't plan to report it to the Magic Association after dealing with the giant-eyed gorilla, because it would be to scare the snake away. Don't forget that Muhi is a big shot in Bocheng, and he is protected by the other party. Today, he was found in one tunnel, and he was beaten in another the next day. He might even act more secretly, helping the Black Holy See to check for gaps and make up for it. Not to mention that Muhi is at least a high-level mage secretly. If he and his sister are targeted because of this matter, they will all die. And this is not a flaw. The Black Holy See is too smart to cover up its actions under the activities of the giant-eyed gorilla. No one can contact them without knowing it. Even if the monsters here are making noise, it's just to confirm the approximate range. The sewers are intricate and the stench is so unbearable that no one will go down to explore. Lu Jun pondered. Ever since he knew he was in Bo City, he wanted to break the situation of the Black Vatican all the time. In his opinion, the tunnel is the key. As long as the monsters pouring out of the city are blocked, the barrier of Bo City's military strength against foreign enemies will not be a problem. It collapses at the touch of a finger. The best way is to step on the spot in advance, a dozen tunnels, and wait a few days before the disaster breaks out to destroy them in one go, so that the Black Vatican has no choice but to launch, but it cannot achieve perfect results. As for how to pinpoint the time to attack, it is related to an iconic scene in the original book. After the winter vacation, you will be able to witness the cause in the first semester of high school. Lu Jun wrote down this with a calm expression, and at the same time thought about going back to check the case files of the city's monster hunting team. As long as there are keywords such as shock and giant-eyed gorilla, it is one of the authentic ones. He went deep into the alley, and suddenly heard the strange noise stop, a suffocating silence spread, and the darkness ahead became deeper and deeper, accompanied by the smell of the sewer. Then Lu Jun saw a forest blue eye emerge from the darkness in front of him. The pupil was as big as a basketball, and the sarcoma all over the eye turned, making one's skin crawl all over. It took a step, and half of its body was revealed, with a neck as big as a person embracing a thick tree. Its head and neck were completely indistinguishable, only a basketball-sized eye and a big bloody mouth on its head. Its body length is nearly 3 meters by visual inspection, reaching the chest position of an adult. Buzz buzz. Almost at the same time that Lu Jun found it, its basketball pupils were shrinking violently, as if they were condensing something, and quickly turned scarlet. When the energy reached a critical point, a scarlet light shot out from the monster's pupils. Rumble. After Lu Jun had been training for so long, he had already developed a muscle response. With his body turned slightly to one side, the scarlet beam passed by and hit the wall on the left, creating a scorched black hole. He smelled the burnt smell of the air, and the blood in his body was burning little by little, boiling with danger and stimulation. His face was distorted, it was a mixture of fear and killing intent. Chapter 11. At the edge of the alley, the four teammates noticed almost the moment Lu Jun attacked, but the narrow terrain was not easy to step into. It would be ridiculous if they were smashed into a bunch of candied haws by a scarlet beam. Careful, the key is that Lu Mei is reliable, she shouted, and drew the magic with her slender hands. A cyan star track passed by, pointing at Lu Jun, to bless her younger brother. This time she cast a third-level wind track. Wind track floating shadow. Woohoo! The surrounding streets were savagely windy, and the clothes of the four of them were fluttering, and they saw blurry and transparent air ducts spreading in the alley ahead, and even the walls on both sides had vertical and horizontal air ducts. Like a wind grid, like a subway map extending in all directions. The third-level wind track, the moving speed can reach the point of leaving afterimages, and there is more than one wind track. The next moment, Lu Jun enjoyed a huge blessing, and his body was light and light, as if he was about to ascend into the sky. Water control, wind track, shock gold épée. He looked at the giant-eyed orangutan in the darkness in the distance, and a crazy thought flashed through his mind. Some people are in danger, can't move their legs, sit down and wait to die. Some people run away quickly, and some people fight back subconsciously. Obviously he is such a person. Crash. With a low growl, Lu Jun's figure flickered, and he rushed towards the servant-level monster, stepping on the wind track, pulling out afterimages behind him, and the water ribbon wrapped around his body was pulled back under the strong wind pressure. Blue water flow. He held the shocking gold épée backwards, the platinum patterns lit up, and the blade slanted down, drawing a dark arc of light. The sharp sword cry rang in Lu Jun's ears for a long time, and then gradually faded away. The picture in front of him slowed down, everything seemed to be still, everything was silent. At this moment, Lu Jun had already adapted to the five senses at this speed. He only saw the ugly monster in front of him. He saw the giant-eyed gorilla's pupils shrinking slowly, and another scarlet beam shot out. He stared at his feet, leaned up to the wall, and flew over the wall. The slow, scarlet beam was left behind. 1 year later, in practice activities, Zhang Xiaohu was able to fly over the cliff with the acceleration of the first-level wind track, and now he can go up the stairs vertically with the third-level wind track. Almost instantly, Lu Jun ran along the wall in front of the giant-eyed orangutan, holding the shocking gold épée with both hands behind his back, his body forming a right angle with the long sword. Standing upright against the giant rat monster, the white gold edge of the sword burst out, and sank into the flesh and blood. With a puff, he thought it would be like cutting steel and sinking into the mud, but who knows that the speed of the wind track and the sharpness of the gold system are like cutting tofu, and it slashes across the entire body of the monster along the spine of the giant-eyed orangutan in one breath. When Lu Jun released the force from his hands, he left the wall and landed in a circle in midair. The water goddess wrapped around his body scattered flowers, and blue water flowers bloomed. Immediately afterwards, he turned his back on the giant rat monster indifferently, stood up slowly, and with a flick of his wrist, the water imperial silk belt slid across the long sword, throwing out a blood-colored sword flower, and the black épée was shining. In a moment, a line of blood appeared on the forehead of the giant-eyed orangutan, and its huge body split into two halves and fell down. The screen freezes. Li Sha and the others walked into the alley next to the wall when Lu Jun charged. Seeing this scene completely, the red-haired sister Yu couldn't stop screaming, her eyes almost turned into peach hearts, and said, "It's so handsome, my sister is at my peak." Xu Yan and Mu Yuan looked at Lu Jun at the end, with a dazed expression, extremely shocked. Even Lu Mei was slightly stunned, seeing the back of her younger brother in a daze, like a peerless and powerful man who stood up to heaven and earth, showing his sharpness. The four of them were like soy sauce. Li Sha originally thought that Master Lehuo mastered destruction and was a big showman, but now it seems that a wretched man who hides behind and casts magic is not a man. A real man would have to raise his sword and fight the demon in close quarters. Several blue water bands on both sides of the alley extended to Lu Jun's body at the end, and it hadn't even fallen off after killing the demon. Gallowin swordsman. Breath of water. Lu Jun's boiling blood gradually cooled down. He himself couldn't believe that he could do such a feat. He deeply admired himself for being able to act aggressively after killing the enemy. He carefully comprehended his state of mind, as if he had broken some kind of restraint, and he was completely fearless in the face of similar monsters, killing them with ease, and the guaranteed water shield hadn't been broken yet. Even Lu Jun doesn't usually use this kind of fighting method, but relying on the flexibility of the wind track, he can hit the target with one blow and travel thousands of miles away. If this alley is not narrow and only the brave can win, he would not take such a risk. The lethality of the gold system is really extraordinary. As long as you have the courage to raise your sword, it will give you back a piece of heaven and earth. Shu Yan walked up to the corpse of the giant-eyed orangutan monster, looked at the firm fascia and smooth flesh, shook his head, looked at the gold-shocking épée in Lu Jun's hand, and said enviously, "This magic killing tool is so powerful." None of them doubted that there was a sister Futomo, and it was only normal to equip a younger brother who only had defensive skills with a magic weapon. They, a group of young mages with an average elementary level and second level, are really not enough for Lu Jun to kill. Lu Mei regained her senses from the stunning sword strike, walked into her brother's side, and said angrily, "Don't go up alone in the future, and get out immediately when you encounter a monster. How come you are not injured?" She touched Lu Jun's whole body with worried hands. "Sister." Lu Jun was quite embarrassed. One second he was a fierce swordsman, and the next second he became a little boy who relied on his sister. Li Sha approached at the side, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Should the little man take off his clothes tonight and let my sister check her body?" Seeing this, Lu Mei glared at her, and ordered her teammates to check the alley to see if there were any omissions, and if there was nothing, she would go back to work. Shu Yan and Mu Yuan immediately released their magic, Earth Wave and Ice Creep. Soon, the ground in the alley squirmed, and the earthy yellow brilliance was revealed. Layers of waves went to the depths of the darkness. A stream of frost penetrated into the sewer, ice covered the manhole cover, and there was a rattling sound from below. This is the flexible use of elementary magic, as a means of detection. Otherwise, if a mage's fragile body is close to search, a monster will suddenly appear and he will not know how to die. Lu Jun ignored the two of them. After this battle, he felt that the gold-type stardust seemed to be getting brighter, and the gold-shocking épée in his hand became more sharp after being baptized by blood. The actual combat really sharpens the magic, and it won't take long to break through the first level and second level after a few more times. He thought, the second level of the gold system is called size, which can change the size of the vessel created, but the upper and lower limits of the initial level of cultivation should not exceed 3 times. The nearly 4-meter-long sword, cut across the front of the body, is a large gate plate, which can be called invincible at the beginning level because of its strong alloy defense power. Just as Shu Yan and the two of them finished checking one after another, the white tiger pendant on Lu Jun's chest suddenly vibrated. In his field of vision, a faint blue light like a firefly appeared on the body of the giant-eyed orangutan, as small as a candle, slowly drifting towards the pendant around his neck as if he had been called. It's a servant-level remnant soul. Others can't see this scene at all, unless the black magic undead mage can perceive it. I didn't expect the white tiger pendant to have the same function as Mo Fan's little loach, to collect demon souls. Lu Jun was overjoyed, and continued to regret. It's a pity that it's not a spirit, and the remnant soul is not worth much, and the servant-level remnant soul is at most 10,000 yuan. The so-called spirit is the complete soul of the demon, which contains most of the origin, and the probability of production is extremely low. There may not be 1 in 100, and the energy is equivalent to dozens of times the remnant soul. As for the value, just a random servant-level spirit costs 5 million. Why so expensive? That's why spirits have many magical uses, such as Stardust Magic Tool, which is made with demon spirits of the same level. That is to say, the ordinary Stardust Magic Weapon is at least tens of millions, and the Nebula Magic Weapon is tens of millions. One can imagine how powerful the White Tiger Pendant is. Secondly, it is not easy to collect. Either only necromancers can collect it, or the special magic equipment Dead Soul Vessel. Both are priceless, and domestic necromancers are scarce. Seeing that there were no other hidden dangers, Lu Jun and the others withdrew from the alley. Someone would take care of the monster's corpse, and those fur eyes were worth a lot of money. Individuals such as different blood and bones can be used as magic material, which is similar to the concept of remnant souls. The difference is in the spiritual aspect and the physical aspect, and the value is far less than that of the Stardust magic weapon. This wave of action counted about 100,000 yuan including municipal money. Since Lu Jun solved it alone, the other three received a symbolic errand fee, totaling 30,000 yuan. The rest belonged to the siblings, not counting the remnant souls, and they earned 70,000 at once. It is conceivable how rich the rewards are for hunting monsters, but the danger is very high. Lu Mei smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to register with the Hunters Alliance. This action will be recorded in your resume, and you will be able to get the title of a junior hunter. It will be easier to get in and out when you go to the wild in the future." A group of people separated, and the siblings came to the Hunter Hall, which felt like a big stock hall, and also like a job fair site, with people coming and going. There is a huge LCD screen hanging on the wall of the Hunter Hall, on which the latest reward is announced, and the price of the reward is marked on the back. The lowest reward is 100,000, and the highest reward can reach 1 million. There are many more teams recruiting mages. The Iron Soul team is out hunting monsters, and we are in urgent need of experienced wind magicians. Hurry up. Assist the military mage at the Snow Mountain Station to clean up a lair of one-eyed magic wolf. There are more than 50 adult servants and monsters. The fire system provides strong support. Is there any white magic healing system mage? Someone is dying. Lu Jun watched it with a full sense of sight, and it was quite like the shouting of the internet cafe era, Dungeons, and World of Warcraft. Not long after, Lu Jun successfully registered as a hunter at the counter, and he saw some hunters around his sister. They all invited Lu Mei to join the wild monster hunting team, and there was a shortage of mid-level mages in Bo City. "Join us, how about getting 30% of the share?" "No, I have no plans to go out into the wild for the time being." Lu Mei shook her head and refused, and several middle-aged hunting captains left with regret. Seeing this, Lu Jun realized her sister's predicament. Bo Chung couldn't afford to support middle-level mages. In order to take care of him, Lu Mei's strength would stagnate. This is unacceptable for a 21-year-old mid-level talent. Tell my sister to ignore him and join various wild monster hunting teams. Don't say that Lu Mei disagreed. Even Lu Jun felt unreliable, but he knew that every one of those monster hunting teams was better than the other, and there were not many good ones. People in the wild are really ineffective. There are many dark things, especially in this magical world. If you go to Shanghai, the salary of some production positions is only a bit higher than that of the urban monster hunting team. For Lu Mei, it is not a million-level resource. Big effect. Now he really felt how difficult it was for a commoner boy to move in the wizarding world. Unfortunately, the soul link of the white tiger pendant cannot be lent to my sister. "Sister, how about I go to the wild with you?" When Lu Mei walked in, he murmured, "Mage Fengtu is in charge of running and controlling, and Mage Shujin is in charge of defending and killing. A team of 2 is no weaker than a team of mages. At that time, we will recruit 1 or 2 people who know the basics." "Brother, how old are you? You are only at the first level of cultivation, and the 2 of you are going to the wild." Lu Mei felt amused, and said, "The wild is different from the city. The monsters in the city are rats. Everyone beats them. If 1 or 2 get together, it will be a big deal. In the wild, human beings are mice. Wandering among the monster tribes, it's normal to encounter 7 or 8 slave-level monsters at once. If you're unlucky, there will be more than a dozen or 1 nest 50. It's really unlucky." A group of monsters with more than 50 nests passed by. They are only counted as adult servants. The number ranges from 2,500 to 10,000. There are many generals and commanders. She said earnestly, "I know what you think. Wait until when you are at the 2nd level of water defense guardianship, you can resist 3 or 4 scarlet beams." Hearing this, Lu Jun felt heavy in his heart and felt great pressure. He couldn't let his sister waste her youth in vain and accumulate a little more strength in peacetime, otherwise the future would be difficult to say. The two returned home all the way. Lu Mei saw that the black-haired boy was still frowning. She stretched out her jade hand, pinched her younger brother's slightly fleshy cheek, and said affectionately, "Okay, it's not your turn to worry about my affairs. Your task now is to study hard and strive to be admitted to a top university, so you don't have to struggle like my sister and me." Lu Jun shook off his sister's clutches, and said displeased, "Oh, I'm not a child anymore." He secretly made up his mind that Lu Mei is now at the intermediate level of the wind system, already able to cast magic, and the primary level of the earth system. The new department is repaired to the third level of elementary school. There is no longer any delay in the future. Raise funds early to rent a nebula-level magic weapon, so that her second system can break through the middle level as soon as possible. In fact, Lu Jun knew that with Lu Mei's talent, she could enter a double first-class university when she graduated at the age of 18, but on the one hand, she stayed to take care of him, and on the other hand, even if she entered without enough funds, she would soon fall behind others. That's right, Lu Jun remembered one thing, and specially ordered, "You can take the 70,000 yuan, and you don't need to rent me the Stardust magic weapon." "Oh, yes." Lu Mei nodded and said, "Your progress is enough for the school's sophomores to borrow your Stardust magic weapon to practice. It's not bad that you have my demeanor back then, a top student." Hearing this, Lu Jun hesitated to speak. "Forget about my sister's misunderstanding, let's just misunderstand." In his hand is the white tiger pendant, the top of the nebula magic weapon, and his cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds, surpassing the school's magic weapon by a few blocks. If it weren't for the fact that the mental power of a beginner magician is far inferior to that of an intermediate magician, the efficiency of cultivation would be a bit worse. In half a year, the first and third grades of the two departments would be easy. With the help of my little Loach, it was almost at this speed. The white tiger pendant is not weaker than the little Loach at that time, but the beginning level mages start slowly and normally, and after the middle level, with experience and high mental power, it will be faster to learn the new system. Time passed, and in the last half-month of the winter vacation, Lu Jun did not encounter any more reports of demons from the city's monster hunting team, so he devoted himself to hard work. Not long after he discovered the movement of the Black Vatican's sewers, a light-colored warning was sounded outside the city. But it's not a big problem. Compared with the Bloody City level alert 2.5 years later, it's a trivial matter. However, some signs are gradually revealed, and the original work is still causing panic at this time. Now, although he is eager to participate in killing monsters and contribute his strength, it is impossible for the military mage to let a child of him come, so he gives up. Finally, the first semester of senior high school started, and he naturally returned to school. In Class 18, Grade 1, the students gathered one after another, happily discussing the winter vacation and Chinese New Year, and the topic gradually shifted to bragging about the progress of magic. "I can already control 2 stars. "What, only 2? I already have 3. Zhao Kunsen caught a glimpse of Mu Bai's expression, and immediately jumped out with dog legs and sneered, "You 2 and 3 are so brave. Mu Bai has already mastered 5 stars, and in the next semester, he can reach 7 by fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. 1. Master elementary magic. I'm stupid, Mu Bai is so hanging. 5. How did you cultivate? It's amazing. I heard that Xu Zayading, the most powerful student of the 7th class in the school, has only mastered 5 stars. Feeling the discussion of the students around him, Mu Bai felt a little flustered, pretending to be reserved, thinking that Zhao Kunsen's praise was too qualified. After the achievement, I spread the propaganda all over the street to fall into the lower class, and only pretended to be just right. Lu Jun returned to school, looking at a group of young and lively students full of smiles. His expression was a little dazed, and he couldn't react for a while. One second it was hard training that was almost masochistic, bloody and brutal close-to-hand fighting of monsters, and the next second it was facing a peaceful and happy campus life, Spider-Man. He was a little silent, wondering how much the group of people in front of him would live in 2.5 years. He even shook his head and sighed when he heard his classmates talking about the god of learning, Xu Zayading. By the end of the 3rd year of high school, even with the script of Tianzhao, the situation turned sharply downwards. When disaster struck, all parents and grandmothers in the family died. After the Magic City finally returned to normal life, and had a woman worthy of love for a lifetime, he met the Black Vatican again. in order to get revenge, actively track and kill. The fate is self-evident. The Black Church set up a trap against Mo Fan, but Shuzeating blocked the disaster, and was cruelly refined into a black beast, a monster that rebelled against human relations. Later, he was controlled by the Black Vatican with evil intentions, and killed his girlfriend with his own hands. There are countless similar examples. He's not strong enough yet. If he can protect himself in the future, he wouldn't mind getting a hand when he meets him. When Lu Jun walked into the classroom, with his handsome appearance, several girls were about to say hello, but they felt intimidated by his fierce demeanor. The aura is hard to say. Just like a college student who has just graduated, the bookishness is immediately recognized by others, but after being in the society for a few years, the thinking and mentality are completely different, and the demeanor and behavior that radiate is another. Lu Jun was sitting in his seat, and there were no classmates around to show off. He always felt that this guy was unfamiliar, as if he couldn't make a move in front of him. Soon, Mo Fan came, high-spirited and smug. He caught a glimpse of Lu Jun's eyes lit up, and sat down beside him regardless of his aura. "Old Lu, how was your winter vacation?" Mo Fan frowned, and when he pouted his butt, Lu Jun knew that he was going to pretend. Ever since they knew the secret of each other's dual-line birth, the two have each intentionally approached each other, plus they came from similar environments in previous lives, so they got along pretty well, and their relationship is considered good. Seeing that Lu Jun hadn't revealed his secret for half a year later, Mo Fan was also very relieved. He was completely relieved and regarded him as a friend, and climbed up the pole, mouthful of old Lu Huan. As for why it is not called Lu Jun, Mo Fan once complained that the surname is Jia Jun, just like a country with a good life. Goosebumps arose when a man took one bite at a time. Lu Jun didn't care about it, and wrote lightly, "Could it be that you have mastered elementary magic during the winter vacation? Seeing that your fire department has stagnated in the first half of the semester, your thunder department." When the words fell, Mo Fan was taken aback, feeling aggrieved, and whispered, "You can see this, it's boring." He felt that this guy was like a roundworm in his stomach, and he couldn't hide any secrets from Lu Jun. Seeing this, Lu Jun knew that Mo Fan was the real king of scrolls. This winter vacation, he not only mastered the thunder magic, but also stayed in the library for a month. He barely knew all the common sense of the magic world by heart. "Wait," Mo Fan realized something, and said with a strange look, "You are not shocked, is the water system also?" Lu Jun didn't answer, just smiled without saying a word. "Hey, my brother is really strong." Mo Fan smiled awkwardly, touched his chin and said, "Your water defense, my thunder and fire destroy, Zhang Xiaohu's wind blessing, team up with the iron triangle." As soon as Zhang Xiaohu was mentioned, the other party came, and said with a naive look, "Brother Lu, Brother Fan, how is the new semester?" Before Lu Jun could reply, the noisy environment of the classroom suddenly subsided and became extremely quiet. Lu Jun was puzzled, looked around, and found that Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu, Mu Bai and other boys looked dull, and they all looked at the classroom platform. "Good morning, students, your magic practice class and the teacher is sick at home to recuperate. From today onwards, I will give you a magic practice class. My name is Tangyu." At this time, a mature and somewhat bright voice came over. Hearing this, Mr. Lu understood. Looking at the podium, there was a female teacher wearing orthodox professional OL clothing, black narrow-fitting suit and short skirt, outlining a beautiful figure with bulging front and back. A majestic and beautiful mountain rises between the white chest, which is ready to emerge. It is very doubtful that the small buttons on the chest can really withstand the turbulent waves. The new teacher Tangyu has a charming appearance and a temperament. She has a very standard melon-seeded face, willow leaf eyebrows, and seductive eyes. Even Lu Jun was amazed. If Lu Mei is a typical Yuji, who is both stable and gentle, then Tangyu in front of her is a mature young woman. She is very capable at first glance, a peach that is so ripe that it is about to burst. The age is obviously 24 or 5 years old. Lu Jun looked at her and couldn't tell who was older between her and her sister for a while. Of course, he didn't look at the woman's appearance too much. Knowing the original book, he knew Tangyu's hidden identity was not simple. As a member of the Judgment Council, he investigated traces of the Black Vatican in Bo City, and deliberately sneaked into Bo City under the guise of identity to search. It's just that Tangyu stayed there for 2 years and found nothing. She left Bochung before the disaster, and the only thing she did was provide shelter for Mo Fan in high school. The Judgment Council is an institution directly under the Magic Association, representing the will of the Magic Association. It has the most combat power and handles various difficult problems secretly, especially the Black Church, which has the unquestionable supreme ruling power. Every member in it is a leader in the middle-level field. With huge resources, it is almost the most dreamed sacred place for all hardworking magicians. Regarding the Trial Council, it's not that Lu Jun has never thought about reporting the Black Vatican anonymously, but he thought about the situation of the Hangzhou Trial Council from Tangyu and let it go. The Judgment Council in Hangzhou is basically one of the largest in China, and is in charge of Bochung and other cities in Fujian and Zhejiang provinces. The problem is that there will be traitors from the Black Vatican in the Hangzhou trial. There are 2 high-level people with names and surnames, a secretary to a Hangzhou councillor, and a presiding judge in a second-tier city. Lu Jun racked his brains to collect his memory, and when he found this phenomenon, he was speechless. Bo City is not something that can be settled by a few middle-level or even high-level judges. Except for demons, the strength of the Black Vatican should not be underestimated. They even know exactly how many people you mobilized. How to fight. The report also scares the snake. Tangyu can be trusted, and it's fine to give the feedback to the trial committee, and you have to choose a suitable time to contact her. Lu Jun looked at the glamorous female teacher on the podium, and sighed. Trouble. Human beings in the magic world are rotten, no matter where they escape, it's the same. Hangzhou and Shanghai are even more problematic. Besides, he is in Bo City, and his family is not a big family. It is very difficult to transfer schools. If he wants to go to a school of magic, he has to finish high school. Everyone, get ready to go to the playground, I'll show you some basic magic. Tang Yu said kindly with a bright smile, and led a group of students to the magic practice field. Brothers, please ask for water-type spiritual species, name plus special effects, I will consider it. Be calm, be peaceful, and be focused. Even if I'm talking to you now, my spirit is completely focused on my fire nebula, in the stardust. On the playground, Tang Yu explained the magic patiently while releasing the first-level magic of the fire system, Huozi burning. The whole class surrounded them, concentrating on it, but they didn't know where to look. It's raging. At this moment, Tang Yu's whole body was condensed with fire elements, a red eye-catching star track streaked across, a fiery aura rushed towards her face, and a ball of hot flames danced on her white and jade hands, extremely irritable. Lu Jun was dignified. This aura was stronger than his sister's, and the other students were hit in the head, all the dirty thoughts in their hearts faded away, and they were horrified. Immediately afterwards, she raised her arm and swung it, and the flame flew out like an arrow from the string, startling the crimson beauty in the air, and then pierced through the body of the training puppet far away from the playground like a bullet without any mistakes. Gone. Why is there no movement? It was clearly shot. The atmosphere was silent for a second, and the puppet hit by Huozi didn't react at all, which was in sharp contrast to the momentum released by teacher Tang Yu. Amidst the doubts of the students, teacher Tang Yu turned around slowly, and faced the 48 students in the class who looked a bit immature, but a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Rumble. All of a sudden, a shocking crimson sprang up inside the puppet's body. It was definitely not the kind of slow ignition, but flying wildly, as if it wanted to burn everything that could be burned in one go. The puppet, which was still intact just now, was instantly engulfed by the crimson flames. The dazzling red light reflected teacher Tang Yu's beautiful pear blossom curly hair, and her fair face was even more dyed red at this moment. The smile on the corner of her lips was behind a wanton burning flame. This teacher who is already gorgeous can only be described in one sentence, so beautiful. Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu, Mu Bai and others swallowed their saliva, being amazed by this scene. Even Lu Jun looked sideways. Beautiful big sisters are rare, and powerful ones are even rarer. Then Tang Yu counted the fire students in the class by name, and a group of wolves howled, only hated that they were not fire students, so they couldn't go to the beautiful teacher to start a small problem. She also said, "This semester is very critical. There is a year-end assessment at the end of the year. Anyone who fails the assessment will be excluded from the magic school. In addition, the use time of the Stardust magic weapon rationed by the school is related to the top students in the second year. I will wait for you in the top class. Hearing this, Zhao Kunsan taunted Mo Fan again. Hee, one semester has passed, and you can't control even one of your fire element stars. Just look like you usually look bad. Even if the fire element talent is outstanding, you will see it in the second half of the year. It doesn't look like you hate it anymore. At the side, Mo Fan sneered and didn't say a word. The thunder element can release magic, and the fire element can be done in a semester. Lu Jun rubbed his chin. The year-end assessment is very lively, but it has nothing to do with him. Right now, he is focusing on hard work. Time passed, half a year later. The hot air from the southeast has crossed many mountains and swept across the south. The sky is unpredictable and the typhoon is faintly coming. Crash. On the road from Bochung to Tianlin High School, Lu Jun walked calmly in the rain, surrounded by 3 azure blue water ribbons, interwoven into a water windbreaker, which looked concise and shining like a robe. The torrential rain fell, absorbed by the water around him, and didn't get a little on himself. Pedestrians passing by on the street were dwarfed by holding up their umbrellas, drenched from the neck down, cursing and complaining, and envious of seeing the cold young man standing alone in the rain. Modin, mages are cool, don't mention superpowers, it's much more convenient in life alone. At the same time, Tianlin students were also on this road. Seeing this, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu opened their mouths, and suddenly felt that the fire and wind elements were no longer fragrant, and how could the water element walk through it alone? The sky and the earth are the same color, and they are so handsome without dripping water. Lao Lu is really good at playing. He is a flamboyant horse, and all the female students in the class and the senior sisters are attracted here. Mo Fan can't wait to replace it. On the other side, Mu Bai's circle was also amazed. Zhao Kunsan glanced at Lu Xiaofu and said, "You are also a water mage, why don't you give me a hand?" Lu Xiaofu, one of his attendants, turned green. Not any water mage could do this, let alone he didn't even control Xingzi completely. Hush, don't talk, just look at the girls in our class. At this moment, Mo Fan whispered, and glanced wretchedly around, only to see those girls' loose school uniforms half wet and half dry, outlining exquisite curves. The boys all noticed this situation, and their faces gradually became obscene, which caused a group of girls to glare, and hurriedly covered their chests and ran to the toilet in the teaching building. Finally, someone yelled, "Teacher Tangyu is here." All of a sudden, everyone looked at the past. How could a young girl look as good as a young woman? She was still wet. JPG. Not far away, Teacher Tangyu raised her umbrella, stepped on black cool high heels, and stepped on water splashes. Her white jade feet showed her toes, crystal clear and round like pearls, forming a strong contrast. She has a graceful figure in the rain, hazy, gracefully walking downstairs, still so elegant and calm, not much moisture on her body, and her curly hair is not as wet as other female students, so naturally there is no welfare. Rao said that everyone opened their mouths wide open, almost drooling. Tengyu's plump buttocks twisted between her crotch. Even the cold and heavy rain could hardly extinguish the flames. Zhang Xiaohu dared not say, "From home to school, it's windy and rainy, why are you not wet?" Thorough. No one knows the typhoon in the south better than the people of Bo City. It's really useless for raincoats and umbrellas. It should be wet and wet. Immediately afterwards, a smear of red energy flashed around Tangyu, and the scorching heat caused all the water vapor in her body to evaporate, and she returned to a clean and neat appearance, and even helped the school girls dry their clothes. White smoke and fog lingered at the entrance of the teaching building. The pack of wolves howled, feeling that they had missed the beautiful scenery, and finally knew how Tangyu avoided the embarrassing situation. There is one thing to say, this kind of fire control is really terrifying. In front of the teaching building, the whispers among the little girls, coupled with Lu Jun's spotless appearance, really caught the attention of Tang Yu, who was surprised to see such Shui Yu. Can a student have such cultivation? Others couldn't see through, but her eyes were very sharp. Thinking of her purpose of coming to Bo City, Lu Mei frowned slightly. Coincidentally, when Lu Jun looked over, the two of them looked at each other across the air, and they staggered again. Others don't know, but he doesn't know yet. Tang Yu's cultivation has reached the middle level, and she has two departments, one is the fire department, and the other is the shadow department of black magic. Among them, the elementary magic of the shadow system Shadow Escape is the most handsome and convenient. As the name suggests, it is a displacement avoidance skill that can jump through the shadows. It is extremely fast and difficult to target. Some like D&D Thieves' Shadow Step. It is estimated that when she came over, she used the shadow escape to jump and hurry, and only pretended to come when she came to the school. Lu Jun sighed. Fortunately, he is also good at water control. After a semester of painstaking training, he has reached the level of the first level in both water and metal elements, and he is only a little short of breaking through the third level. It is estimated that he can be promoted after a few battles. Water Royal Guard, casting size. There are no dead ends in all aspects of defense, and the power of the golden sword in his hand has increased. When the two are combined, the combat power doubles. In the past 6 months, Lu Jun followed the city's monster hunting team and hunted down 7 or 8 little monsters back and forth. He was already familiar with the experience and made great progress. Lu Mei's rock system also reached the peak of the 3rd level of the elementary level. If the two cooperate with each other tacitly, their combat strength will not be weaker than that of a team of more than 20 junior mages, reaching the standard of leaving the security world. Although he wanted to hunt the monster immediately, Lu Jun had to wait until the end of the year-end assessment. There will be a big show in this assessment. Lu Jun thought of something, walked to Mo Fan with deep meaning, and casually said, "The annual assessment will be in a few days. I heard that Mu Ningxie will come. How do you feel?" Several people had already gone back to the teaching building to shelter from the rain. Mo Fan saw that Lu Jun just wanted to make a joke, but he was in a daze when he heard this, and he didn't know what he was thinking. That incident caused a lot of trouble back then and involved many people. The truth is that Princess Mu Ningxie naively wanted to run away from home as soon as she lost her temper, and casually told Mo Fan to take her out. The main reason is Mu Ningxie, but the master can't be wrong. Her father Mu Zuian made a big fuss, and his anger spread to a large number of slave families. This matter was confused in the end, and it was difficult to follow the grievances. Mo Fan came back to his senses, saw Lu Jun's malicious smile, and cursed, "What can I think, I just want to poke Mu Lagu." Good. Very energetic. Lu Jun smiled and snapped his fingers, and the water windbreaker on his body collapsed into mist. The students from Class 18 and Grade 1 have arrived one after another. Everyone is nervous and excited, and there is also a sense of sadness. The end-of-year assessment will soon be divided into classes, and friends who have just met may have to separate again. A few days later, the typhoon passed and the sky cleared. 30 classes and 1,500 people gathered in the big playground. The school leaders, school trustees and other members also came, and the 2 brothers Mu Zuian and Mu He were also among them. Lu Jun, Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu, and Mu Bai were in the team, quietly watching Mu He's eloquent speech. Today is still a very special day. Because, the school invited the most outstanding female magician in Bo City. She was directly admitted to the Imperial Academy of Magic at the age of 15. I think many of you have already heard her legend. That's right, she is Mu Ningxie. Let us applaud this magical genius who should have been promoted to the university in the same class as you. Finally, Mu He ended by introducing an outstanding alumnus. Could it be that Mu Ningxie, who was born with innate ice spirit seed, whose power of ice magic is 3 times that of ordinary people? All of a sudden, the students in the school started talking, and judging from everyone's reactions, they were all familiar with Mu Ningxie. They didn't expect to meet this legendary magic genius in today's annual assessment. Leaving aside all kinds of special effects, the magical power given to mages alone is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people. Others' first-level ice magic is equivalent to other people's first-level third-level magic. The gap can be imagined. One is black and one is black. Except for natural talent, it is impossible for a junior mage to have a spiritual seed. If Lu Jun does not have a second-level gold system, he will also send food to Mu Ningxie. Fortunately, the gold system that spent millions of resources, actually far more, to build is powerful, and it can kill slaves alone with other magic. Of course, Lu Jun also knows that Mu Ningxue's talent is far more than the natural soul seed. The real talent is the natural soul seed, also known as the ice-type disaster victim. The power of the soul seed is 4 to 6 times, and the opponent's limited cultivation has not yet manifested. When the high level 6 times the top match is full, not only will the forbidden curse be reserved, but the natural talent will be sublimated again at the moment of promotion. Originally a sole species, what kind of concept is sublimated? We usually use two words to describe it: monster. To be honest, people who are born with dual elements are far inferior to victims of disasters, so what if they have more magic elements? Without money or resources, they cannot be cultivated. Every department is mediocre, or even lags behind the average level, and they are also beaten. Secondly, the higher the 5 ranks are, the more difficult it is to break through. There are too many mages who have been stuck in the upper ranks for a lifetime, and they must rely on the huge and pure energy of nature to break through. In this regard, the 2 natural elements are treated equally, except for the victims of disasters among all kinds of talents. To use an inappropriate analogy, the victim of the disaster is equivalent to the little Dr. Fairy Enon poison body in the sky. Once he is poisoned, his cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds and can no longer stop. He will improve his cultivation base while sitting until self-destruct. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Black magic happens to have a poison system. If the victim is born, wouldn't it be a template for a fairy doctor? Gods block and kill gods, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. The more Lu Jun thought about it, the more he felt the urgency. He was not satisfied with his cultivation, and he had to explode. Brother Fan, it's the little princess, it's really her, she actually came to our school. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Mo Fan's sleeve excitedly. Mo Fan and Lu Jun looked up at the rostrum, and indeed saw a beautiful figure standing there proudly like a lotus, a snow-white high-waist tight skirt showing her proud figure to the fullest. The most eye-catching thing is not entirely her body exuding the charm of a girl, but also her stunning snow-silver long hair parted in the middle. Despite the scorching weather, this woman standing proudly on the rostrum is like a snow fairy walking from the ice and snow of the Tianshan Mountains to the mortal world. She is so beautiful and inviolable. All the students in the school were silent for a while when they saw her, and then heated discussions erupted. This is Mu Ningxie, just like the goddess of ice and snow when she was a girl, with the arrogance in her bones. Lu Jun glanced at the other party's distinctive silver-white hair. Thoughtfully, it seemed that the talent of the victim had already been revealed. In the end, he lacked interest and had no feelings for Mu Ningxie at all, unlike all the boys in the school who regarded her as a goddess. Knowing the future, he knows that this woman is a pure disaster star, or any disaster victim will be included in the life and death book of the Magic Association, and she will die if she touches it later. The reason for this can be understood by looking at the template of the little Doctor Immortal. Talent exceeding a certain limit is a disaster for the ethnic group. In the early stage, Mu Ningxui's background, and the support from the Mu family in the imperial capital, will always sit on the side of the family class. In a word, she is not a fellow traveler. No matter how beautiful she was, Lu Jun would keep her away. She was cold to the core. I remember that after more than 1,000 chapters, Mo Fan gnawed on this piece of ice that lasted for thousands of years, and his teeth were broken. It's true that Mo Fan's personal morality has criticized him, but how many times he has gone through life and death for Mu Ningxie, and how much price he has paid. The situation of selling a kidney and licking a dog is small in front of him. Besides, without the childhood sweetheart, hazy and ambiguous experience, there is a high probability that Mo Fan will end up being a foolish cash machine in the end. Sometimes Lu Jun only hates that he did not transform into a woman through time travel, otherwise why bother to fight on his own, relying on a big licking dog to finish the job. After living a new life, Lu Jun has matured a long time ago. Love is two-way, and he has to be lustful. This girl is too young, how can she be as mature and charming as her older sister, who can see and touch? His thoughts glowed, and he glanced at Mo Fan beside him. Not surprisingly, Mo Fan was fascinated. This is probably the first time he saw Mu Ningxie after the incident. It has been 3 years. In the past, their group of children liked to call her Little Princess, and she was indeed the princess in everyone's minds, living in a castle on the mountain, wearing clothes and accessories that were many times more beautiful than ordinary girls, and the charming cute look. But in the past 3 years, Mo Fan felt that he didn't recognize her. She has changed a lot. She, who was originally quite cheerful and approachable, has become even more difficult to get close to her in this blooming season. Is it because her temperament has changed, or is it because of the huge gap in status as she grows older that she has such an idea psychologically? Looking at Mo Fan's face, Lu Jun guessed that the other party had a little low self-esteem, which was quite normal. He sighed and didn't laugh at it. In the future, Mo Fan's reckless pursuit of Mu Ningxie, and the retaliatory behavior of being born in the market is another reason. Anyway, he can't pull down his self-esteem for love no matter what. However, the two of Mo Mu did go to the end like a fairy tale, and they are both worthy of each other. What a disaster. I hope Mo Fan and Mu Ningxie will be as strong as ever, stand in front of black and white, and give me a chance to grow up. Lu Jun sighed, thinking of all the idiotic behaviors of the Magic Association, myocardial infarction, starting from having the gold system and the natural dual system. His imaginary enemy is not just the Black Vatican, but the entire irrational and dark magic world. Standing beside him is only his elder sister Lu Mei, and at most Mo Fan, Mu Ningxie, and those persecuted geniuses are barely allies. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Mu Ningxie, who stood out from the crowd, and sighed, "Brother Fan, you should have eloped with the little princess." Mo Fan came back to his senses, regained his composure, and scolded with a smile, "Are you stupid by bumping your brain into the toilet door?" Seeing this, Lu Jun teased, "How does Lao Mo feel now?" "It's nothing. I think that old dog Mu Zuian did the only right thing in his life." He paused, and said arrogantly, "I gave birth to a daughter. If he obediently let me be his son-in-law, I will barely forgive him for what he did back then." "Ha ha ha," Lu Jun complained, "you really smell good." Mo Fan laughed wickedly. He would only say these words to his friends, mainly because he clearly felt that neither Lu Jun nor Zhang Xiaohu was like other people, who naturally regarded the aristocratic families as insurmountable. "The people around are slavish to the bone." "No," Zhao Kunsen jumped out and said tauntingly, "You want to eat swan meat in this life too? You will never pass the entrance examination to God's University, and you will be expelled after the year-end assessment." All three ignored the clown. Lu Jun remembered one thing. In this assessment, Mu Bai and Mu He wanted to kick Mo Fan out, so they secretly put a dark light stone on the assessment instrument astrolabe, which is a mineral that absorbs light, so that the score will drop. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan's cultivation was beyond expectations. Even if he was tricked secretly, he could still have excellent grades, and then Tang Yu saw the clues, changed an astrolabe, and even shocked the whole school with an S-grade grade. The form of this year's assessment is very simple. In Lu Jun's opinion, it is a reprint of the opening chapter of the classic Dupa, except that the family steel is replaced with an astrolabe, and the cultivation base of fighting strength is changed to the cultivation base of mana. The grade is determined according to the brilliance of the astrolabe. It is conceivable how vicious the principle of placing the dark light stone is. "So," Lu Jun said in a low voice, "be careful, Mu Bai and the others may have to make a move during the assessment. You'd better go around the astrolabe and check it when you go up for the assessment." "Huh," Mo Fan frowned. He already knew that Mu Bai was not happy with him, but in this year's assessment, would he dare to make small moves under the eyes of everyone? "Just try it and you'll know." Lu Jun sneered and said, "The source of the school's funds is all from the Mu family, and the teachers are all dogs of the group." Mo Fan's expression became dignified, but he didn't panic. At least one student was not allowed to be persecuted by any forces. Principal Zhu was appointed by the Magic Association and was very independent and sheltered countless civilians. He patted Lu Jun on the shoulder and expressed his thanks without saying anything. Soon, the annual assessment began. First of all, there is a little girl named Hiyu, who is of the same water element as Lu Jun. Before going on stage, she was crying, with pear blossoms in the rain, afraid that she would be kicked out of the magic high school. Shui Musheng, the head teacher, believed it was true, and even the whole class of boys comforted and encouraged him. Unexpectedly, after a test, the whole class became clowns. According to the brilliance of the astrolabe, they reached the level of A level, and they will be directly selected into the top class next year. Everyone was dumbfounded. This pure magic fool. Lu Jun took a glance and recognized this woman as Zhang Xiaohu's girlfriend. Unfortunately, 2 years later, in the disaster of Bo City, in order to save Zhang Xiaohu, he blocked the attack of the monster alone and died. It's also a tragedy. He remembered the tunnels he had visited and investigated this year, and he would not repeat the same mistakes in the future. After that, Zhang Xiaohu entered the stage, and the astrolabe test was extremely brilliant, reaching A+ level, which attracted everyone's admiration. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu said shyly but firmly, "Teacher, I want to test the second item, releasing magic." The examiner was a little surprised and said, "Are you sure? I know that if the results of the annual assessment are ranked high, it will take longer to obtain the Stardust magic tool, so I have to take the release test. In addition to the astrolabe, there is also the second release of magic in the annual assessment. Generally speaking, the latter is prepared for a very small number of top students. Only a few people pass the test every year, and there are too few students who master magic within a year. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaohu was originally able to release the elementary magic of the wind system wind track, but he was nervous in the examination room and failed to control the Xingzi many times. The star track was disconnected and he couldn't release it. He walked down full of frustration. Teacher Tangyu comforted like a gentle big sister. "It's okay, your grades are enough to enter the top class." Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Teacher, I thought I had mastered it very proficiently. I didn't expect that a little nervousness would cause me to collapse inexplicably every time I controlled Xingzi. I started from the beginning." "Teacher, how did you achieve magic? What was done between releasing and waving?" "Naturally, it's practice," Tangyu said with a slight smile. "In addition to this, the state of mind is also very important. A qualified magician must not only have a solid foundation, but also need a calm state of mind." Lu Jun nodded at the side. "To be precise, it is killing. Only by facing the monsters can one sharpen a strong state of mind. Just like him, if you kill too many monsters, Xingzi's control will never fail at critical moments." As time passed, it was Xu Zhaoting's turn, and all the audience focused on him for a while. On the rostrum above, Principal Tian Lan began to brag about his excellent character and learning. Mu Zuian, who was a beginner in the lay department, smiled gracefully, and whispered to his daughter next to him, "Ning Shui, let's see how this junior is doing." The silver-haired girl nodded slightly and hummed. In the examination room, Xu Zhaoting, who was wearing a school uniform, was already standing there. Under the pressure of all the teachers and students in the school, he had already turned a blind eye and cast his magic. Thunder Mark Python Mark. ZZ, the first level of lightning magic. I saw that he held a ball of purple lightning in his hand, and threw out a long lightning whip like a python, hitting the puppet in the distance. There was a loud bang, leaving a scorched black and incomplete target in the end. Lu Jun's face suddenly became serious, and he suddenly found that his golden water magic was very much defeated by the blood of the thunder system. Even if it touches the edge, it will be paralyzed and controlled immediately under the conduction. In the end, Lu Jun's muscles were slack, and there was no invincible magic system, and most of them restrained each other, such as Yankale, ice, water and fire, and more magic systems awakened at the middle level, which naturally made up for it. And there are really few thunder magicians, so there is no need to worry. In the examination room, Xu Zhaoting was full of confidence and enjoyed the attention of the audience. With admiration, Mu He, the school director on the rostrum, asked Mu Ningxie again, "Ning Shui, what do you think?" "Normal." Mu Ningxie didn't take another look, only a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Mo Fan in the crowd. As a result, all the boys in Class 18 and Grade 1 had the illusion of life. She was looking at me. Including Xu Zhaoting and Mu Bai on the field were complacent. The faces of all the leaders were not good-looking. Mu Zuian stepped up a step and said with a smile, "Haha, it's actually pretty good. Ning Shui is in the Imperial Capital Academy, where magic geniuses from all over the country gather. The initial level of Thunder Seal release is only their basic skills. She thinks that she is usually just used to measure by the Imperial Capital Academy's standards." Coincidentally, when Mu He brought up the topic, he deliberately brought up Mu Bai, and led the leaders to Class 18, Senior 1. Mu Bai was overjoyed, and stepped forward to test decisively. Seeing this, Lu Jun curled his lips. This annual assessment is a show for the children of the aristocratic family. Who would have thought that Mo Fan would appear? Next, Mu Bai measured the S-level score. The brilliance of the astrolabe shone around, and he easily released the elementary ice magic ice twister. A faint cold air spread, and a large piece of ice on the ground condensed, creaking and freezing the puppet into pieces. An ice sculpture. Shine crystal clear light in the sun. The leaders are all good people. Knowing that Mu He is deliberately supporting them, they all cheered and praised. Satisfied, Mu Bai secretly glanced at Mu Ningxie to observe her reaction, but what made him furious was that Mu Ningxie had never looked at him, and had been staring at Mo Fan all the time. It's that fool again, he is secretly ruthless, and will make you look ugly later, he gestured to the assessment instructor at the side with his eyes. It was a bald instructor. He leaned into the astrolabe nonchalantly, and placed a dark light stone. Having been vigilant for a long time, Lu Jun and Mo Fan, who had been watching, had a thorough insight into the truth. The latter's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward on the spot and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Mo Fan strode to the side of the astrolabe, grabbed the bald examiner's hand, and immediately captured the criminal evidence. Soon, the leadership group was startled and looked over quickly. The examiner looked stiff and held the dark light stone in his hand, at a loss. All the teachers and students in the audience immediately understood what was going on. There was an uproar, and there were bursts of uproar. Wow, someone cheated openly, wouldn't that mean all previous grades are invalidated? It's disgusting, what if it's your turn to be tricked? Tang Yu stepped forward, snatched the stone, looked at it for a moment, frowned and said coldly, "What's your intention? How dare you release the dark light stone to murder students? After all, who instructed you?" The leadership frowned. They were all people who had experienced blood and rain, and immediately guessed that someone wanted to assassinate. Among them, Mu He's face was ugly, and he glanced at Mu Bai, who was sweating profusely in the crowd with cold hands and feet, and gave him a vicious stare. But at this time, Lu Jun was even more clever. He took a look at the assessment form and said loudly, "The next one is Mo Fan, do you want to assassinate him?" As soon as these words came out, the two Mu brothers' school directors had different expressions, and they all remembered what happened back then. The first one was Mu Bai, and the latter was Mo Fan. It was a clear sign of the murderer. Mu He's face became more and more livid. As for the ice snow smart Mu Ningxie, she knew it, and looked at Mu Bai with cold eyes. She has ambiguous feelings towards Mo Fan, and she even plans to support Mo Fan once she comes back this time. As long as Mo Fan's grades are justified, she is willing to let the family cultivate him. In the end, when this happened, she couldn't imagine what would happen to Mo Fan in the future if she didn't find out. A civilian born is afraid that it will be a lifetime of pain. Mu Ningxie made a decisive decision, and when she was about to stand up, her father Mu Zuian stopped her, and whispered. Cold words echoed around them, "We'll talk about it later." "Father," the silver-haired girl shouted anxiously in dissatisfaction. "I've said it before, I go back." Mu Zuian, who always dotes on his daughter, is unquestionable this time, and said indifferently, "Our Mu family's affairs are handled by ourselves, and the family scandal must not be publicized. These ordinary people have no right to criticize us." After the words fell, Mu Ningxie hesitated to speak, but Mu He was obviously relieved. In order to prevent Mu Ningxie from speaking again, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Who is it? We must investigate clearly." He stared fiercely at the bald examiner with murderous intent, and shouted, "Say, what is your purpose?" At the same time, Mu Zuian also looked at the examiner with a cold expression. The pressure from the two Mu brothers was overwhelming. The bald examiner looked desperate. He knew in his heart that if he killed him with one bite, he would still have a way to survive. So, the bald examiner stammered and made up a ridiculous reason, which he decided on his own. The reason was that he despised Mo Fan for going through the back door and did it on purpose. Mo Fan was a little anxious. He drank 3 more times, glared and said, "Do you dare to say it again seriously?" Looking at such a dark side, Tang Yu saw the clues. As a judge, she was upset, but when she thought about the mission, the Black Holy See, and had to hide her identity, she couldn't get justice. And she also knew that this kind of thing would never come to fruition. She would kill her with the blame, and since it wasn't a major accident, at least the victim didn't have any major problems. The Mu family is also a local snake. No matter how strong the trial will be, it will be difficult to convict him. Although it is really helpless, the logic that the victim is fine means that the crime is not serious is idiotic, but the reality is so cruel. Lu Jun sighed. That's all he could do. With his sister's status as a middle-level magician, no one would take revenge on him, but it was very difficult to go further. Besides, he knows Mu He's true strength, high-level mage, black magic curse system, his performance is too obvious and outstanding, just wait for someone to die without anyone noticing. Mo Fan had a hostile face, impotent and furious, and pointed at Muhi and Mu Zuian's noses many times to swear. Originally, the two brothers were wronged, and it didn't matter if they were scolded by the students, but then they directly touched the 18th generation of their ancestors. The two couldn't take it anymore, and the leader on the side observed his words and immediately pointed out, "Okay, classmate Mo, everyone knows that you have been wronged, and the school will compensate you. This time it's not the fault of the two school directors. What did you say? Nerves-biting people. Obviously the murderer has come out, you should blame the other party." At this time, Mu Bai had barely calmed down, glanced at Zhao Kunsen next to him. The younger brother suddenly realized, and jumped out, "That's right, Mo Fan, don't interfere with everyone's test, it's obviously targeting you alone, you should reflect on yourself words and deeds." He coaxed together, and all the people who wanted to be Mu's dog rushed to accuse. That's right, don't apologize soon." Absolutely. Lu Jun looked at the classmates and teachers around him, full of ridiculousness. Bocheng was like this, and so was Shanghai. Even Mu Ningxie hesitated. All her eating, drinking and drinking were provided by Mu's family, and she couldn't go against the will of her father and uncle at all. Tang Yu closed her eyes, opened them again, and said a few words of justice, but it was of no use, and she calmed down the teachers and students in the school. The two Muhi brothers sneered, and without saying a word, the dog under their seats took care of the matter. This is the power of the family. Seeing this, Mo Fan was furious, and finally took the path of the original book. This time the process was different, but the result was not bad, and he took the initiative to challenge the family. Mu Zuian was impatient for a long time, and directly sent his adopted son Yuang, who was actually a member of the Black Church under Muhi, to make a 2-year contract with Mo Fan. At the coming-of-age ceremony for the 3rd year of high school, there was a showdown, and the loser knelt down and kowtowed to the opponent, and apologized publicly at the same time. Lu Jun was full of sense of sight, and it was a school test, and it was a 2-year appointment, and it was a real copy of Do Po. And it was only a few days after the duel between Mo Fan and Yuang at the coming-of-age ceremony 2 years later, the disaster in Bo City broke out, a symbolic event. He could pinpoint the timing and it would be okay. He sighed, becoming more and more eager to become stronger. In such an aristocratic family and a magical society, you have to be strong to be able to kill, and act according to your own will. If Mo Fan had a high-level cultivation and killed Muhi on the spot, no one else would dare to say a word. The Magic Association allows magicians to fight privately, agree on a time and place, and deal with personal grievances. Next, the annual assessment continued. After watching the big show, Junlu was not in the mood to stay any longer. He carefully controlled the output of mana, achieved an S-level result, and then released the first-level magic of the water system, Water Defense Dissolve. Can easily become a member of the top class. And Mo Fan, with a cold face, also released the fire magnet perfectly with an S-level result, amazed the audience. Even Principal Zhu couldn't bear the student being ruined by the family, and wanted to mediate. The teacher and classmates once again put on a slavish face, scrambling to persuade, extremely puzzled. Needless to say, Mo Fan's temper is arrogant and filled with righteous indignation. Not to mention, even Mu Ningxui's secret persuasion didn't work. After Lu Jun got it done, his first year in high school was over, and he went back to prepare to go out with his sister to hunt monsters. "Hey, are you still a brother?" Mo Fan said, dissatisfied. "This has happened to me, why don't you comfort me?" "Okay, I have 10,000% confidence in you, who will fight for the front when the dual elements come out." Hearing this, Lu Jun teased and said, "I'll see you when I come back from summer vacation." Tang Yu quietly looked at Lu Jun's leaving back, thoughtful. She could see that the other party was hiding his clumsiness in the assessment. She couldn't help but aroused curiosity, and planned to investigate the background. Lu Jun was aware of these things and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He has a clean identity, has a mid-level sister, and his cultivation base is justified. Right now is not a good time to get in touch. All the way back home, Lu Jun yelled as soon as he entered the door, "Sister, I'm back, I'm going to hunt demons right away." Summer is here. Lu Mei is wearing cool clothes, lying on the sofa watching TV. She outlines a perfect figure, plump buttocks bulge, a pair of straight and round long legs swinging behind her, white dazzling, jade feet with bright nails, attracting attention. She squinted and said, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, I have already prepared it, or I will wait for you. The key to going out of the security world to hunt monsters is to control the terrain and the distribution of monsters. Otherwise, if you step on the wrong place, the generals will jump on you, and you will die without a place to die. Fortunately, in the past, countless hunters and troops from Bo City sneaked into the wilderness and Nanling, outlining the surrounding detailed demon strongholds. Before that, Lu Mei wanted to hunt monsters to raise funds for training very early on, and she has been preparing for this matter, asking around to collect maps, planning routes, and now that her younger brother has grown up, it finally comes in handy. In addition, a series of field activities such as camping tents, knives and flints are ready. Lu Jun didn't have much experience, he was just a thug, let his sister handle it all, and asked with a frown, "Are these maps reliable?" Hearing this, she said angrily, "Of course it's not as reliable as the secret trails that the old hunting groups have explored with their lives, but at least it's the latest version on the market. No matter how hard I am, I'm a local. Let's go." Lu Mei got up and stretched lazily, her plump body stretched out, a neat single ponytail was tied, and she walked to the corner, taking a bunch of odds and ends with her equipment. Of course not many, most of the time it is very convenient for mages, such as pure water, Lu Jun can generate it with a single magic, at most bring a bottle or two as spare, just in case. If it is heavy duty, there are wind type and earth type mages who can bring it casually, as long as there is room for harvesting. In Lu Jun's impression, there are very few space storage magic tools in the magic world, and most of them serve as similar functions for space system mages in dimensional magic, but there are too few space system mages, and they only appear sporadically at high levels. The two siblings are hunting monsters in the wild for the first time, and they don't plan to go too far, just go out early and return late. They took the Hunter Alliance bus and headed all the way to the border. The scenery by the window gradually transitioned from high-rise buildings to suburban towns, until it completely turned into a wild forest and mountains. In the distance, I saw two high mountains standing upright, with a snow-white top, a towering city wall in the middle, and a series of military camps and outposts. The outpost on Shifeng Mountain, where Bo City's military mages are stationed, is also the only way out of the city. They will desperately resist the invasion of wolves and monsters, and maintain the safety of Bo City. Lu Mei explained softly to her younger brother. The bus stopped here, and the hunters in the bus got off the bus in silence, full of chills. Every hunting of monsters was a gamble on the life, so naturally there was no laughing and joking. When Lu Jun and the two passed by the Snow Mountain outpost, they saw groups of soldiers and mages patrolling along the way, and they checked the relevant documents before letting them go. "Huh, the two of you, a boy and a half, a young girl who just came out of society, or the two of you dare to leave the city? Don't you take your own life seriously?" In the distance, a stubble-faced, handsome young officer in a military overcoat strode in, speaking in a bad tone. Along the way, all the soldiers and hunters stopped what they were doing, and saluted respectfully. "Hello, Commander, Boss Zonkong." He glanced at Junlu and the two, looked at Lu Mei in surprise and said, "Hey, he's still an intermediate mage." Lu Mei frowned and said, "Excuse me, who are you and why are you preventing me from leaving the city?" "Me." Officer Huza pointed to the ground and said majestically, "My name is Zonkong, and I am the boss here, the military commander of Bo City." After saying that, my sister was okay, but Lu Jun was shocked. Zonkong had another familiar name, an important character in the original plot, who had been protecting Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu and others from growing up, and was regarded by the two as the existence of teachers. According to the timeline, it is true that he came to Bo City a year ago, so he was exiled to some extent. Zonkong's current cultivation base is definitely high level, and the three lines are high level. As for whether he has fully cultivated or not, it is unknown, but he has the strength to fight alone against a commander-level monster, and he is the proud son of heaven. At the same time, he has a profound background and is the son of an international ancestral family. The ancestral family has to be traced back to the Qin dynasty and is a direct descendant of Qin Shi Huang, the ancient king. All these characters were demoted, but the reason was simple. His girlfriend, Qin Yuer, was a victim of the disaster, the same as Mu Ningxie, who was an ice-type victim. The Five Continents Magic Association tried together. Zonkong fell to the mortal world, and Qin Yuer was frozen forever on the distant Tianshan mountain. You know, what is the status of the ancestral family? There is more than one curse in the family, and unlike the Mu family, which focuses on the country, it is still an international root, and has close ties with the speakers of all continents, so it is impossible to keep Zon Kong and the other two. Lu Jun knew that the example was before him, the tragedy of the two ending up well. Bai Dao really killed the genius, in the name of justice, strangled the potential competitors. Similar examples can be seen everywhere. Lu Jun has long since abandoned illusions, and has been ready for battle since the beginning of time travel, building high walls, accumulating food, and slowly becoming king. When Lu Jun was in a state of confusion, Lu Mei was already negotiating. She said, I'm an intermediate mage, and I won't go too far into the demon land. Zon Kong sneered and said, Intermediate mage, do you have the ability to read the star trail? If you don't reach the high level, you will always be vulnerable alone, and what's the matter with the boy next to you? He looks like a high school student. Hearing this, Lu Mei was discouraged and quite helpless. She didn't expect the new military commander to be so responsible, and she didn't expect that the difficulty Hunter expected was that he got stuck at the first step out of the city. And she suddenly realized that what Zon Kong said seemed to make sense. The maturity and hard work of her brother in the past made her subconsciously forget that she was still a 17-year-old boy. To be honest, Lu Mei regretted a little, but when she looked at Lu Jun, she saw the firmness in his eyes, and she softened her heart. She felt that she couldn't let down her brother's hard work because she couldn't bear it. Regardless of the work of hunting monsters in the city, or the improvement of his cultivation base, he has become a reliable mage. Just when she wanted to argue with Zon Kong. Forget it. Unexpectedly, Zon Kong suddenly gave up, and the officer said in a deep voice, I don't bother to talk to you, you are all adults, you can make your own decisions and bear the price yourself. Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he would be a muggle if he couldn't get out, and his ambition would be reduced to empty talk. While following his sister out of the city, he pondered, Zon Kong is an incomparably righteous, decisive and trustworthy person, and he can unite with one or two before the disaster in Bo City 2 years later. At this time, Zon Kong looked at Lu Jun's back from a distance, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. This young man's magical aura was actually stronger than that of some veterans. His cultivation base should be very high, which is a bit interesting. Another officer walked in with a refined face. Instructor Bai smiled and said, What's the matter, boss? What's worth noting about these two? Do you need to send someone to follow? Nothing. Zon Kong gave up and didn't say much. The genius will come back alive to talk. On the other side, Lu Jun and his brother walked into the hilly forest, and gradually came to the preset location according to the map route, which belonged to the edge area that had been cleaned many times. Nanling is very large, spanning several provinces. The hunter teams in Bo City dispersed and disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean, each looking for a target to act. Lu Jun stepped on the branches and fallen leaves, and walked along the shaded deep forest. Wolf howls came from all directions, making the two of them tense. Due to their inexperience, they couldn't tell how many wolves and monsters there were, and where they were. In the end there is no exposure. Don't worry too much. This area has been cleaned many times by military mages and hunters. It is estimated that there are many forests and heavy accents, but the actual number is not many. In the dark and dense forest, where the sun can't shine in, Lu Mei tensed up and said, she has no experience, and it's the first time she has come out to hunt monsters. Why don't you bless Sheng's Haoyu first? Brush a buff shield before the next book. Seeing this, Lu Jun sighed, thought for a while to control Xingzi, released the water magic, and the light blue water vapor gathered to form 2 water windbreakers and put them on the siblings. In this way, even if it is attacked, it can react. Normally, a mage's magic power is limited, so try to save your magic power when you go out. Like the second level water defense, the duration is not permanent, and it can be protected 24 hours a day. No amount of magic power is enough. But their situation is different. They go out early and return late to accumulate experience, and the big deal is to return to the city before the mana is exhausted. Just when Lu Jun was casting his magic, the magic wave spread out, and was noticed by the surrounding demon wolves and monsters, and the environment suddenly became quiet, and the silence was filled with a sense of oppression. Lu Jun looked calm. He did it on purpose. In order to attract the monsters, it was easier to deal with the enemy on the bright side. Woo woo woo. Not long after, the silence was broken, and a low howling of wolves came from the dense forest, getting closer and closer. Branches swayed in the distance, and tall black figures walked out, blocking the front, back, left, and right directions of the two siblings, and a foul smell overflowed. It was a creature with strong lower limbs, somewhat similar in appearance to a wolf, and the one-eyed man stood upright. They stood there with a 3-meter-high body, much stronger than the giant-eyed orangutan. When Lu Jun looked over, he didn't feel any emotion or fear in his heart. He insisted on comparing the one-eyed magic wolf to the western jackals, but taller and stronger, and his combat power belonged to the standard servant level. A total of 7 or 8 horses came. If a group of more than a dozen junior mage hunters encountered them, several people would die if they wanted to solve them. But the siblings breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 7 or 8 slave monsters, and each of them was seriously injured by an intermediate magic. As expected of the cleaned area, there were not many powerful monsters. Seeing the arrival of the one-eyed magic wolf, Lu Mei used Xingzi to cast the 3rd level of elementary magic wind trail floating shadow. Buzz buzz. Soon, Lu Jun was surrounded by light blue wind and blue water, and felt the familiar fluttering feeling again. He controlled the gold star, a platinum light flashed, summoned the magic tool, and held the black épée tightly with both hands. The unique sharpness and killing burst of the gold system gradually made his blood boil, and he was ready to move. With half a year of experience in hunting monsters, he became more and more familiar with killing. Ho ho! 7 or 8 one-eyed magic wolves roared, advancing step by step, their feet crunching on the branches, adopting the tactics of siege and intimidation. Lu Jun didn't care what happened. He rushed up on the wind track. The terrifying épée in his hand swelled, and the gold system's primary level 2 size was activated. After a while, the épée in his hand was magnified 3 times in proportion, and he lifted up a sword nearly 4 meters long, 2 stories high, with a blade width of 30 centimeters, dancing vigorously, and anyone watching it was terrified. The most important thing is that the weight of the long sword will also increase for the enemy, weighing as much as 1,000 catties, but it is still the same as before for Lu Jun, so even if it is heavy, he still uses it like an arm. Rumble. At this moment, with the blessing of the wind speed, Lu Jun swept the épée across and pulled out afterimages, turning into a large blue spinning top with a diameter of 8 meters, cutting crazily, and the wind was so strong that the skin was stinging and the sand rolled up. Gravel splashed everywhere, the ground continued to vibrate, leaving deep marks where it passed. In the distance, Lu Mei had already started the battle and retreated tacitly. In the past 6 months, she and her younger brother have cooperated like this. One is a strong attack to attract attention, and the other is to safely release mid-level magic in the rear. It's just that she couldn't help being dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Ever since Lu Jun was promoted to the primary gold system, she hasn't shown it yet. This kind of power has touched the threshold of intermediate magic, right? Although it is assisted by wind magic, it is weaker to cast it alone, but it is extraordinary in itself. In Lu Jun's state, the 7 or 8 one-eyed magic wolves nearby couldn't even get close to him, let alone hurt him. They retreated one after another. The monster knew the strong power contained in the sword wind. Puff puff puff. It's a pity that Lu Jun's speed is extremely fast. He moved to the center of the wolf pack in a few seconds, and the 4-meter épée swept it, and his limbs and legs were often broken, his body was disabled, and his whole body was thrown in half and killed on the spot. In the dense forest, Lu Jun chopped melons and vegetables, and even rushed out of the siege, and even smashed the magic wolf formation. When the pressure in front of him was gone, he stopped his sweeping movements, stuck the sword in place, took a deep breath, and panted heavily. Although the weight of the magic equipment remained the same for him, he couldn't split many swords with ordinary people's physical fitness. When Lu Jun looked back, there was a corpse strewn all over the field. Behind him, a dead demon wolf, with its body split in 2, blood gushing out and flowing endlessly. In addition, 3 of them were seriously injured, missing arms and legs, and the rest had more or less scars. This place is like a slaughterhouse, bloody, with limbs lying in a pool of blood, and the smell of blood is strong. Seeing this, Lu Jun himself was shocked. Although the 3 times the size consumes a lot of magic power, the golden stardust consumes half of the energy in just a short while, but the damage it brings is extremely impressive. He remembered thinking of an elementary magic to destroy a servant-level demon. He needed to be at the 3rd level and at the same time have a top-quality spirit seed. Woo woo woo. Just when he was slightly dazed, the remaining one-eyed demon wolves howled wildly, as if stimulated by the smell of blood. Each of them was covered with a layer of blood ink, and their momentum rose sharply. A magic wolf that was closest to it directly culled it, like a bulldozer, moving at a high speed no less than the impact of a van. Whoosh! Lu Jun stepped on the wind track, dodged calmly at the nick of time, moved around among the wolves, and swung the gold magic equipment with his backhand from time to slash. Bone scars can be seen deep down, and occasionally lead to disability. After all, the 2nd level size is an explosive method, so save some magic energy after a wave. After fighting for a few minutes, Lu Jun made occasional mistakes during the period, and the shining blue windbreaker on his body became dim. Fortunately, Shui Yu's defense was strong, and he survived with a few claws. In the end, there were 3 demon wolves left. The monsters were finally frightened and wanted to disperse and escape, but he chased them on the wind track and hacked them to death one by one. After it was over, Lu Jun looked at the tragic battlefield with disbelief on his face. He killed the 7 demon wolves by himself. In addition to the blue water stardust, there was still mana left in his mind, and the gold system was exhausted. The elder sister Lu Mei, who was at the side, came over with a shocked expression. She wanted to cooperate with her younger brother in the battle just now, but when she saw Lu Jun descending to the earth to fight 7, she felt that there was no need to interfere. It was better to test his younger brother's combat power. So she used the mid-level wind magic wind disc to suppress the field and save people at any time. It's just that until the end of the battle, Lu Mei didn't need to make any moves. She couldn't help but said, "The gold element is very powerful. It seems that I underestimated you. The efficiency of the 2 of us hunting monsters is comparable to that of a monster hunting group. In fact, this is a relationship of restraint in fighting beast chess. The gold system is invincible against enemies such as magic wolves who can only fight in close combat, but they will be at a loss when facing human mages with many types of magic. On the contrary, the monster hunting group is most afraid of a group of rough-skinned and thick-skinned monsters rushing into the battle, without decisive lethality, and most of them are in a hurry." After this battle, Lu Jun also built up enough confidence. From hunting monsters in the city to the wilderness, his temperament became more and more fierce, and the edge of his sword was honed. The pitch-black épée in his hand was stained with the blood of the Dark Z, and became sharper, getting closer and closer to the 3rd level of the elementary level of the gold system. In addition, Lu Jun looked at the corpses all over the place, and 7 faint light spots rose up and gathered in the white tiger pendant around his neck. It was disappointing. They were all remnant souls, worth about 10,000 yuan. The probability of 1% of the spirit is uncertain. Lu Jun can't count on it, so he can only kill more demons, and more than 100 remnants of souls will be synthesized into spirits. Collect different blood and bones quickly, lest the smell of blood attract more monsters. Lu Mei greeted her younger brother and stepped forward to cut up the corpse. After a lot of work, the value of what the 2 collected was less than 200,000, including the remnant soul in the white tiger pendant, and even excluding the remnant soul, it was only 100,000. Don't look at a lot, this is a desperate effort. Compared to the millions of resources in the mid-level, the difference is too far. This is still divided between 2 people. If the monster hunting group, tisk tisk tisk, is considered a loss-making action, but they will not be as reckless as Lu Jun, but preset ambush points, set up traps, and kill the monster group in the easiest way. He looked at the sky, which was gradually dimming, and sighed, "It's getting late, my gold magic power is exhausted, let's go back first." Hearing this, Lu Mei nodded. Although she didn't move, the middle-level mage still had strength, but she was not greedy and said, "Go back now." The siblings carried big and small bags on their backs and walked all the way back. Soon, they saw 2 big mountains in the distance, and even a line of Sky City in the middle. The military mages were all there. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. The Snow Mountain Outpost. At this time, Zhang Kong happened to be on patrol, and seeing Lu Jun and his 2 reaping a big harvest, he asked in surprise, "Huh? Are you still alive?" "That's what you said." Zhang Lu was speechless, and said angrily, "You wish we could die." "That's not true." Zhang Kong rubbed his chin, looked at the 16-year-old boy in front of him, and suddenly issued an invitation. why don't you go to school after graduating from high school? What do you want to do with me? Give me 2 years, and I promise to train you to be a master. At the age of 20, you will serve as a military commander and guard a place. It's simple. Seeing this, Lu Jun knew that Zhang Kong was not talking big, not to mention the relationship with his ancestors. He himself was valued by the chief of the Wahun, one of the most powerful people in China. So he thought about one more person and one more way and didn't refuse on the spot, just let it go and said, "Look, I'm still far away from graduation." Zhang Kong smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I will open the door for you at any time." In fact, Zhang Kong shouted in his heart that he had picked up a treasure. What is the grade of hunting monsters outside the city at the age of 16? Let's just say that the proud sons of the top universities in the imperial capital and the demon capital did not have such courage and experience during their freshman year. Let alone high school. Sometimes mages don't just look at their cultivation base, they panic when fighting. A high-level mage can be easily killed by a low-level mage. Saying goodbye to Zhang Kong, Lu Mei asked as she walked, "Are you going to take the military route in the future?" She didn't speak just now, so as not to affect the senses of the big man. Now she asked about Lu Jun's plan. She knew that his brother was very assertive. "I prefer to go to college and be more free." Lu Jun said frankly that after a year of practice and tempering, his confidence has risen, and he is familiar with the plot of the original novel, and has clear plans and goals for the future. He wants to compete for the highest palace of magic. Then he paused, and added in a low voice, "Besides, I'm going to join the army. Sister, what do you do?" After saying that, Lu Mei was relieved first, and pursed her lips when she heard this sentence. She had to admit that she was a little sweet in her heart, but she hummed softly, "Forget it, I'm more chic without you as an oil bottle." When the siblings returned to the city, they parted ways. Lu Mei went to the Hunter Alliance to deal with the monsters things, while Lu Jun went home to meditate to recover his magic power. Chapter 21. Before I knew it, a week had passed. The siblings went out early and returned late to hunt monsters in the wilderness, but apart from the good start on the first day, they encountered a group of wandering monsters in the next few days. He earned more than 200,000 yuan in just 7 days and 2 months of summer vacation. Wouldn't that be $1 million? In the remaining 2 years, Kung Fu Monster Hunter couldn't even make up the cost of renting the Nebula magic weapon. Lu Jun felt that this could not go on like this, and he needed to be more aggressive and adventurous. In the living room, Lu Mei frowned and said, "Do you want to go deep into the Nanling wilderness?" "That's right." He nodded and said, "It's too slow to accumulate funds like this, we have to take the initiative, and as you can see, I can deal with 7 or 8 demon wolves by myself, and you can't even use your intermediate magic. Woolen cloth. We work together. It is absolutely no problem to pick a nest of demon wolves to kill. There are 50 standard servants, plus some old, weak, sick and disabled. This is really a crazy idea." Lu Mei fell into deep thought. Her second series soil was stuck at the 3rd level of the elementary level, and she urgently needed to rent a Nebula magic weapon for a long time to break through the barrier. She has confidence in the killings these days, and said simply and neatly, "Okay, then go deep into the wilderness, but to hunt a pack of demon wolves in a lair, we have to stay in the wilderness for a few days and get ready." The 2 brothers and sisters were very mobile, and they packed up their sleeping items early in the morning and left the city from the Shifeng Mountain outpost. In the past 7 days, Lu Jun has become acquainted with Zhang Kong, and obtained a more precise distribution map of monsters from the military, which is countless times better than the market and even various monster hunting teams. Because this is a combination of information from various hunting groups and military investigations. This can greatly save Lu Jun's time. In addition, he has been asking those veterans and hunters for several days. They are barely qualified hunters. At least they will not get lost. Magic Wolf. At this time, 2 figures shuttled through the dense forest, one tall and slim, the other short and thin. According to the instructions of the military map, Lu Mei came to a low valley. The 2 immediately discovered the excrement of the demon wolf and the bones of some wild animals. "I'm a wind magician, I'm going to spy on the information first." Seeing this, Lu Mei did her part. Lu Jun didn't fight, and didn't try to be brave. He watched his sister's beautiful back go away, and quietly squatted in the jungle at the downwind of the valley wearing a camouflage uniform. After a while, Lu Mei came back on the wind track, and said solemnly, "It's definitely a nest of demon wolves." I took a look from a distance. The leader wolf is not a warrior, but it also has the strength of a servant in the advanced stage, so it's not easy to deal with it. The so-called advanced stage, in layman's terms, is a half-step warrior, and half-step monsters at this stage are obviously much stronger than the same stage, and are in a critical transformation period. Under the condition of no injury and sufficient nutrition, it can be promoted within a few months, or as long as 1 or 2 years. The servants in the advanced stage are not something that a junior mage can handle. More than a dozen of them are tortured and killed. Only an intermediate mage can be severely injured in an instant with one intermediate spell. Can I hold 50 servants by myself? Lu Jun frowned, and asked again, "Have you looked around? There should be no other monsters." My sister shook her head and said, "No, basically no threatening creatures will survive near the territory of a nest. The most taboo of hunting monsters is that in the middle of the planned action, another monster suddenly breaks in." Then, Lu Jun scanned the surrounding terrain and saw a small hill landslide on the edge of the valley in the distance with his sharp eyes. The width of the top of the mountain could accommodate up to 3 one-eyed magic wolves attacking at the same time. 50 wolves fell into it and he might not be able to last long, but every time there were 3 wolves, he would not go to the front line until his magic power was exhausted. Hearing what her younger brother said, Lu Mei's eyes lit up and she said, "Okay, I checked that place. The slope is slippery, and it's backed by the lake, so we couldn't beat us and jumped down to escape easily." The two circled around and walked along the rugged landslide to the top of the mountain. Lu Jun looked at the relatively gentle platform on the top of the mountain and suggested, "We can place some boulders here. If you don't have magic power in battle, you can push them down to physically repel the magic wolf." Lu Mei said to herself, "This is easy to handle, just watch my civil engineering master do the construction. There is no need to use the first level, third level earth magic, and the first level earth wave teleportation can be achieved." Rumble. After the words fell, she skillfully controlled the star trail, and drew an apricot yellow trace. The ground under her feet shook, and rolled over and over like waves, forcibly supporting the boulders at the foot of the mountain and transporting them up one by one. The landslide is like an automatic elevator, slowly rising and falling without any effort. After a while, the top of the mountain was crowded with 7 or 8 boulders the height of a person. Lu Jun scanned the surroundings, then went to the cliff on the top of the mountain and looked down. A clear lake emerged, sure as hell. He had a feeling, and for the first time realized the magic of magic. Even if the basic magic is used well, it is full of lethality and infinitely wonderful. The two of them rested for a while and regained their energy. Lu Mei got up, smiled and said to her younger brother, "Stand here and don't move. I'll go and attract the magic wolf." Hearing this, the corner of Lu Jun's mouth twitched, and he resolutely countered, "Okay, Mom." Lu Mei, who had originally left, staggered in her graceful figure, turned her head and cast a blank glance. Her small eyes were extremely charming. A little joke was made before the battle, and the two of them relaxed a lot. Lu Jun summoned the gold type AP in advance, and added a second-level water defense and protection respectively. Not long after his sister left, he stood on the top of the mountain and saw a violent sandstorm in the valley below, like a tornado, and it was no accident that Lu Mei hit a mid-level wind disc to blow up the nest. Buzz buzz. Immediately afterwards, he felt a slight vibration on the ground, and thick smoke billowed in the distance. It was estimated that 50 demons chased his sister over. A moment later, a gust of wind blew past, and suddenly Lu Mei's figure flickered. As soon as she ran back, she gasped in shock and said, "They are coming, get ready." "Okay, you hide behind and cast your magic first." Lu Jun looked serious, and stood in front of the intersection on the top of the mountain with an épée in his hand. The long sword swelled 3 times, like a large gate, standing here, with the aura of being one man guarding the gate and 10,000 men not being able to open it. Lu Mei, who was behind her, looked over and saw the domineering figure standing horizontally. She was stunned for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. Then she covered her face. How could she have committed a nympho? Boom boom boom. At this time, Lu Jun didn't have time to pay attention to his sister. Looking at the mighty herd of beasts at the foot of the mountain, this is not an exaggeration. If 50 vans lined up and charged in the boundless desert, the feeling would be extremely shocking. Any creature standing in front of it will tremble uncontrollably, and even subconsciously avoid it. But Lu Jun got it right. The more ferocious the scene, the more murderous his heart was. The Zhenjin sword in his hand seemed to sense the master's mood, and the sword sounded slightly. Fortunately, the two of them were on the mountain peak, and the moment a piece of yellow dust below reached the foot of the mountain, their speed slowed down. The strength needed to go up the mountain completely blocked the speed of the wolves' charge. Woohoo, why does it feel like I'm still alone? When the smoke cleared at the foot of the mountain, Lu Jun saw a group of one-eyed magic wolves crowding each other, running up the mountain one after another, as if they wanted to tear Lu Mei into pieces. The anger of the wolves is easy to understand. They had eaten and drank enough to bask in the sun in the valley, but a wind dish swept away the house, and by the way, all the offspring of some ethnic groups were killed in a flash. This time it is almost endless. Holding the épée in his hand, Lu Jun stared at the pack of wolves. When the 50 demon wolves rushed to a third of the distance, he calculated in his heart and said decisively, "The distance is enough, let's release the boulder." He wouldn't wait until the wolves were getting close before using the huge boulder as his trump card. Because although this is a magical world, there are still things like inertia and acceleration. At least the elementary soil system can't let a huge boulder kill the servant demon without any acceleration. So he has to leave a certain amount of space for starting speed, and 1/3 is just right. Rumble. Soon, Lu Mei came to her senses and released the magic earth wave. The huge boulder 7 or 8 people tall roared and rolled down the slope. The speed changed from slow to fast. In the end, at an incomparable speed, it seemed that 7 meteorites smashed down unstoppably. Boom boom boom. Puff. Lu Jun saw with his own eyes that every boulder falling down on the dense wolf formation set off a khaki spray, accompanied by scarlet blooms. A boulder often caused 5 or 6 giant wolves to be blown up. The wolf that hit the stone first, under the action of huge inertia, ended up miserable. Of course, what was shocking was that the wolf's body was obviously 2 times bigger than the other wolves, and it was obviously 4 meters tall when standing up. As a result, the one-eyed giant wolf in the advanced stage unexpectedly knocked away the swooping boulder with a hard skull, and even shattered the boulder. The whole body only lowered a little, shook its head, and once again stepped forward with huge limbs. Fortunately, ordinary demon wolves were not that scary. 50 werewolves were injured in one wave, and 6 or 7 were killed tragically on the spot, and a few were too seriously injured to stay at the foot of the mountain and couldn't move. Woo! It's not over yet. Lu Mei took advantage of this time to control Xingzi. Cyan traces intertwined under her feet. A total of 7 star trails outlined a cyan blue wind magic map. 5 or 6 seconds later, the storm element flying wantonly on her body evacuated the surrounding air in an instant. Centered on Yuji's proud figure, the high-speed rotating airflow quickly turned into a general under the intensification of the blue wind star map. The huge monster of the storm that swept all the dust from the venue. Lu Mei's jade feet were lifted off the ground, half floating in the eye of the wind, surrounded by blue air, like the queen of the wind. A tornado rose up, 10 meters high, and 2 meters in diameter. Lu Jun looked shocked at his sister's scene. He squinted his eyes. If it wasn't for the épée in his hand, his whole body would have been shaken. Intermediate level 1 wind disk tornado. At this moment, Lu Mei shouted softly, and the huge tornado on her body moved quickly, sweeping down the mountain. The farther it went, the stronger the wind force, until it reached a limit and declined, forming a U-shaped curve. The yellow dust is long, the storm is howling. Lu Jun can't see everything clearly. It seems that the elder sister who controls the power of the tyrannical wind controls everything. Woo woo woo. Not long after, the tornado rushed down from the hillside and directly hit the wolves. Only then did Lu Jun see the entire body of the 10 one-eyed giant wolves being sucked into the tornado forcibly, soaring up to more than 10 meters, tossed high, and then slammed into the air, falling heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Every wolf was smashed to pieces when it fell, and its whole body was bruised by sand and stones. With this weight, it fell from a height of 3 or 4 floors and died. In just 2 waves of attack, 20 demon wolves were taken away, not to mention serious injuries with missing arms and legs. Woohoo! There were only 20 or so remaining, and they were a little hesitant, but the Wolf King seemed to be red-eyed, and like a gambler, he raised his head to the sky and screamed, sprinting on all fours, and his speed soared, like a big truck rushing to the top of the mountain. The nearby demon wolf was encouraged to charge along with the head wolf. But Lu Mei's face was cold, and she cast the first level third level earth magic earth wavefall, almost 1 per second, and before the wolf rushed to the top of the mountain, she released 3 or 4 in one breath. Rumble. From time to time, a large pit would suddenly collapse under the feet of the charging wolves, occasionally causing 1 or 2 demon wolves to fall. Although it did not cause much damage, it would take a lot of time to escape from it. So there are only a dozen or so demon wolves that Lu Jun really has to deal with. Hiss. Lu Jun gasped. It would be a disaster for an intermediate magician to cast spells at will. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Mei's mouth. She glanced at her younger brother and said, "Now you know how powerful my sister is, you hold on for a while, I'm casting an intermediate level wind magic, and I'm going to kill the wolf in the advanced stage." Okay. Lu Jun became serious, staring down at the approaching wolves, instead of waiting in place, but holding the Zhenjin sword tightly with both hands, staring at the leading wolf that was running wildly. Just at this time, the Wolf King also looked over, and the two sides looked at each other, full of evil spirits. Suddenly, he stepped on the wind track, and his figure rushed down in a flash. With the help of the acceleration of the descent and the power of magic, he could not be said to be running, but was floating a few feet a step, shrinking the ground into inches. Buzz buzz. Lu Jun pointed his long sword obliquely, and grazed the ground, with sparks and lightning all the way, almost turning into an afterimage, pulling out azure water and cyan wind. His ears were full of sonic booms, and his mind was focused on a ferocious and huge advanced slave monster in front of him superior. Boom. The two sides met in an instant, and Lu Jun was like a blue cannonball, bumping into the one-eyed magic wolf with a posture of sacrificing his life. Before the confrontation, he held the sword in both hands and erected it between his eyebrows. The nearly 4-meter-long sword slashed down with majestic inertia, slashing everything. But the leader of the one-eyed magic wolf reacted quickly. It smelled a life and death crisis from the long sword. It was terrified, and immediately inspired its own natal sorcery, covering its body with a layer of blood and ink. Most of the servants do not have black magic, depending on their bloodlines, but some black magic has begun to awaken in the advanced stage, which is comparable to the elementary third-level magic, and it will be further enhanced in the warrior stage. Originally, the physique of the monster in the advanced stage was a few blocks away from that of the giant-eyed orangutan, and with the blessing of witchcraft, the defense was stronger. When Lu Jun slashed down heavily, he felt like cutting a tree. Although he could still cut deep wounds, it was unrealistic to think of cutting it in half in one go. After a loud noise, a wave of air was set off, dust splashed everywhere, and the two figures were thrown back at the same speed. The difference is that Lu Jun only flew a few meters away, and after a backflip in midair, he landed smoothly. Stop. Seeing this scene, those one-eyed magic wolves quickly spread out, not overreaching to help the leader wolf. It stands to reason that with the strength and weight of human beings, even if the inertia is great, it is impossible to shake a giant beast that is 4 meters tall. But don't forget, the épée in Lu Jun's hand weighs at least 100 caddies other than his own weight, and the flexible water flow of Shui Yu dissolves the reaction force during the collision. He adjusted and looked down at the wolf head below. A deep bloodstain appeared on his shoulder. Roar! The alpha wolf stood up, shook its head, and sprinted up to kill him again. Before it, a dozen or so wolves around it had already rushed close to Lu Jun. The situation suddenly became critical. Lu Jun was surrounded by heavy siege. Without panic, following the wind trail extending in all directions, recklessly entered the pack of wolves to fight, chopping off the demon wolf with one sword, and decapitating the wolf that was about to attack behind with a swinging slash. His swordsmanship has no number, or it is the most simple and unpretentious. The sword is deadly, and it is only for killing people. But there were too many demon wolves around. Even if Lu Jun was in a bad position, he would miss it sometimes. The wolf was very cunning. After suffering a loss, he didn't force himself, and ordered his men to hunt. Boom. Finally, when Lu Jun slashed again and forced a demon wolf back, and was about to dodge on the wind track, he was slowed down for a moment due to exhaustion. During this little gap, he was caught by the demon wolf in the advanced stage, and the entire huge wolf the body accelerated, and a claw was fierce. Seeing this, Lu Mei in the distance shouted in panic, Jun Lu. At this time, she was also being entangled by several demon wolves. While dodging on the wind track, she used the ground wave to block the opponent, trying to spare time to control the middle-level magic. However, monsters are not fools. Judging from the previous lethality, Lu Mei is the real threat. As a result, Lu Mei couldn't free up her hands. Who told her that the two systems are all movement control, and only the middle-level magic has lethality, and it takes at least 4 seconds to control the star map. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Jun came to his senses, quickly retracted his hands, and the door-sized Zhenjin sword was placed in front of him, covering himself tightly. With a bang, the wolf's culling was blocked by the épée, but the abundant impact was hard for a thin body to resist. Lu Jun was knocked into the air, his chest felt tight, and the blue water jacket around him was rippling, and countless streams of water splashed up. The moment his back hit the ground, he saw 4 or 5 one-eyed magic wolves rushing up, biting by the pack. Want to dismember him. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Once he fell to the ground and was crushed to death, even if he had Shui Yu, he would definitely die. Suddenly, he had an idea, and a donkey rolled on the spot to escape the fierce hunting of the demon, and then saw that the wolf in the advanced stage had no buffer, and burst out in the second stage, with a majestic body rushing forward. Boom! Lu Mei made a dangerous move. A third-level ground wave collapsed every 1.5 seconds, a deep pit collapsed under the wolf's feet in the advanced stage, and the soil rolled over, as if turning into a swamp, causing the wolf to stagger, and his limbs sank into it. Clamped tightly. Although Lu Jun got a temporary respite, the situation is still dangerous. In fact, once they jump off the cliff, they can retreat completely, but hunting is a waste of effort. At this time, Lu Jun raised the idea of giving up, and immediately vetoed it flatly. His eyes became fierce. If you even shrink back from this difficulty, then go home and raise pigs, and don't become a mage. Immediately afterwards, the gold-type stardust in his spiritual world seemed to feel this kind of determination, and the originally dim platinum cloud gave birth to a new force, and the brilliance of the dust cloud suddenly increased, not only expanded a circle, but also recovered a portion of its magic power. After many killings, the golden stardust finally sublimated from the critical point, reaching the elementary level 3 golden mons. Buzz buzz. Lu Junfu came to his heart, and raised the 4-meter-long shocking gold épée in a low voice. The golden lines spread and outlined on the surface, and the surface was covered with a layer of sharp platinum brilliance, and he swung it down suddenly. In an instant, a golden light gushed out from the great sword, the arc was condensed and shining, spanning more than 10 meters, and the sharp sound pierced the air. Puff! The demon wolf in front of him didn't have time to dodge, and hit the head. The sound of flesh cutting sounded, the golden light swept across, the body was split in half, and blood gushed out. In addition, the golden light continued to sway, cutting off the bodies of the 2 demon wolves behind in one go. Ah, this! Lu Mei's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Lu Jun jumped up, his muscles bulged, and he held the sword in both hands and slashed at the head wolf in the advanced stage. The third-level golden glow was activated again. This is what the gold system is good for. It summoned magic tools, some such as size, skills such as golden mang, can be used without controlling the stars. The wolf leader who had sunk into the mud pit struggled hard, and could only watch helplessly as the épée fell. The next moment, Lu Jun's figure descended from the sky, and the scimitar cut across the neck of the wolf head with a cold light, and the beheading attack was powerful. Puff! When Lu Jun fell down, he half-kneeled on one knee, a gust of blood gushed out from his back as far as 3 meters, and the huge half-human wolf's head was thrown high and landed on the side with a bang, even drawing deep ravines on the ground. The huge wolf body trembled and twitched a few times, fell silently, sank into the mud, and the wolf head died. He was bathed in large streams of blood, scalding extremely hot, and when he stood up, his whole body was bright red, with a strong bloody smell. His figure was like a demon, with a terrifying aura, and he brazenly raised the wolf's head with one hand, roaring angrily. At that moment, 7 or 8 wounded demon wolves whimpered and whined, and were shocked. They may have never seen such a mage, who approached with flesh, rode into the battle alone, and beheaded a wolf. Get out! Lu Jun threw up the huge wolf head and kicked it in front of the wolves. Seeing this, they backed up step by step, feeling like they wanted to retreat. It's a pity that it was too late, my sister yelled, Level 1 Wind Disc Tornado. Rumble. The gust of wind blew again on the top of the mountain, and a tornado of more than 10 meters high swept across. No matter whether it was injured or sound, all the heads were thrown away, and fell down the mountain again, leaving no place for burial. Seeing that the pack of wolves in front of him was completely emptied, Lu Jun sat down just now, panting, his muscles ached, he was a little bit bluffing just now, the golden stardust has been fighting for so long, and the golden glow has already been exhausted by 2 moves can. But when he saw the corpses of monsters strewn all over the mountain, his heart was filled with excitement, and he entered the 3rd level of elementary school. The next step is to attack the mid-level barriers. This is 2 years earlier than Mo Fan, and the other party is about to graduate from the 3rd year of high school, and only the 1st level and 3rd level caps of the dual system elementary level. Moreover, the lethality of the gold system is nothing to say. Jin Mang's move has made up for some shortcomings. Since then, he has mastered the killing of short and medium distances, and the future can be expected. A servant in the advanced stage, intermediate magic may not necessarily kill him instantly, but he was easily beheaded and died by me. Lu Jun took a deep breath, ambition grew in his heart, and he longed to achieve a career. On the other side, older sister Lu Mei stepped forward, her expression was both shocked and worried. She had to admit that she was shaken by the scene of her younger brother holding up the wolf's head and bathing in fresh blood. It's like seeing the back of an epic hero, only 16 years old, the 3rd level of elementary school, bloody battle against monsters, who is the opponent of the young people in the world. She couldn't get back to her senses for a long time, and seeing her brother sitting down, she asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Lu Jun grinned and said, "With the épée to block, and the 2nd level water defense to resist the impact, there is a high probability that nothing will happen. Go back and check carefully in the hospital. Now hurry up and pack up the spoils." After the words fell, Lu Mei's eyebrows curved, her smile was like a flower, and she nodded slightly, "Yeah." After a while, she held a dagger in her hand and went to make amends to the demon wolves everywhere. Of course, she was blessed with water protection, so as not to capsize in the gutter. While cutting up the corpse, Lu Mei's mind wandered into space. Once upon a time, she gave up the opportunity to go to school for her younger brother. A single woman with a half-grown child will encounter invisible discrimination in society. Regardless of the magical path she longed for, or the ordinary husband and child, she knew it was gone the moment she made the decision. She gave up a lot and brought up Lu Jun. The moment she saw that she was promising and assertive, she was even more disappointed. The child spread his wings and flew high. What about herself? Now when Lu Jun gave a quick feedback, Lu Mei realized that she was still young, and she still had a chance to pick up the dream that fell into the dust again, brush off the dust, and impact the supreme hall of magic. Lu Mei cut the material, and then laughed in a low voice, which was as sweet as a silver bell. "Is this cultivation? It seems really good. The thick joy of planting a seed in spring and harvesting in autumn is fascinating." She secretly added that one must be a well-behaved, obedient and capable 5-star character card like her younger brother to experience this kind of happiness. Lu Jun, who was resting at the side, was puzzled and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, sister? Did you gain a lot?" "It's okay." My sister leaned over to pack up the materials, and outlined her beautiful back. Finally, she paused, turned her head and smiled and said, "Tell me, is it possible for us to become archmages?" Hearing this, Lu Jun was slightly stunned, and immediately said firmly, "Inevitably, we will become gods of forbidden spells, and our name will be indelible in the long river of history." Lu Mei smiled and said, "You are so whimsical, our sister and brother will be successful if we become super orders. The pattern is small." He pouted, rested and stood up again. At least 50 demon wolves were killed in this battle. In his field of vision, the dark blue light spots like fireflies all around quickly converged into the white tiger pendant. A total of 50 remnant souls came automatically without collecting them by themselves. Lu Jun's spirit penetrated into the white tiger pendant, and his eyes suddenly opened up. A bloody dark red lake emerged, with nearly 100 remnant souls floating on it. It has been accumulated from the past to the present. The magic weapon contains mesons, the peak is definitely a soul tool, and its grade is comparable to the forbidden curse. Even if it falls now, it still has the auxiliary effect of the nebula magic tool and the nebula level soul vessel. When he peeked into this Jinsha lake, the hundreds of light spots suddenly moved, quickly overlapped and merged, and turned into a blue candle the size of a thumb. Spirit. Synthesis of remnant souls. Sure enough, Mo Fan's little loach has some, and so does the white tiger pendant. Lu Jun was slightly overjoyed. Although the synthesized spirit could not be released from the white tiger pendant, it still had infinite uses, such as nourishing the stars and raising the upper limit of stardust. Normally, a mage's primary, intermediate, and high-level magic can be upgraded to level 3 at most for each level of magic. But if it is nourished with the spirit of a demon, it can break through the limit and become an unprecedented level 4 or even level 5. It's just that if you want the magic of elementary level 4, the 7 stars must be nourished with slave-level demon spirits, and you will spend a total of 7 slave-level spirits. It is known that a servant-level spirit is 5 million, which costs 35 million yuan, which can buy 2 spirit seeds, and the configuration of dual-line mid-level spirit seeds belongs to the standard configuration of the proud son of the aristocratic family. So no one is willing to upgrade Xingzi, unless they have artifacts like Lu Jun and Mo Fan that can absorb the remnant souls of demons to synthesize souls, in order to be rich and powerful. An elementary level 4th level magic is equivalent to half an intermediate level magic. It can directly kill monsters of the same level in seconds, and can easily defeat servants of the advanced level. The key is to save magic energy. It should be noted that the consumption of middle-level magic is 7 or 8 times that of low-level magic, so the combat power has been increased by more than a fraction. It is said that there is a similar natural talent. All the spell levels of a certain magic system are +1, and other people's elementary, middle and high level are capped at 3 levels, and he is capped at 4 levels. This is only the 4th level. If you want to get the first level 5, 7 warrior level spirits, and 140 million funds. Up to the 4th level of the intermediate level, 49 stars, 49 servant level spirits, hiss. Lu Jun remembered that Mo Fan's future would be at most high level, and there would be no progress after reaching the 4th level, but the elementary level and middle level magic would have level 5. Let's take one step at a time. He felt that due to the special nature of the gold system, all star reinforcements would fall on the natal magic tool Zhen Jinjian, which was infinitely powerful. It's just that before Lu Jun's spirit left, surprises followed one after another. Seeing a complete slave-level spirit rising from the body of the advanced demon wolf, the blue candlelight quickly fell to the white tiger pendant on his chest. Lu Jun saw the spirits of 2 slaves floating in the bloody lake. Ha ha ha, I've made a fortune. He laughed, then turned to his sister and said, "Sister, you've exploded your soul, 5 million. After saying that, Lu Mei was both surprised and delighted. According to the probability, she was almost lucky. In addition, the magic wolf soul in the advanced stage is powerful, so it is easier to produce the spirit. She quickly approached and paused, and asked, "Wait, where did you get the undead soul vessel?" Hearing this, Lu Jun glanced at it and said, "Secret, don't worry about it so much, we can exchange it with the Yinmao building, and we will get 5 million. You can rent a top-level nebula magic weapon for half a year, and the Earth system will hit the middle level." Tisk tisk tisk, Shuan year-old is 22 pairs of mid-level, barely considered a genius. Lu Mei didn't ask any further questions, she pursed her lips and said angrily, "HMPH. Who are you mocking?" Soon, the 2 sisters and brothers worked together to clean up the battlefield, took out all the valuable materials from the monsters, and made up all the swords by the way. They were worried that the smell of blood would attract other large groups of monsters, so they didn't dare to stay longer, and they only picked key parts and then hurriedly evacuated. After all, to a certain extent, the one-eyed magic wolf in the first nest belongs to the subordinate unit of a group. Once the bloody smell in the territory lingers for a long time, the magic wolf pack in the next nest will come to check. Both Lu Jun and Lu Jun carried half-human high bows on their backs, and they were forced to run easily because of the wind track. 3 million, a total of 3 million materials. The different blood and bone owned by the advanced slave monster is very valuable. As the elder sister walked, she counted the money like a money fan, with a pair of beautiful eyes. Lu Jun smiled, that is to say, they directly earned 8 million in this wave, and after excluding the 3 million rented nebula magic weapon, the remaining 5 million can be saved. With a few more waves, it will be enough by the end of the second semester of high school. 20 million to buy a spiritual seed. Of course, this is his special situation. Almost most of the demon hunting groups do not have undead soul containers, which will reduce their income by 5 million, and no matter how lucky they are, they may not be able to capture souls every time they act. The two walked on the wind track, and soon returned to the Shifeng Mountain outpost. The veterans here were familiar with the siblings and nodded with a smile. Only Zon Kong walked out, glanced at Lu Jun's bloody appearance, terrified, then glanced at the big package carried by the two of them, took a breath and said, "You two will not go deep into the wilderness to wipe out a den of demonic wolves, right?" Seeing this, Lu Jun muttered, "Why are you an officer so idle every day, squatting with us here?" "Don't say it, it's really idle for Zon Kong to be demoted, the young master is going to the countryside to experience life." Lu Mei replied with a smile, "Quite a few parents boasted about their children. It's okay, it all depends on my younger brother, a nest of demons." Zon Kong looked at Lu Jun and began to doubt his life. Is this a high school kid? Such a fierce, direct extermination of a nest of demons. I feel that the Black Vatican is not such a perverted child. And whose Black Vatican is so kind and low-handed, hunting demons to make money? Wait, could it be? Zon Kong's eyes changed slightly, he didn't know what to think, looked at Lu Jun full of entanglements, and said seriously, "On behalf of the Bo City military, I thank you all. There is a large group of one-eyed demon wolves stationed near Bo City, with at least 50 nests. There is also a commander-level winged wolf sitting in the town. The death of a nest of demon wolves means a reduction of 1/50th pressure." Hearing this, Lu Jun twitched his lips and said, "Don't be thankful or not, let me give you some real rewards." "Is it another small pennant? You boy," Zon Kong scolded with a smile, and pondered, "I can't give you the specific money, but how about I exempt you from the field experience during the winter vacation at the end of the last semester of the second year of high school? Just judge the best. In my opinion, there is no need for you kid to engage in these tricks. The dimensionality reduction attack will make it difficult for me to start my work, and I will keep the relevant information confidential. The winter vacation experience at the end of the last semester of the second year of high school is something that every magic high school cannot escape. It is mandatory for the country to cultivate the quality of mages, and it is included in the total score of the college entrance examination, which accounts for a large proportion. Generally, the elite classes are held first, and the rest of the ordinary classes may be organized at the end of the second year of senior high school, or in the middle of the third year of senior high school. Lu Jun was overjoyed when he heard that he was exempted from training. He has experienced so much and he doesn't like this training. It's just that Zon Kong's words are quite meaningful. What is hidden information? Indeed, if he hadn't done field training, he would have been able to hide his strength until he went to college without making a move in front of his classmates and instructors. Wait, he looked at Zon Kong, the handsome uncle's eyes were full of deep meaning, he murmured in his heart, could it be that he made up his mind to be a victim of the disaster, and then took care of him on purpose? Only the victims of the disaster can have the strength to kill slave-level demons at this age. For a while, Lu Jun didn't bother to explain, this is pretty good, he can develop insignificantly, and he owes Zon Kong a small favor. He thought about the other party's future tragedy, and decided that this character was worth saving. Leaving the Shifeng Mountain outpost, the siblings went straight to the hospital in Bo City, and had a body check. There was no way that a monster hunter must pay attention to this matter. How many people didn't pay attention when they were young, and their sequelae broke out in middle age, and they were directly half useless. Seeing that there were no serious sequelae of scars, I just switched to the Hunter Alliance to deal with the magic wolf materials and hand over the task to make a small profit. Immediately afterwards, Lu Mei spent 3 million to rent the Nebula magic weapon for half a year, and then auctioned off the servant-level spirit, earning 5 million. For example, the Magic Association has its own vessel for dead souls, and Lu Jun can just transfer it from the White Tiger Pendant. If there is no suspicion of being exposed, even if he knows, he can handle it as Lu Mei's mid-level mage. Back home, Lu Mei held a star bracelet in her hand, and said with a smile, in half a year at the most, my soil element will be mid-level, dual element mid-level. Originally, she wanted to rent one for her younger brother, but Lu Jun refused, joking that the White Tiger Pendant was easier to use than this one. His gold system can also hit the middle level, about half a year, and a few more months to control the 49 stars. Awakening magic. Graduated from high school, no matter what, the first level of the intermediate level of the dual system, the third level of the elementary level of the dual system. The disaster of Bo City is more than self-preservation. Lu Jun clenched his fists tightly. Mo Fan was only able to reach the middle level of the dual element after graduating from high school, and he was still unable to release magic. If it wasn't for the devouring earth holy spring, he would have been at the third level of the dual element elementary level at the age of 18. Dishengchen, it's a pity that the original book clearly states that it is the power of the Azure Dragon Totem, which is completely incompatible with my White Tiger Totem, so there is no need to play with it. He sighed, knowing that such opportunities are rare. Time passed, and 2 months passed. Afterwards, Lu Jun and his two hunted monsters many times. With good luck, they wiped out the one-eyed magic wolf in the 2 lairs. I have never encountered a servant-level spirit again, so the material fee collected is only a few million, and the whole summer vacation aside, I have accumulated a huge sum of 10 million. In the future, it seemed that because they were too arrogant, they caused huge losses to the one-eyed wolf group, which aroused vigilance, and even mistakenly thought it was the Bo City military's suppression operation, and started to fight back. For this reason, the 3-level orange alarm was sounded. As a last resort, the actions of the siblings stopped. On the one hand, the wilderness demon was vigilant, and on the other hand, they had to consider resting. The long-term killing made Lu Jun's eyes a little more indifferent, and he was full of evil spirits. If he continues like this, he will easily get lost, indifferent to life, and needs to cultivate himself for a while. Coincidentally, the second year of high school started. Lu Jun returned to school again, and this summer vacation has been fruitful. Unfortunately, the water magic still has not been able to break through, and it is still at the first level, and the number of times it is used is too small. He has plans in his heart for the improvement of the water system, but that can only be done at the middle level, and the water system is still too weak at the elementary level. In Tianlin High School, Lu Jun, Mo Fan, and Zhang Xiaohu gathered together and entered the top class. Among them, Mo Fan looked at Lu Jun up and down, and said, "Why does Lao Lu feel that you have changed every semester, and you have given me a sense of calmness and prestige?" Lu Jun didn't say anything, just slumped on the chair, closed his eyes and looked inside the spiritual world. The 2 pieces of stardust shone brightly, azure blue and white gold complemented each other, and the gold-type stardust was obviously 2 circles larger, pushing the water-type stardust aside. He went deep into the white tiger pendant, and 2 candle-sized blue souls shone on the blood-colored lake. In the last 2 summer vacations, he wiped out the lairs of demonic wolves. Another one was synthesized. Now Lu Jun has 2 servant-level synthetic spirits in his hand. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate any longer, and decisively attracted the spirit to nourish the golden stardust. Buzz buzz. The 2 blue souls submerged into the platinum stardust, were instantly refined, and a wave of warmth was released, and the 2 platinum stardust swelled in a circle, from the size of a little finger to the size of a thumb. Lu Jun only felt a coolness in his mind for a while, which shocked his spirit. His memory and concentration increased, and the total amount of mana energy also increased, and the luster of the platinum stardust was obviously brighter, and the sword mark that traversed the stardust was also affected. Moisturize. That's right, the 4th level of the elementary level is only short of 5 spirits. Let's see if we can get them together in 2 or 3 holidays. The 3rd level of the elementary level has an ability similar to Sword Chi. I don't know how strong it is at the 4th level. According to the lethality of the gold system, it is estimated that the power has touched the threshold of intermediate magic. He nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly there was a noise in his ear, and he opened his eyes involuntarily. On the podium, the head teacher of the top class was Lao Shui. Because he had outstanding grades in leading the class before, and out of geniuses like Lu Jun, he was still in charge. At this time, hundreds of top students are very excited, including Mu Bai and others. It is time to distribute Stardust Magic Tool. Whoever holds more time will make greater progress in the future. Shui Musheng didn't hold back and said, "We will allocate the time to use the Stardust Magic Tool according to your ranking in the annual assessment. The higher the ranking, the longer the time you can use it. Of course, our school is very humane. Every quarter we will retest and then re-rank. The distribution of Stardust magic weapons will also change with the new assessment." Then, Lu Jun saw another speechless scene. Director Shui said to Mo Fan seriously, Mo Fan, as the number one in the class, you should have used the Stardust magic tool for the longest time, but due to your disrespectful behavior in the annual assessment, the usage time will change from 1 month to 10 days, this is your punishment. Both the commoners and the disciples of the aristocratic families gloated. Oh, 1 month has turned into 10 days, and the price is too high. If I refrained from being presumptuous at the time, this 1 month is enough to pull away a lot of other people. If he simply lowers his head and agrees to join the Mu family, he might get more. Yeah, why are you so spineless? However, Mo Fan still looked indifferent, unaware of the seriousness of the problem. As the number one Mo Fan was punished, the beneficiary was naturally Lu Jun, the second place, but he had the white tiger pendant and hated this little stardust magic weapon. So he simply traded the right to use it to Mu Bai in private. In the next 2 years, a package of 1 million yuan is really expensive, but there is no market for the price. As for why not find Mo Fan? Ha ha, poor ghost. Besides, as Lu Jun expected, Mo Fan will soon be able to activate the function of the Azure Dragon Pendant. Mu Bai was still very surprised, confirmed again and again, gritted his teeth and paid, secretly still mocking Lu Jun for not knowing what to say. The extra stardust magic weapon, the speed of cultivation has greatly increased. The top two are all pretentious for various reasons, and the next assessment will overthrow Mo Fan and Lu Jun. Mu Bai feels that the advantage lies with me. The new semester begins. Time is like running water. 2 months have passed in a blink of an eye, and the semester is nearly halfway through. During this period of time, Lu Jun concentrated all his energy on the water system, and finally broke through the 3rd level of water control and circulation under the nourishment of the White Tiger Pendant. At home in the evening, my elder sister Lu Mei was quietly practicing on the sofa. Her body was shining with apricot yellow, and her wrist was shining with star bracelets. She was meditating and cultivating the earth element. Crash. In the courtyard outside, Lu Jun controlled the stars. A blue star track passed by. The air was majestic and the water vapor was drawn away. Countless water droplets gathered, interweaving several endless streams of water, shining brightly, protecting the whole body. When he touched it with his fingers, the rushing water burst out with a powerful impact, which directly bounced his hand away, causing some pain. When the water flows, in addition to endless self-healing, it also contains abundant kinetic energy. Even if there are monsters that can tear through the defense, there will be a strong impact force before the water barrier is broken, repelling the servant-level monsters and gaining a chance to breathe. It can be said that the 3rd level water defense is indeed a good defensive skill. Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction, and looked at his spiritual world. The 2 pieces of stardust were evenly divided, and both had reached the 3rd level of elementary level. Considering his 17-year-old age, it was really scary. Just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly received a call, turned on the communicator and found out that it was Mo Fan. What happened? On the other side, a little earlier in time, Mo Fan was on the roof of the teaching building, playing with the stardust magic weapon he just got, preparing to try cultivation. As a result, the little loach on his neck reacted and directly swallowed all the energy in the stardust magic weapon. Now he was dumbfounded, and quickly shook the green dragon pendant. The little loach didn't spit it out, but revived itself with the servant-level spirit, which has the same function as the stardust magic weapon. You're cheating. Mo Fan exploded and kept telling himself to calm down. After thinking for a while, he decided to call Lu Jun. The original book was meant to call Tangyu. Tangyu, as a fire mage, had taught them fire students for a while, and her background was mysterious, so maybe she could solve it. But now that Lu Jun appeared, Mo Fan was more willing to trust his friends than the teacher he met by chance. Moreover, Lu Jun's sister is a rare mid-level mage in Bo City, so she can definitely suppress her when she communicates with the school. So Mo Fan answered the phone, and said as soon as he opened his mouth, "Father, come and save my son." At the same time, Lu Jun in the yard couldn't hold back when he heard Mo Fan's first words. His forehead was covered with black lines, and he vaguely guessed the reason in his heart, but he said unceremoniously, "Come on, it's not that something big happened to you. Will you call me daddy? You just assigned the stardust magic weapon to the school today, I guess you must have broken it. You can guess this, are you Nan?" Mo Fan called out on the other end of the phone, and then said with an awkward smile, "He, I mean that a good son is like a father. So it's up to me, right?" Lu Jun was speechless. he's really thick-skinned, he really needs to learn from it. At the same time, he had a thought of a good way, and said to the phone, stay where you are and don't move. I'll wait. After Lu Jun got dressed, he told his sister to go to school. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the school rooftop. When he saw Mo Fan, he said sadly, you are here. The typhoon is very windy and the night is so cold. I want to jump off. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Jun's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, stop acting, let me see what's going on. Then Mo Fan told everything. Lu Jun understood it, and explained with his forehead, you little loach is not simple, it is a magic tool that can be upgraded, you don't have to worry about being taken away, because you have already linked the soul, and no one can take it away, but in the future be careful, don't tell anyone else. Hearing this, Mo Fan suddenly realized the relationship between the Stardust magic weapon, spirits, and undead soul vessels. Then what should we do now? I have a way. Lu Jun smiled as a bright boy, and said, I have some remnants in my hand, and I can place a servant-level remnant soul in this Stardust magic weapon. Then temporarily pretend that it is intact, and it can still emit warmth, but it will run out of energy after a few days at most. Before that, you give it to the next user, I think it's Mu Bai. Oh, Mo Fan had already figured out what he wanted to do with a dark belly. It was nothing more than framing and scapegoating. He looked at Lu Jun and showed a sinister smile at the same time. The former didn't like Mu Bai because of the annual assessment, and he wished to cheat him to death. But Lu Jun had other considerations. Mu Bai in this period actually had no money. The one who was really rich was his father Mu He, who was also the leader of the Black Vatican. He was always planning to destroy Bo City. Mu He will definitely pay for it, so in fact, it's not Mu Bai that he cheated, but Mu He. The ghost knows how terrified he has been in the past year, and his hard work in cultivation may not be the reason for the disaster in Bo City. This fool is not relieved. The Black Vatican is quite terrifying as an enemy, entangled in the official routes, everywhere, even the purest tribunal has been invaded, let alone some imperial court institutions. Lu Jun was thinking hard, as if he saw a dark shadow covering the sky, but he didn't dare to act rashly, and he had to break the situation by himself. In fact, he also knows which important figures in the original book are clean, but unfortunately these important figures cannot be seen. Even if he visits, most of them are surrounded by members of the Black Vatican. Details will be explained later with the plot. If you think about it, it is impossible for a big man to come forward in person after listening to your little junior mage, and most of them will leave it to the subordinates to understand the specific situation. This is a very realistic situation, and those who have everything to do will not act on the fly. The situation at that time is Black Vatican. Who is under the hall? Why report this officer? Lu Jun put aside the thoughts in his mind, took a deep breath, and stuffed the remnant soul into the Stardust magic weapon. In fact, the specific operation is not that simple, but he has the gold system, and he seems to have a talent for the structure of magic equipment, so he can get it done after a little exploration. Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, thank you, Lao Lu. It's okay. Lu Jun smiled, stretched out a hand and said, Chungwei is a servant-level spirit. After the words fell, Mo Fan was stunned, and his forehead turned dark. You might as well sell me, what's the difference between paying for the Stardust magic weapon? Ha ha ha, just kidding, I hope my son will become a dragon, I hope my father will be more expensive than his son. Lu Jun just casually said that he didn't care, it's just a remnant soul, it's worthless at all, so it's an investment in Mo Fan. Mo Fan said disgustedly, go, wait until I get rich, and I will give you back 100 spirits. Tonight, the moon is dark and the wind is high, the two people left on the roof, there is no inner ghost. A week later, it was Mu Bai's turn to hold the Stardust magic weapon, and he took it home without any precaution. After using it for a few days, it broke without any accident. I told my mother, and finally my mother begged for, uncle. There was nothing to say all night. Mu He, it doesn't matter, I will make a move. So the school manager Mu He donated 1 million to the school, and Tianlin High School reported it to the relevant department. The Stardust magic weapon was damaged, so it went through the reimbursement process, and the Magic High School Alliance reissued one. The matter passed like this, and no one except Mo Fan and Lu Jun knew about it. It's just that Mu Bai is miserable. The previous annual assessment is not over. He was reprimanded by the two leaders of the family, and then encountered the damage of the Stardust magic weapon on his heels. Although there is no serious reason for being a student at school, Mu Bai found out in despair that he would no longer be able to get the support of his family after graduating from high school, no different from ordinary civilians. Lu Jun, it doesn't matter if your family doesn't want it, get out and take off as soon as possible. Since this incident passed, half a year has passed in a blink of an eye, and the last semester of the second year of high school is over. The students in the top 2 class of senior high school do not have a holiday in the winter vacation, but go to the field to practice, which will be recorded in the total score of the college entrance examination. Early in the morning, a group of students were very excited and talking about it. Only Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu in the crowd looked around, frowned and said, "Where did you go, Mr. Liu, on such an important day?" "Isn't it because I forgot about the experience? I still thought it was winter vacation." No, Mo Fan saw that the head teacher, Lao Shui, was going to read the list, and said decisively, "I'll call Lu Jun and ask him to come quickly." But before Mo Fan got on the phone, Teacher Shui above said, "This field operation is led by the military. Practice teacher Tang Yu, Pan Li Jun from the Monster Hunting Alliance, and Lu Jun from my class were protected by the military for special reasons. You are exempted from the examination." After the words fell, Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohu, and even Mu Bai, who was extremely unlucky and dark-faced recently, were stunned. Mo Fan muttered, "Lao Lu, when did he hook up with the military? It's really mysterious." The other students were also noisy, but they were not envious. They hadn't experienced hunting monsters yet, so they thought it was an outing, or the bitter point was survival in the wilderness, and it would be a pity not to go. In fact, it was true. Before Zhang Kong was demoted to Bo City, his sophomore experience was mostly a mere formality. After all, who could bear the responsibility when some children died? And even Zhang Kong was tested by using the summoned beasts of the instructors disguised as monsters, and the safety was within controllable range. The so-called summoned beast is one of the dimensional magic summoning system elementary magic, which can summon a servant-level monster at the initial level, and is often invincible at the same level. Of course, those who are born with natural talents, and those who are abnormal like Lu Jun are another matter. The gold-type killing, combined with the wind-type water-type magic, takes all aspects into consideration. Not long after, school buses set off, carrying the students, and headed straight for the Shifeng Mountain outpost. Soon after getting out of the car, Zhang Kong made his debut, giving the students a bad start, bluntly saying that they should abandon everything, and ask to survive in the wild for 10 days, and at the same time complete a reward. Otherwise, the class will fail the grade. Now not only the top students were in an uproar, but also the practice teachers objected. No, ordinary monster hunters can't complete the bounty, let alone a group of students. But it was useless, and the chief instructor Zhang Kong forcibly suppressed his objections, and he also tempted, "Whoever completes the reward first, I will personally give him an elementary magic tool." As soon as this remark came out, the audience was enthusiastic and the students were excited. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for them to regret it. Zhang Kong revealed the plan to the practical teacher, and the teachers of the school immediately panicked and tested the students together. It took Mo Fan and his team 10 days to survive in the wilderness before they arrived at the mission location, an old lair of the one-eyed wolf in a valley, and there were no monsters in it for a long time. What really exists is a summoned beast named Baiyang Instructor, disguised as a spirit wolf beast. It was nothing more than a servant-level monster. It had just appeared like a beast, causing dozens of students to collapse on the spot. Xu Zayading, Mu Bai, Zhang Xiaohu, Mo Fan, He Yu and other outstanding students still want to control Xingzi and unleash elementary magic to resist, but it is difficult to turn the tide against the tide. With the roar of the spirit wolf, all the students who were still connected to the star trail disconnected, unable to bear it any longer and ran away in a hurry. Only Mo Fan and Mu Bai successfully released the magic, but the two elementary spells were useless to the spirit wolf. As a last resort, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu made a move, controlled the wind track, and led the spirit wolf away. But at this moment, Baiyang's spirit wolf lost control, and it was about to die. Zhang Kong's expression changed, and he quickly cast high-level wind magic, and Wind Wing quickly rescued Mo Fan. But who is Mo Fan? The fire element breaks through the second level at the critical moment. Through the ingenious use of magic, one hand is paralyzed by the thunder element, and the other hand is the fire element that interrupts the stalactites on the cave, falling down and directly piercing the spirit wolf beast, crucified to death in the cave. Pass. To some extent, Lu Jun's first monster hunting experience was much better than Mo Fan's. The gold system can summon magic in advance, without having to be distracted during the battle, and adapt to the growth step by step. And Mo Fan is purely born with a big heart, and in the end the brave man also won his reward, a basic magic shield worth hundreds of thousands. In addition, because of the death of the summoned beast, Bai Yong was hurt by the contract, and he felt resentment towards Mo Fan. If Lu Jun was present, he probably deserved the curse, because Bai Yong is a member of the Black Vatican, and he was placed inside the military mage. The plan to destroy Bo City has already started, and many fountains of mania have been arranged in the demon lairs outside the city. This is a kind of medicine that is diluted and adjusted with the holy spring as an introduction. At the cost of consuming life potential, it can stimulate the bloodiness of demons on a large scale, and promote their madness and promotion. It is estimated that Bai Yong was afraid of being discovered, so he deliberately pretended to be out of control, and let the summoned beast kill him. Unexpectedly, he met Mo Fan, a pervert. Fortunately, until the end, Zhang Kong couldn't find anything, it was too secretive. At the same time as Mo Fan was practicing in the wild, Lu Jun and his sister took advantage of the winter vacation to dispatch to exterminate a pack of wolves. The middle level of the soil system rock barrier rock. Lu Mei's apricot yellow magical power surged all over her body, and a picture of jagged rocks appeared at her feet, with 49 stars arranged in a star map. With a loud shout, she raised her slender hand. In an instant, layers of soil waves rolled in front of him, and the rock walls on all sides roared and rose. The advanced level slave level den head wolf charged violently, and burrowed into the hard wall more than 10 meters high, making a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the 4 rock walls closed together, wrapping the head wolf tightly, including 7 or 8 one-eyed demon wolves, so that it could not move, only a small window at the top was exposed. Puff! The cyan boots of Lu Jun's feet were shining brightly. When he stepped on the spot, he immediately rose more than 10 meters into the sky. When he fell, he swung a 4-meter-long shocking gold épée. Overflow, soaked the soil. A battle ended easily, and there were wolf corpses everywhere, with traces of wind, metal, and earth damage. This area is a relatively flat ground, and it is definitely not as beneficial to hunting monsters as the valley at the beginning, but Lu Jun and the two can easily solve it. Their strength has improved too much in half a year. First of all, my sister Lu Mei broke through the middle level of the soil system 2 months ago. Promotions are fast. She is in charge of the first level of the middle level of the dual system, among which the intermediate magic of the earth system is a little inexperienced, and the drawing speed of the star map of the wind system is extremely fast, and there is a faint sign of breaking through the second level of the middle level Fengpan Tianluo. And Lu Jun's dual element third level, gold element reached the peak. After 4 months of grinding, he is almost about to break through the middle level, probably in the next few days. In addition, they didn't keep the 10 million they earned last summer. Instead, they went to the Magic Association to buy 2 mid-level magic tools, fully armed. Lu Mei got a piece of magic killing equipment called Light Wheel Ring, which is usually worn on her hand like a golden bracelet. It contains the skill of Light Wheel Slash. Once activated, it will turn into a light wheel that slashes across the sky. It is the strongest single target kill. It is no problem to kill an advanced servant with 1 move, and it is worth 6 million. This magical equipment makes up for her lack of output means and lack of decisive blows. In terms of dodge, control, defense, and group attack, the 2 systems of climate and soil are considered top of the line. As for Lu Jun, he picked out a piece of Albatron boot magical equipment, which has a protective function on the feet and is worth 4 million. Its own wind step skill has 2 modes. One is as just shown, all the energy explodes in an instant, soars up to more than 10 meters, can glide in midair for a short time, and even explodes in double jumps. The other is sprinting. The effect is similar to that of wind tracks, output energy. It is very suitable for Lu Jun's situation. It doesn't matter if he has his sister's assistance, but once he loses the blessing of the Wind Magician, he will become a living target, and the power of the gold system will be greatly reduced. In addition, the reason why he bought mid-level magic equipment was that he was also considering that he was approaching the mid-level, and he had to leave enough time for future use, similar to a child buying clothes and buying one size bigger. Besides, he will go to school, and there will be more fights alone. In general, the 10 million flowers are worth it, and it is safer to hunt monsters with increased combat power. Just like now, when Lu Jun walked in front of the corpses of the wolves, fluorescent lights gathered from all directions, one of which was the size of a thumb, originated from the head wolf, and was impressively a servant-level spirit. This holiday, the siblings wiped out 2 layers in a row, and they were both lucky enough to explode their spirits. The 2 spirits cost 10 million yuan, and with the materials added, the value was 15 million yuan. It can be said that the luck accumulated last semester has exploded now, and the probability is still around 1%. However, Lu Jun considered that if he wanted to buy spirit seeds, he would buy top quality ones. He would have to accumulate at least 25 million funds. Originally, Mo Fan's Thunder-type Spirit Seed 1000 Jun with special effects would cost 28 million. It will take about half a year. If he really saves up the funds, he will not buy Water-type Spirit Seeds for the time being, but will equip his sister with Wind-type Spirit Seeds first. On the one hand, my sister, the middle-level mage, contributed the most in the battle, and on the other hand, he didn't break through the middle-level water system so quickly. Let's withdraw first, Mr. Liu. After collecting the materials, Lu Mei said with a solemn expression, I have a bad feeling. The recent demon wolves seem to be too active and excited. I'm afraid something will happen. The advanced stage magic wolf we wiped out before almost evolved to the warrior level. Fortunately, it was killed early, otherwise it would really overturn. Warlord is another field. 7 or 8 mid-level mages can hunt a warlord. The elder sister's 2 series of mid-level wizards are at most 2 mid-level mages, and it will cause too much trouble if they can't even fight with 2 ordinary mid-level magic tools in their hands. Once they encounter warrior-level demons, even if they are newcomers, they will be completely unable to deal with them. Well, I can't take any risks in the future. Let's talk about it after my gold system is promoted to the middle level. Our alliance should be able to compete with the generals. Lu Jun nodded and said. His eyes were deep. He squatted beside the pool of the demon wolf's lair, reached out his hand to dip some turbid water source. The water system sensed the stardust, and said inwardly, Fountain of Mania, the Black Holy Sea has acted. Perhaps it was not an accident that they exploded their spirits one after another. These advanced demon wolves might have been stimulated to their potential, and the quality of their souls had greatly increased. And even though the hunters are working so hard to exterminate them, the frequency of encountering monsters is still increasing. This shows a problem. The number of monsters has increased, and there are more groups of migrants. In half a year, Lu Jun basically figured out the underground pipeline of Bo City, but he was too weak to control the actions of the Black Vatican in real time, and he was also afraid of being discovered. Let's take a step and see one step at a time. He shook his head, picked up a large bag of materials, followed the wind track, and returned with his sister. Not long after, the siblings saw densely packed figures standing at the Shifeng Mountain outpost in the distance, and gasped slightly, It's strange, why are there so many people today? Mo Fan stood in the crowd at the Shifeng Mountain outpost. Hearing the chief instructor's admiration, he couldn't help puffing out his chest and holding his toes high. Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen and the others had a bad look on their faces. All the students around looked at Mo Fan with envy and admiration, becoming the focus of the crowd. Ahem, that's great. You can fight monsters alone at a young age. You all have to learn it. Zhang Kong coughed lightly, muttering in his heart why there are so many perverts, and another guy in high school who single-handedly killed slave monsters appeared. At the same time, he was very distressed, and he didn't take the rewards of magic equipment seriously, because there were no rewards at all. But now it's okay not to give it away. This kid doesn't want to suffer, so he can make up for it. When he sighed, the students in front screamed and screamed, as if they saw something incredible. When Zhang Kong looked over, he realized that it was Lu Jun, the boy who hunted the monster back. The siblings have a strong aura and are very eye-catching. Lu Mei lifted up her smooth black hair, perfectly showing her fair and sweaty face and neck. Looking down, she is wearing an off-white shirt that outlines her plump figure, her chest is raised like a hill, and her conservative round neck can't hide a dazzling deep groove. A sultry wildness. Lu Jun was even more frightening. He was full of evil spirits, his clothes were bloody and dry, and the corner of the iceberg of flesh and blood was exposed on his back, and the blood was dripping from different bones. He made firm steps step by step, as if he had just stepped out of a sea of blood from a mountain of corpses. There is no way. The two fought, and Lu Jun was in close combat, and was splashed with blood, while the elder sister was much more elegant, more tired, and dripping with sweat. Of course, I just came back from the wilderness. No matter what the image is, it brings a strong sense of impact to the vision, and each has a wild and masculine beauty. Those greenhouse flowers in the campus had never seen such a scene before, their breathing was stagnant, and their eyes could not help moving away. Someone exclaimed, Is this the Lu Jun who was exempted from the test? He actually went to hunt monsters in the wild. Who is that woman next to me? It's amazing. She's just too strong. Some young boys couldn't resist the attractiveness of the powerful big sister, their hearts thumped, and at the same time, Lu Mei's awe-inspiring temperament made them dare not look directly at them, and they were relieved when the two passed by. Seeing the two come back, Zongkong said hello, and then said with a sinister smile to the group of classmates, "You guys, don't think that you are arrogant because you have some experience in facing monsters. There are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Look at them, and you know why they are exempted from the test. At your age, you dare to go out to hunt monsters." Hearing this, Mu Bai, Zhao Senkin and others swallowed, feeling frustrated. Mo Fan didn't listen to Zon Kong's words at all, and his arrogant personality was deeply shocked. The gap was too big, and he suddenly realized that beheading a servant-level monster was nothing. But Tang Yu frowned, thinking of her investigation information, thoughtful. Lu Jun nodded to Zon Kong, and then greeted Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu, and then he remembered that this time is the time for field training in school. He and his sister didn't stop, and quickly went back to process the spirit and materials. When Lu Jun and the two walked away, the whole class exploded, talking about the two of them constantly. Many girls were attracted by the cold and stern Lu Jun, and secretly admired a strong and independent woman like Lu Mei. They chattered curiously. There is no way that Lu Jun usually has a high level of cultivation, is good at studying, and is also handsome, but he is too low-key and withdrawn. No one knows that he has a sister and what he is doing. Now that the tip of the iceberg is revealed, more mystery emerges, which makes people want to stop and arouse their desire to explore. The boys also looked confused, with complicated emotions. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. He was full of arrogance in his heart. He didn't just give up lightly, but began to think whether he was not enough volume. Mo Fan has made up his mind. He must join the urban monster hunting team, and then go to the wild to hunt monsters step by step. It is not only to make money, but also to experience. If Lu Jun can do it, there is no reason why he can't. On the other hand, Lu Jun didn't know what his classmates thought, and he didn't care. On the way home, my sister joked, "Hey, I saw the eyes of those girls, you just need to hook your hands and you can get it." Lu Jun was speechless, and resolutely attacked with a straight ball, "But I just want to be with my sister." After saying that, Lu Mei's face became hot. She pushed her younger brother and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." The black-haired boy curled his lips and didn't say anything else. As usual, the two of them went to the hospital for a checkup, and then went to the Hunters Alliance to deal with the material spirits. The value of the different bones and blood of the monster is not low. It is the cultivation resource of the summoning system, and it is also the source of magic equipment materials. No matter how bad it is just needed for making blood tonics, monster hunting powder, etc. in the wild. The elder sister said, "I plan to renew the Nebula magic tool for another 6 months, 3 million. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. She has long been accustomed to the rapid growth of her cultivation. Give her a month or two, and the wind element will break through to the second level." Lu Jun agrees with this. Money is something outside of the body, and now they are all on the rise and cannot be saved. In the end, the two went home to wash up, and each sat on the sofa to practice. Buzz buzz. Lu Jun's spirit penetrated into the white tiger pendant, and there were some light spots on the blood lake. Only a complete servant-level spirit was the most shining. He hunted down 2 lair demon wolves, collected hundreds of remnant souls, and synthesized the spirit again. He carefully guided the faint blue candle into the spiritual world. At this time, the golden stardust had already expanded to the extreme, and the faint light film on the outer layer of the platinum light group was tightly wrapped. This means that the elementary level cultivation has reached the end. Breaking through this layer of hazy light curtain, it will be a stardust nebula, and it will be promoted to the intermediate level. During this period, Lu Jun has been grinding for a long time, and the light film seems very thin and crumbling. The next step is to use the spirit to help make a breakthrough. To tell the truth, it is very rare for Mo Fan to get the dual-element breakthrough of Tianxia Bao, and most of them are spent like this. Those children from aristocratic families who have intermediate cultivation and mastered magic when they first enter the school, they will become the primary peak at the end of the second year of high school, leaving aside the time to break through and control the stars. Therefore, at Lu Jun's level, it is completely reasonable to break through in the middle of the second year of high school. Maybe Mu Ningxie will also reach the middle level at this age. Soon, the spirit merged into a platinum star, and it inflated several times in an instant. 7 stars flickered in a piece of stardust, and 3 of them were high above, getting closer and closer to the elementary 4th level magic. Rumble. The platinum light group in the first layer of light curtain silently brewed some kind of sharpness, reached a certain level, and then burst out suddenly, and a long sound of sword marks inside rose into the sky. With a stabbing sound, the light curtain was completely cut through, and the sword opened the sky in the endless dark universe, cutting out a more radiant platinum nebula. The size of the original platinum light group skyrocketed, increasing 7 or 8 times at once, and 49 planetesimals were derived, just like galaxies floating in it, gorgeous and dazzling. Lu Jun only felt a sharp pain in his head, and a majestic magic power gushed out from the depths, constantly expanding his spiritual boundaries, and his mental power seemed to have a real sense at once, and it became much stronger. Outside, the boy's body was shining with platinum light, and his sharp aura swept across the small courtyard of the living room. Lu Mei, who was meditating, felt a prickly pain on her skin, and she quickly woke up. She looked at her younger brother and couldn't help but smile. Intermediate Mage, 17 years old. When Lu Jun opened his eyes, the pupils were so sharp that ordinary people would not dare to look at them. He heard his sister say softly, "Congratulations." Hey. The corners of Lu Jun's mouth couldn't help curling up, and he was delighted. Just now, the white tiger pendant sent another message, which is a middle-level magic of the gold system, named Royal Artifact. The first level is Yujian flying. Utilizing the metal magnetism all over the planet, manipulating the shocking gold they pay to come and go freely, taking a person's head from 100 steps away is like picking something out of a bag. The most important thing is the achievement nebula of the gold system. The size of the initial level and the effect of the golden light have been greatly improved. Zhenjin can expand 9 times at most, 1 meter 3 times 9, which is about 12 meters, and the width is at least 1 meter. Lu Jun suddenly thought of various ways to play. You see, the sword can fly, isn't that person stepping on it is Yujian flying Li Xiaoyao? Cough cough, this wave has advanced from Gallowin's swordsman. Of course, it's not as impressive as the Shenxia's body-to-body sword, turning into swordlight and soaring into the sky, but it's pretty handsome anyway. Besides, this is only a middle-level one. What kind of bicycle do you want? And there is no need to worry that people will be afraid of heights when standing on it. The épée on the hill is bigger than the bed of the president's house, and it can be pulled by a cart. A person with a sword is no problem. It is equivalent to the mid-level Lu Jun who has mastered the air power. He remembered that the mid-level magic of the water system storm is undoubtedly a long-range attack method. At first, I thought the effect of size was mediocre, but I didn't expect it to be combined with imperial weapon magic, and it will change a lot. There are 2 more modes. It becomes 9 times smaller and turns into a ray of sword light, which can assassinate gods and ghosts. It becomes 9 times larger and then uses the sword. When it falls from the sky, the warrior level will have to penetrate the body and die on the spot. Lu Jun was excited. He felt that there were still many ways to play, not to mention Yujian flying, coming and going freely. He hasn't been able to fully grasp the Xingzi now, and he doesn't know the specific effect and range of the imperial weapon, so we'll talk about it later. Besides, this is only the first level of the intermediate level, and there are very practical skills in the second and third levels, which are worth looking forward to. It just feels more restrained by the middle-level thunderbolt of the thunder system. A thunderbolt that falls from the sky is a living target for people with swords in the sky. We need to find a way to restrain it. Lu Jun touched his chin. In fact, metal is not restrained by thunder. For example, he can also use the property of electricity, so he can abandon the gold system and only the lightning protection system. When the épée is no longer limited to hand-holding, there will be more ways to play. It's not over yet. Lu Jun remembered again. He had struck the golden épée to the middle level, and could be integrated into the second metal, which will be greatly improved by then, and it will still be a magic metal, which can add special effects. Invincible, invincible. Lu Mei walked up to her younger brother, looked at the smirking young man with a puzzled face, leaned over and stroked her younger brother's forehead with her slender hands, and said, "What's wrong with you, are you crazy? Guess what magic system the protagonist has awakened in the middle level?" As soon as my sister leaned over, her full curve was tense. Lu Jun stared at the front. There was a deep groove in the dazzling white sweater's round collar, her eyelids twitched, and she quickly shook off Lu Mei's hand. He turned his head aside and said, "It's nothing, the middle-level skills of the gold system are very powerful." Hearing this, Lu Mei didn't notice the strange behavior of her younger brother, sighed, and counted the books with her fingers. The gold system needs to be fused with a magic metal again. Fortunately, it's just the material, and it can be done with about 10 million. It's just that I can't save the money anyway. There is no rush for the magic metal. Lu Jun regained his composure, and said after thinking, "I only have one effect sturdy now, and the second effect needs to be lethal. Take it slowly." After being promoted to the middle level, the natal magic tool is also nourished, 49 stars gather, and the power of gold magic depends on this sword. Difficult to destroy. Lu Mei nodded and said, "You're going to college soon, and when you do, you'll be in contact with some magic labs, and you'll have more contacts than me, so you can choose whatever you like." Then she bit her lip and asked, "What department do you want to awaken in the middle class? Me, mind, curse, or undead?" Lu Jun has already had a draft, and he is more inclined to awaken the soul plus others at the middle level, because these three departments have been studied by him, and there will be many opportunities in the future, each with different magical effects, and a well-developed one may not be worse than Mo Fan's Leihuo. Especially the psychic department. After traveling for a year and a half, some parts of his original memory became blurred, awakening a mind to browse the lower layers of memory in his mind. There will be no more gaps. And despite the lack of any combat power below the high level of the spiritual system, it can actually be called a bug-level magic system. First of all, it is invincible in the duel of mages. Blood can overcome all magic systems, and the most fundamental point of mind can prevent you from releasing magic and interrupt the connection of stars. A mage without magic, isn't he just an ordinary human? Lu Jun was deeply impressed. Almost every time Mo Fan encountered a psychic mage, he was devastated. Although he won the battle in the end, the process was considered the most aggrieved. If there is no psychic magic equipment and teammates, he is helpless. Secondly, it can evade the hostility of monsters, and even control monsters after a high level of cultivation, making it the king of survival in the wild. Lu Jun's metal talent can barely be hidden at the middle level, but it will be very conspicuous at the high level, and it is not just a magic tool that can be seen through at a glance. At that time, he has 3 plans ABC. The best plan A is hidden until invincible, backed by the country and no one dares to move, and then plan B is exposed in advance, relying on the mediation of various forces, and a backup plan C, no master here, his own stay at the grandfather's place. To rely on the great demon and live in the empire. If you want to achieve this, you must have a heart, so that you can communicate with the demon monarch. If you are a little bit like the Kunlun Empire, it is quite friendly to humans, and if you are a little bit like the Beimu Empire, you probably don't mind coming evil. Anyway, just live, and then plan. Of course, Mr. Lu would not choose plan C unless he had to. After all, he still has a sister, so it would be better if he could live in the human world. Lu Mei didn't know what her younger brother was thinking, so she frowned and said, "These 3 departments are so unpopular, it's hard for you to ask seniors for advice, and it's difficult to improve, so it's better for elemental department or shadow department. You also lost 1 displacement." Quote. I have a gold element and a water element. Elements overlap with other elements regardless of thunder, fire, and displacement. What is lacking is control. The mind is perfect. Lu Jun still insisted on his own line. He knew that the psychic system was different from elemental magic. There was no spirit seed and soul seed. The strengthening root was not fixed, and it was very possible to point out a very weird and difficult skill tree. In the late stage, any strong man who has no ability beyond the inherent magic system is ashamed to brag. Forget it, whatever you want. Lu Mei said helplessly, let's go to the Magic Association to awaken. The two went out and went straight to the landmark of Bo City Yinmao building. On the one hand, this high-rise building is the tallest and most luxurious building in the whole city. On the other hand, Lu Jun stood in front of the gate, looking up at the building. With the shadows falling from the sky, he really felt a sense of oppression. He thought of a year and a half later, when the one-eyed demon wolf group invaded. A commander-level winged wolf occupied the building, overlooking all living beings, arrogant, and the demons danced wildly below, as if it had been reduced to a demon nest. Lu Jun was deeply moved. It should be different this time with him. When the siblings stepped into the gate of the Association of Yinmao building, the female assistant came up to greet them, and said with a smile, "You two distinguished guests, is there anything you want?" As they dealt with spirits here one after another, the Magic Association directly raised the two to the highest level. Lu Mei went straight to the point and said, "Awakening magic, keep the staff secret, take me to a special box." Hearing this, the female assistant didn't mind her own business. She nodded in agreement, and said with a smile, "Please, both of you, because of the privilege, the awakening is free." Lu Jun was pleasantly surprised. Whoring for nothing is the best. Soon, a silver simple secret room full of technological style, and an astrolabe stood upright, on which a special awakening stone had been placed as required, a transparent crystal, representing the soul system, and a black stone, representing the undead or curse. Not much to say about the former, but the latter cursed the undead to have no separate families. The undead were derived from the curse, and finally multiplied to the peak before they split off and formed separate lines. He sees the awakening of character, and both are acceptable. You two, please go your own way. The female assistant quietly left and closed the door. Under the urging of his sister, Lu Jun took a deep breath, stood in front of the astrolabe, touched his hands, closed his eyes, and began to awaken for the second time. Buzz buzz. After a while, he felt a strange magic power coming from his hands and gathered in his mind. In the infinitely dark spiritual world, nothing seemed to have changed. A strange touch arose in Lu Jun's mind, and he looked at the corner next to the blue and platinum galaxies. A small transparent stardust appeared, and 7 translucent stars floated up and down, almost blending into the background. Awakening of the mind system. Immediately afterwards, behind the transparent stardust, a touch of black and red emerged. If the former is full of peace, then the latter is ominous. In the spiritual world, the gold system nebula is the most expansive and bright, firmly occupying the center, next to the water system stardust, and finally these two pieces of stardust. This is a curse system. It took a while for Lu Jun to recognize it. He was secretly happy and nodded in satisfaction. The curse system is very skillful, not to mention Zhang Kong. It is the strongest in the ancestors, and it is related to his close combat. In the future, there will be a super-level curse borrowing technique, which is the only method in the original book to obtain a monster-level perverted body in a human body. Ancestral forbidden technique, but I don't think it would be possible to achieve such a perverted effect without the participation of super-level magic. The middle-level imperial weapon does not mean that he has given up the melee path, but the more he leads, the monarch and monsters have a huge body, which is comparable to Godzilla's system, and his physical fitness must catch up. Just imagine, with a monarch-level body and gold-type lethality, there is nothing wrong with the Kuz Dark Sword Master. The original Holy City is really a good time to read it once, and it complies with the logic of Western robbers. In the finale, Mo Fan also compromised, so angry. Now that the protagonist is awakening to mid-level magic, the 4 magics I chose at the beginning of the novel are relatively unpopular, but they basically cover all aspects. Please believe me, I will plan a way to strengthen it. It is definitely not worse than Mo Fan's Thunder, Fire and Shadow. It's the same as the mainstream magic department, so what do you still read? The original book is almost the same. Of course, dissatisfied readers, don't be disappointed. The 2 high-level lines and the 2 ultra-high-level lines are all original works. There are only a few lines back and forth, and everyone guessed some of them. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.